pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I will start with correspondence. We have to the Board of County Commissioners from Lincoln County Attorney. Dear Commissioners, my office is in receipt of your email, and that would be from last Monday. As a Lincoln County Attorney, I do not consent to my employee working for the Lincoln County Highway Department. There is a tremendous learning curve associated with any assistant for my office, and Ms. Lee is still in that process. Moreover, there is a tremendous amount of responsibility for her position, and her attention must solely be in my office. While I understand that there may be issues with the Highway Department, it is not the responsibility of my office or my employee to remedy. Please also understand that due to the unique nature of the duties involved, that the County Attorney has the sole authority to determine the duties and responsibilities of employees of the Office of the County Attorney. For the reasons stated herein above, Ms. Lee will not be able to assist the Highway Department. And then there is a letter from Liz Lee. I was provided a copy of your email on September 23rd, and that was sent to the County Attorney's office. Thank you for the offer, but I am declining the opportunity for overtime by working in the Highway Department. At this time, I need to concentrate on my job in the County Attorney's office. Okay. And then we'll have to go into executive session to open this one from the County Attorney. And I had sent an email of a webinar that I thought we might be interested in. Actually, in this particular series, this skill path, I've gone to their on-site trainings for different managerial stuff, so I would recommend that if you want to look at that. I mean, I already sent that. It might be something you would be interested in. What I was saying is if we do an actual webinar together, we could pay for it and be in a group when we do it as a training.
If you can have anybody that come you want to once you pay for it.
Correct. Yeah, it could be an open session and or mandatory for certain department heads, however you want to do that. A bill from Street Plumbing to install 3 new float switches. Check the pumps, they're all in working condition. Lift station pit needs to be cleaned and sanitized with bleach. Serviceman replaced 3 float switches and silicone around the lids. I'm assuming this is for the water softener? After replacing the float switch, the serviceman determined the control board may be bad, so... This bill is for $470.93. It doesn't say what particular equipment, but do you know anything about that?
No, I don't.
We also received yes, a copy of the audit, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then this is our inventory. So are we checking this now? Is that the idea? Did you just...
You're supposed to sign off on once a year.
Okay. So I think we need to have some correspondence with the department heads and ask them about that. I would think they would need to look at it, correct? We don't know what they
It's
have
a
in their
list of our
offices.
inventory
This is
of
what they submitted.
the county, so we
They've
need,
already signed off on this, each department? Okay.
we should review it though, and that'd take too long right now.
Well,
Sure.
Lincoln Park Manor's in here too, which, did they sign off on it?
I don't know what
We have a suspense date on
it may
replying to
be,
that.
what we had from the year before.
It says December 31st, 2018 is at the end date
When
on
do
it,
they
as
need
of...
that report back is what I was wondering. They sent a letter saying we need this back by yesterday or something.
No, it's just our duty to maintain it once a year.
I think this is the lift station stuff. That's that elevator.
Oh, okay. But float battles on a lift station?
I
Doesn't make
don't,
sense.
yeah, whatever.
Sounds like
I
something-
don't know.
A lift station, we have a service contract for that. For the, you mean the people lift?
I don't know
to-
if that's a lift station, if that's what it is. There's a lift station too, though.
We have,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't say for sure. But it's not the hot water heater or water softener.
okay. This is from Clerk of the District Court. To all U.S. counties, cities, and local governments, opioids negotiation class, a class action lawsuit. Counties and cities across the country have sued manufacturers, distributors, and retailers of prescription opioid drugs, seeking, among other things, reimbursement for money spent addressing the opioid crisis. All federal actions have been centralized into one court in Ohio and are entitled National Prescription Opiate Litigation, MDL number 2804. Additional cases are pending in state courts. There's a really long description here, so I suppose it's asking if we want to join the class action.
Sue's a suing.
Well, manufacturers, distributors, and retailers of prescription
So government's suing
opiate drugs.
opiate manufacturing people.
Mm-hmm. There's like a description of the process. On September 11, 2019, Judge Polster, the federal judge overseeing all the national opioids litigation, certified the negotiation class to go forward. On or before September 20th, class action notice will be sent. And then you can go to the website, www.opioidsnegotiationclass.info. And class members will have until November 22nd to decide whether to participate or to opt out of the class. This is the opt-out period. All class members are automatically included in the class. Oh, if a class member wants to participate, it does not need to do anything at this point. Only class members that wish to exclude themselves and not participate in the class act must act. They must submit a copy of the enclosed exclusion request form on or before November 22nd, 2019. If you're automatically included, how would they have any idea how much you've spent on that particular issue?
Might I address the sheriff and ask him?
Sure.
Do you have any idea how much we've got in the opioid problem?
We mostly deal with methamphetamines and marijuana.
Yeah, so we probably don't have much.
Well, usually if somebody has a problem with opioids, it's usually dealt with their physician or something like that, or an outpatient kind of program in Salina.
Do we have any heroin problem here in Lincoln enough to worry with?
Well, I'm sure
Yeah,
there is, but
worry with it.
methamphetamines is a major problem we have right now.
So,
I'd say just leave it alone. Let's get included and see what happens.
yeah, okay. Take no action then to exclude.
Yeah.
Okay. And the minutes, I believe that's all of the correspondence.
Okay.
I read the minutes. They appear all right to me. I move we approve them as written, both sets.
Yeah, I read them too. I second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes from September 23rd and then the special meeting on September 25th with the hospital board. Any further discussion or questions? Those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, would you like to, what time is it? 10 after. Would you like to go into executive session to open the confidential packet from the county attorney?
Think we can do it 15 minutes or 20 minutes?
5 minutes, because
Okay, that's all, 5 minutes?
Um,
You gotta say at 10:30 we have.
Ladonna doesn't come 10:30. I think we ought to take
oh, I'm sorry,
the
it
full
is
20
10:30. I was
minutes.
thinking it said 10:15.
Let's take the full 20.
Well, we can
Okay.
take 20.
Yes,
All right.
that'll be fine. I'm gonna throw this away.
What's it for? A briefing from a county attorney?
Yeah, I opened it personally, before the meeting. So, I move to recess into executive session for 20 minutes to open the confidential communication packet from Jennifer O'Hare, Lincoln County Attorney, regarding Wilson Lake Estates.
I second.
Oh, I should finish, excuse me. Justification pursuant to KSA 7543-19-2B. For consultation with an attorney. It's not really a consultation.
Well, it kinda is.
Okay, it's correspondence from the attorney. For the public body or agency which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship.
I still second.
To reconvene in the commission room.
20 minutes.
Yeah, Yeah, I don't wanna get fined $500 for doing this though. How do we open mail from someone and say it's an executive session, but the person's not here?
They don't have to be here, do they?
Still attorney-client. If it's attorney-client, you can't open it in a public session because the information's still privileged, whether the attorney here or not.
I don't know though, she sent it to an open meeting without her presence. I mean, it's kinda. When we opened information from the attorney from Topeka, our attorney was here to open that correspondence, and we opened it in a closed session with the attorney, because see, number 3, with to discuss employer-employee negotiations, whether or not in consultation with the representative, which would, do you see what I'm saying? That would say like whether or not someone is there to represent the situation.
Yeah, but it should be okay for us to, in executive session, to discuss it. Maybe she shouldn't have to be here. It may be confidential, but it's among us. I mean, I don't know why. There's gotta be something here we can
If we
talk
go
about.
into executive session, we can judge whether it has to be executive session. If not, we can close it and present it to the open meeting.
I'll just call for a vote. Those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, nay. So we will close the session for 20 minutes.
Jen, did you vote?
I vote nay.
No, then we won't close. Okay,
So what are we gonna do with it? Wait till she personally gets here and talk about it, or what?
no, I think we just need to read it. I mean, it's.
Oh, in public,
Yeah.
not in executive session.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't care either way.
I mean, it was presented to a public meeting. I don't understand why, if she's not here to discuss it.
It does say it's protected by attorney-client privilege.
Yeah, but we are not the attorney. It's the attorney's burden to protect the information. It's not the burden of the client to protect the information. If I'm suing someone and I wanna tell someone that, that's fine, but my attorney can't tell someone that I'm suing someone. I don't see how we can, does anyone see anything in the executive session list that we can particularly use?
Well, when she says that up there, that means it probably should be executive session. Because there may be things in here that are, you know,
But again, it's the attorney's obligation to protect the information, not the client.
well, maybe she thinks she is by having
I
us.
call attention to the third full paragraph on the second page. First sentence.
Well, since we're on this topic, maybe we should just have an open discussion. I believe before you were on the board is when the homeowners association came to us, correct, Mr. Gableman?
Yeah.
So when that happened, there was a discussion over whether or not we have responsibility for the roads in Wilson Lake Estates. The board, the homeowners association brought to the board a map that was approved by the Lincoln County Commission in prior years, and an Attorney General opinion that states that we took responsibility, Lincoln County took responsibility for those roads when we approved the map. However, there was a clause in there about the construction of the roads. If they were privately constructed, which they were, there was some sort of obligation on the, I guess it would be the person who constructed it, to, if they weren't done in accordance with the proper regulations, that it kind of fell on them.
Well, the homeowners association in that document says that all roads must be approved in advance by the architectural Compliance Committee, which is a group of the homeowners association. And I have asked Brendan to talk to the association and get a copy of all those approvals, and let's see what that brings. As I flip through this and without a detailed read, I don't see anything that is not a summary of things that have happened in open session, so I don't think we need a closed session for this.
Agreed. I'm glad we didn't.
But I do think we need to read and study it, figure out what this is. I don't know if you wanna do that now, or you wanna discuss the next meeting, because this is gonna take some time to digest.
Well, I think we have an issue here, and where I was going with the history of the situation, which nobody in Lincoln County ever wants to know what happens before something's happening, but what happened was, we said we weren't gonna touch the road because we weren't sure if we owned it or had responsibility. So we put up this barricade to say, road closed at the edge of the road before stepping foot on the road, because we didn't wanna put any of our property on the road and claim responsibility for it. Yet, the homeowners who lived down that road were clearly going around the barricade to get access to their driveway. Then, we had an executive session with the county attorney, and mysteriously, after that executive session, we agreed to put up a barricade on the road around the actual landslide to help ensure that there would not be any issues with someone wrecking, us having to deal with the liability there. So take what you will out of the executive session to understand that we came out of the executive session and took action with the highway department to actually then put our property on this particular road. So if that doesn't explain it, I can't help anyone understand what happened there. So now we have a situation where we still have not corrected the problem, but we do have our property on that road. And that was done with the guidance of the executive session. So, at this point,
We had the signs up there before the executive session with our signs up there.
but remember, we strategically had the discussion that we put the signs on the road coming down the hill and did not, what is that, what is the name of the road in question? Anyway, Ridge Road is the one that comes across and down, and we put our signs on Ridge Road as to not do anything on the road that goes along the path to those 3 homes. After the executive session, we instructed the highway department to go ahead and put up a barricade on the road.
Well,
Remember
that was a safety thing, because those people were driving around the barricades that says road closed. That's been there for a long time.
Well, there's
People,
no
those three have
there's
been
no
dri-
other access to their houses.
I know,
Correct.
but they've been
So we have
driving.
to provide them access, but then after the executive session, we determined that maybe it would be in our best interest to put the barricade a little more securely around and not just at the end of the road and let them drive around it on their own
That's
accord.
because there's this cliff there, and if you go off that, it'd fall in
And if you
30, 40,
remember-
50 feet. So it was a safety thing, because we thought we would be in trouble
And
if
we were
someone drove
also-
off that. Even if we're not responsible for the road, if somebody drove off that and got hurt, they would sure as hell sue us, and then we'd be caught in that. So we're trying to be safe, at least, to prevent that. Now, I don't know if that's the right thing to do or not, but that's what we're doing.
Well, we were advised to do that because we were told that we would end up with the ultimate liability, and those roads provide a public access, which
I
makes
was,
them our
I'm
responsibility.
just looking here at the last page of this, from way back in 1991. This Bob Stephanie, Attorney General of Kansas, wrote to Susan Marshall, who was the county attorney back then. In the last page, in the last paragraph, he says, in conclusion, it is this office's opinion that the roads around the Wilson Lake Estates are public roads, and Lincoln County is responsible for the maintenance of these roads. Now, I don't.
Which rightfully so, the county attorney reiterated to us.
That's what, well, that was his opinion in 1991. Now, I know we've seen some other changes in 1999 where maybe they didn't think we were
So all we have to
responsible.
do as a board is request an opinion from the attorney general. If you really wanna go and find out,
Well, if we want to be safe, we should, or correct.
But we need to get our documentation together before we talk to the Attorney General, otherwise you're gonna get another 1991 rubber stamp. We need to find out which roads are legal according to homeowner association, which roads are legal according to the plat. And when we're talking about that major disaster we got out there, is it gonna be cheaper to build him a new road going down and around and cutting into, highway?
Coming off the hill
Yeah.
down.
Going into
Well, I don't,
Russell County?
well, in my opinion, it would be because, as I stated last few
You're not
weeks,
gonna fix that.
hey, you're not gonna fix that cliff. Where that's caving off now, that is 30, 40, 50, 60 feet off there, that's like this, going to the lake.
But
And it's,
their
where's-
issue is more than just that culvert. Their issue is the rest of those roads. They want ditches.
Well, that's true,
and-
but the immediate issue is the road caving off, that's,
But
What-
it is questionable. Lincoln County has been maintaining the entrance road and the access road to all of those particular offshoots. And if we were claiming no responsibility to the entire plat and to the entire housing plan, we haven't not done anything there. Do you know what I'm saying? We just
Yes,
picked,
I
we have
understand that.
personally chose, or even the operator himself was personally choosing where he was maintaining and where he wasn't. So I think
Yeah,
it's kind of
we-
sketchy.
we operated as a minimum maintenance area, and even almost less than that, we didn't
Mhm.
really do anything.
Not
I
on
think-
that particular
Well,
area.
not on that area, and even on those other ones coming from the top, I think we only moved snow, and they had like 3 feet deep one time. I've
It's
heard
been
this
graded,
before.
because I've
But
seen, I was
it
there.
has
I
now?
was out
It's
there.
been graded,
I
not
drove every road this weekend,
on
Okay.
that.
on the whole damn thing, and there isn't a single stretch of road out there that would meet the state requirements for a road. The width, the ditches, the crown, not a
Right.
road out there. So if we're going to continue to say that the roads we've been maintaining are our roads, are we gonna have to go in and rebuild that whole thing? If you start building some of those roads that are built parallel to the ridge rather than vertical to the ridge, you're gonna spend an extraordinary amount of money just to watch it wash away. When Brendan was talking about that house that's being constructed, we looked at that, and they have changed the flow of water up on the top of that hill, and they guarantee that they'll wash the road out.
Yeah,
And it's gonna be another situation as we have now. So, our solution, and I think it was the right one, is to block that road right now to keep that from doing that. And if we need to address the problem we have, the culverts washed out, I'm sure any engineer, and we could ask somebody, it's gonna be cheaper to go from whatever that canyon road is through Russell County. We'd have to have their agreement and put them a road in the other way. From, that house that's in our road, if you wanted to go east of there and up the hill, that's gonna be a pretty expensive proposition. That would keep it in Lincoln County. If you go further down the hill, you're gonna be in Russell County and connect with the canyon blacktop, which would be easy enough to do. But I think we need to consider the alternative. I don't think that there's any feasible way we can fiscally fix that culvert.
You mean
The one that's washing.
the wash, the one that clip
It's-
thing.
you
No,
don't
no,
have-
that's, I
You don't
agree.
have enough money in the
No,
county.
and it's an unstable ground there, it's that loose sand gravel, and
It's such a huge area, and there's nothing to put like a retaining wall in,
just
or nothing to drive
can't do it.
piling in.
well, and it's
to.
just a
So I-
canyon going off of there, so that,
I
that's
think we
why.
need an alternate road, and if we're gonna do that, we need to do that pretty soon, because that culvert isn't gonna get better. It's washing all the time, so maybe we need to get Brennan or somebody to say, yes, we can build you this road, and we can have it in so you can drive on it a day or two, and then we'll fix it up later. But as far as fixing that culvert, the next rainstorm is liable to wash the whole thing out and make it not our issue
Good.
anymore.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we've got a bigger issue. Before we go to the Attorney General and get the opinion, we need to have all of our paperwork organized so we can look at it.
Okay, here's the pinnacle point for me. On July 1st, 1975, the Lincoln County Commissioners adopted a zoning and subdivision regulation, regulations, which require the developer of a subdivision to ensure that county streets and roadways comply with certain standards which the county states the developer has failed to do so. Any liability by the developer pursuant to this regulation would be actionable by the county. So basically, it's not saying that we don't have responsibility to fix it, it's saying that we can take action to recuperate our investment against the developer.
Trouble is, some of them developers made those in 1980, 30 years ago. They're maybe long gone. You go sue somebody to build a road in 1980 out there.
Their Architectural Compliance Committee still has those records of what was approved, and it specifically says they have to be approved in advance before they're constructed. So we need to see what they approved.
Well, you just stated the roads that have they're not designed at all, they're
Don't you
just,
think
understand
Mrs. Marshall would have pulled that up when she requested this opinion? Because this was 91.
And that was 77 is their homeowner document that I'm quoting from. I have a copy of that, I didn't bring it.
So what we need to do is get all of these documents
Exactly right.
chronologically
Right.
out on the table
Yep.
and go through them
Yep.
and see what we come up with and then formulate our question to the Attorney General based on
And
that.
I've asked Brendan to start doing that, and he has agreed that he would.
okay.
I guess
But you're right,
from my
though.
perspective, this is my district and those are my constituents and I do feel obligated to them. And if this were happening anywhere else due to any other kind of situation, we would have to take action on it. And I don't see that we should try to avoid any responsibility as far as making sure that there's something stabilized.
I don't disagree with that, but I don't think we ought to assume things that we don't have to assume. We just need to know what's ours. To give you an idea, on that culvert over at Frieson's that's washing out, we blocked that and we provided them a gravel road around that, a detour. And that's the same general principle we're talking about in the Wilson Lake Estates. We
An
just
alternate
right now don't
access.
have an
Yeah.
alternate access.
I'm
That's
okay
all,
with that,
so, yeah,
we need to
contemplating
do
an
that.
alternate access.
I think that ought to be something.
That may be a more long-term solution, much more long-term solution, obviously, but it may not cost something
Cost
that's
very much.
budgeted.
Yeah. But-
We have to determine,
Well, we can't, yeah, Brendan was gonna check on
Yeah,
trying,
we need to get an estimate from Brendan or an
and
engineer.
how to build a road coming from the north, coming down to that last occupant, you know, and then those other two, those three residents there, because,
I mean,
but-
and I will say this preemptively, because I know we're gonna get a visit from the homeowners association, they've been in contact with me, their take on it is, if you don't wanna take care of us, draw a new county line. They would be happy to be annexed into Russell County, so if we're willing to take
They
a
think Russell-
$300,000 cut,
do they
and
think
we cut
Russell,
everybody's budget by the.
do they think Russell County would take care of it and fix that road?
I assume.
I don't think they'd do any different. First of all, like Jim stated, they made these roads, basically, people would buy lots and build their own house and make their own road, would get their own grader, get Kenny Branda like they did, and just do it on their own. There was no county engineering going on, I don't think.
Let's
I'm not
start a
arguing
massive
that.
amount of paperwork, because
Yeah.
it's 10:30. So we've got Brendan
Almost.
started, is there
Okay.
anybody else we need to get going on
All
that?
right,
Well,
Do we keep
hopefully,
these?
is he visiting us today? Yes. Yes, he is.
Yes,
So
yeah.
hopefully he has spoken to Mrs. Marshall, and even if we need to hire her for her time to
yeah,
revamp
help
the
assist
paperwork
us.
structure,
Yeah,
maybe we need to do that. I would be in favor of that.
Should we keep these ourselves, or we give them back to you?
Keep it, keep
Yeah,
it.
Okay.
I'd like to read up on that.
Yeah, me too.
It is 10:30.
Yeah, Ladonna's here.
Okay. Health Department.
Actually, it's department head stuff.
Oh, okay.
There's a copy. Just briefly
Thank
go
you
over
very much.
them. Most of everybody was there. And you can see the first, we were going to talk about evaluations, handbooks, email usage, and other concerns. So, evaluations on the back, second page, kind of goes over what we kind of came up with. We did talk about this for quite some time, probably over an hour. And I guess we thought if we're going to do these, we need to make them mean something. So we proposed a different form, doing these evaluations in January, February, and then reviewing the forms in June and July to evaluate the goals that were put on the back of the evaluation form to see if they succeeded in what we had talked about. And then that way, if you had a poor employee, they would have 6 months to work on the goals that we talked about, and then revisit it to see if they have made any improvement. Therefore, they could earn a merit raise, which wouldn't take effect until the following January 2021. So if we keep this sort of evaluation year after year, then it makes sense, and their goals are evaluated every year, and it's a learning tool versus just a random evaluation that doesn't really mean much. So
What does the E, A, and NI stand for?
Down at the bottom.
at the
There's a-
bottom,
Oh, I read
exemplary,
actually read it.
adequate, or
I'm
needs
sorry.
improvement.
I didn't like that.
And that it didn't necessarily have a score to it, but, and then at the second evaluation, discuss positive elements first, then 2 goals is on the back that they can work towards. And then you could use the same form and just review to see if they met their goals. And then at that time, the supervisor could recommend a merit raise based on what they thought. And then, if those could get turned in August, September.
Did you have elected officials at this?
Yes, everybody who was on the front page was there at the top.
Oh, I didn't read, okay.
Yeah, and the bigger departments thought that they could do this. This was a group effort. It wasn't just, but that would leave 2020 with no real mechanism for a raise. So, because to get started, they didn't feel like they could do another one now. To have a expected merit raise for January of 2020. So it kind of skips that first year if we would adopt this kind of a ongoing evaluation tool. And new employees, since they get evaluated at 6 months at a year, they would kind of just roll into that evaluation schedule.
We had talked about doing evaluations at their anniversary date.
And I didn't think, nobody seemed too
Want
keen
to do
on
that?
doing that. That was just keeping a track of a lot of stuff. And it,
Partly because if they had an anniversary in January, it was a year before they were actually rewarded.
yeah. If you were rewarded people in January at the first year, the people that were started in December wouldn't get one for a whole year if you awarded that January evaluation, or if you held on to them all for a year, then, yeah, so. And the bigger departments were like, we can do these evaluations all at once if we have a couple months. That was the January, February, June, July kind of thing.
So they want them all due at the same time.
That was the
What
consensus
what
of the
portion
group.
of the year?
Huh?
What portion of the year?
What do you mean?
As in, like, deadline of
Oh,
June 1st so that we can appropriate merit raises on July 1st?
no. January to February, finishing them by the end of February with each employee, and then re-looking at it and to see if they met goals in June or the end of July. And then they would be turned into human resources and the commissioners to be considered for a January. So it would be a whole 6 months that you guys would have time to review them and decide what the January merit would be.
Well, you're still delaying the compensation for a year at that point.
We are.
But if you get a good operable system, I think that's probably worth it.
Yes, if going forward, we continue with the system, yes. And then if you had a new hire, say in March, you're gonna evaluate them at 6 months anyway, so you might do them end at a year, but you might bump that up to, they may not get their merit till March of a year, but you could still work them in with the January, February evaluations, if that makes sense.
You had consensus with all the people that were there?
Yes. But that would leave nothing for 2020, so I don't know if there's another way to do 2020 across the board, 1%, I don't know. I put in the ideas that we had.
Well, I think doing another year of across-the-board raises undermines the whole idea of doing this. Why wouldn't we just withhold the 50 cents that we budgeted, hang on to it, and appropriate that as the initial,
From the January, February raises?
for next year?
For
I'm
the-
saying,
for
we're
the-
already at the last quarter of the year.
Okay,
We have budgeted now 50 cents. We did increase our budget by 50 cents, even for those bigger departments, which took us way over the 1.5% increase for our internal departments. So therefore, we cut all these exterior things to keep our complete lid under 1.5%. So if we take that 50 cents per employee and withhold it, when we finish this process in a year, their raise could be that much greater going into 2021. Instead of just doing across the board, then we're upping everyone equally. I mean, there's gonna be a variance then in the 2021 raise, but it will be according to the valuation, which means you could get more than 50 cents. Or potentially, if you budgeted in another whole 50 cents for 2021, then the increase is gonna be $1 based on that instead of, I mean, basically, we're just packing that budget right full if we do across the board again.
or after the the end of February, we could do a merit raise the first year that we do this. Still review it again in June or July with the expectation that they could, it would still go to January 2021, but I don't know. I guess we have
Well,
no clear.
Let's think of it this way.
We
Let's
could
say
do
we
that.
were able to implement it in the middle of the year next year. If you don't do anything in January, then you actually have double the amount available as of July 1st per employee. So you're expanding their range of available increase in July for the rest of the year versus just giving everyone the same for the whole year again. Then you're actually increasing someone's ability to make more money the second half of next year.
I think we're open to any suggestions. We're
Do you
just
see what I'm
kind of
saying? If we don't wait until, if they turn everything in by June and we don't do anything for the end of the year,
What were we, in January,
Through
were we
the-
gonna give them another cost of living raise this year? Is that what
no,
we're gonna
I'm proposing not doing anything in
do?
January.
What were we planning
Letting
on?
them go through this entire process again according to their own evaluation, maybe with a few tweaks. And then in July, as of July 1st for the second half of the year, really everyone then has the capability of, at that point, getting $1. Now that builds the budget up for the next year. But the 50 cents, if they're not getting it for the first 6 months of the year, and they're only getting it for the last 6 months of the year, we save 50 cents per person for 6
Right,
months.
so they could get $1
So they could
in
potentially
July
get $1
for
or the
August.
range of up to $1, which is a much greater reward than everybody getting 50 cents for the whole year. And that, of course, changes our budget going into the next year, but it may be really well worth it at this turning point, having these be only the second time through. And making them have a value that's greater.
Well, and then they have the opportunity to improve on what they were asked to improve on,
Exactly.
so.
And what's the difference in getting 50 cents in January and 50 cents in July versus getting $1 in July? You're making up all that difference in your hours from July through the end of the year, and this time it's gonna be based on something viable rather than just everybody at the same time. But I think we still need to work on the pay scale structure for, as we were talking about specifically in the highway department, for capabilities, certifications, cross-training, that kind of thing, because I know there is some dissension. I've been here 25 years, so-and-so has been here 2 years. With inflation rates, the minimum wage or our starting wage has gone up to almost equal that of someone who has put in time and may or may not be cross-trained. So if we don't make that part of the stipulation for the pay scale, then it really does become unfair, and it's just a matter of a time issue.
I don't think the highway department is unique in that situation though. Every department has that.
Well, I think we could also ask for an attrition policy in each department and see what they can come up with.
I mean, as far as skills and that. I mean, I have a almost 30-year employee who's making the same as a 10-year employee. She's a couple, maybe 20 cents ahead of her, and has different certifications. I guess, yeah, I think you need to also weigh education, certifications, what kind of weight they have, what kind of certifications have weight, what kind, yeah. Because we all have different kinds of things that we do. You know, if I went to 30-hour class to be a child breastfeeding educator, is that more valuable than somebody who moved levels on an EMT? Who weights that out? You know, it's still...
Well, it's all within the structure of your own budget.
You know.
So whatever we're working with now, you know.
Well, so because the highway department has a huge budget, they can get internal raises that nobody else can get because we don't. I guess I don't understand what you're saying about that.
No, but I don't think anyone in the highway department's making what you're
No,
making.
but if you're saying I can run a chainsaw and I can do this and I can do that, so I need to be bumped up the scale. Well, I can do this and I can do that and I can go do that. Why can't I be bumped up the scale?
That's where attrition falls into play.
So-
And if you have an attrition policy within your department, we discussed this with the department heads in the highway department. If you have someone who has, let's say, been driving a truck, but has not been operating any other equipment, but they learn to operate that equipment so that when so-and-so isn't there for the week on his vacation, they can
Right.
particularly do that, they're actually effectively taking away the need for that other job. And if you can do that integrally throughout the department, you can decrease your workforce and still
Right.
put out the same amount of work product. Therefore, everyone's able to make more money with the same budget, and you're not just diluting individuals' productivity. You're actually increasing it, but rewarding them.
I'm just
and
saying
compensating them
that
with
it
money.
needs to happen in every department, not just the
But
highway
that's up to the
department.
department head.
Every department now, let's talk about, we got the sheriff here, let's talk about discriminators among his deputies. They don't have a lot of cross-training opportunity.
Right.
And so how are you going to make a discrimination in there to graduate the scale?
Well, because when they go to cop school, for no better language than I have, then they get a raise, don't they?
Yes.
Yes, they do.
But after that, we're talking in the highway department, a truck driver learn how to drive a bulldozer with paying more,
Well,
but they can't do that.
well, you're right, but if he's cross-trained to maybe be dispatch, if they had a serious
That's not
problem,
gonna-
That's
That's
a
not
whole-
gonna work.
that probably won't happen, but
No, that's not gonna work.
they can't
because
move up at all?
LEOs and dispatchers and jailers are three
Yeah.
separate
Okay.
things. LEOs are certified with the state of Kansas as a law enforcement officer.
Right, and there's
They
no
do
move
law-
up?
No, there's the undersheriff, sheriff to sheriff, sheriff, undersheriff, and deputies, that's all we have.
And the deputies,
They all have the same
there's nothing else
responsibility
that
when
they
they're on
can learn to
shift.
do.
Yes,
In other words, they don't
they-
have additional
They
responsibilities.
have the exact responsibility, except for some minor things, like I have one deputy that takes care and maintains evidence, and I have one over here that will do something else, but it's minor.
It's minor, okay. I don't know, I'm just saying,
I
I
understand your
get-
concern,
I
but
get
that
it, I
also
just-
comes with the market that you're working in, you know, it's.
I understand,
No, but you've made a
Totally
good,
understand
you've
that.
made, you've got a good, I think you've done very well here on this.
I just-
It's gonna be hard to, every department's different, just like sheriff's department, he pointed out, it's gonna be different than your department or the highway department, because their jobs are different, their tasks are
Well-
different.
well, I know, but he has I can't hire somebody who's not a nurse, and when they get to be a nurse, give them a raise.
We're talking
He
about
can
two
do
different
that.
things
I
here,
have to, there's
Yeah.
all kinds of different things
Right,
involved.
right.
I just, when you talk about,
One thing we haven't
there's
talked
always
about.
talk about highway department guys get to move up and do this or do that. Okay,
Well, that doesn't have
but
anything
how
to do
about
with
everybody
merit.
else that
Well, but that's the county's-
cross-trains everywhere
That's
else?
the
I don't
county's
get it.
biggest work product, in other words. Other things are services, there is a work product value, and every job has a particular value. Just like in a company, you potentially max out in your value. So you either
Alright.
find a new job, or you go to management, or, I mean, there are certain, I mean, let's just look at McDonald's. They want $15 an hour, so what do? They put in robots. There's a certain way that economics
Right.
work that you can't necessarily say that there's exponential growth available to everyone always. It just, that's a fact of running the
Let's go
structure.
back and talk about this
Yeah.
specific issue of merit raises,
I
not
didn't wanna
the
go
pay
on
scale
that.
thing.
I think,
The second part was that, the employee self-evaluation part, there seems to be some confusion on whether that self-evaluation that we did have was evaluating their supervisor, evaluating their benefits, evaluating commissioners, or the county as a whole.
I
you
thought it was
know.
very thorough because we actually had a checklist where they were
We
able to
do,
put.
but who are they evaluating? Their
It says in every line
supervisor?
item.
No, it's
did.
not clear.
It did say in every line
So-
item. It said management within the department, management within the county. It had a.
I don't think it's
Well,
that detailed.
If it's confusing,
is.
it wasn't clear.
I'm just reporting the group, guys. This isn't just me.
I have it somewhere. Okay, it has a complete chart here of what people are to rate about themselves, and it says your wage, your benefits, administration, communication, job duties, job safety, employee facilities, job security, recognition of efforts, workload, working conditions, fair treatment, policies and procedures countywide, or policies and procedures within the department. So,
Is it administration commissioners or it's department head?
I mean, I guess we could specify that. I would think that
There's
would
a
be
couple
your
other
own department.
things, yeah. Well, see, that's what I mean. It's not clear. We did
I
not.
think it's pretty specific,
We
actually.
didn't go into that part a lot to get a new form, it's just that it should be a little more clear.
Or you could have them do like you have on
We
the
can
back page.
easily
You
just.
could have them verbally just, or,
Well,
That's gonna be more
we-
vague, I
we
think we
just-
need to stick to the chart, and if you want administration dash your own supervisor.
Something, yeah, however it needs to be, we need to fix that a little bit. There was a suggestion, and that everybody thought might be a good idea, to have one, employee from each department maybe meet together and talk about, some of the issues and do kind of a self-evaluation of the county as a whole and turn that in, and maybe in addition to individual self-evaluation. We didn't fully get a chance to talk about that because we ran out of time. So I just wanted to
that'd be fine.
leave you with
In other
that.
words-
Like their political views on the county?
No, just their value, do they like their benefits?
Or-
I thought that's what that says, but your benefits, and then it has
Well-
the chart completely from super, what does
They
it
thought
say?
it would-
Excellent,
it
clear down to.
Showed that we value our employees by having them have the opportunity to get together as a group and discuss things.
I don't see nothing wrong with that, let them, and then they could, give their input, maybe they're out there doing a job every day, just like your
Can't we just
people are,
have
and his
this
people.
chart and then offer a comment section, like on each line item? I mean, this is very specific,
Well,
there are
that's-
like 10 things here.
well, that's fine,
And it's all the
too.
way from excellent to poor.
Well,
We
that's
did
fine
it-
too, Alexis, but I still think that why don't you want them to meet and to discuss?
Oh, I'm not
things?
saying not meet, I'm
Okay.
saying if we want to receive that information, it's all here.
Well, that's
And
fine.
if we just add a comment section.
Well, that's fine, we can
and
do
they
that
say
too.
Whatever
But
they want.
But you was saying they could have one employee for each department, get together and discuss, maybe they're working, doing a job, and they know a lot of things we don't know, and even your management may not know.
Right.
Cause they're actually, so they can say, hey, we really wish this, minor little things sometimes, and they can all agree, and we go, okay, I mean,
Why don't you have a suggestion card and then you read them at your head department head meetings?
That would be a good
Then
thing to do.
everybody gets to participate.
that could
would
be.
work.
Or you could have a little,
It was just a suggestion.
You could have
No,
a-
we're brainstorming.
I think you could have an employee from each department do that too, and then they could, why not? It wouldn't hurt nothing.
Well, maybe,
Because everyone can equally participate if you allow them to.
it's not my, my department, I don't think my employees are worried
Well,
about
they could-
coming up and
each
telling me
department
a
could
complaint,
wax
but
one person, yeah.
some bigger departments would be
Or
feel
anybody
more
could input.
comfortable sharing things
agree.
with a fellow
I'm not-
employee
anybody,
versus
yeah.
authority, I don't know.
I think all this communication is good because if people have issues, some people are always complaining that down here on the ground level, management
We're never
doesn't know what
heard.
we're doing and doesn't
Right.
give a crap about what we're doing. Well, we should wanna help that. Let them vent and tell us what we can do to help them. Maybe we can make everything better, or help it get better anyway.
So, the handbook pages, I'll give you a copy of what we kind of chicken scratched. I'm not sure how valuable any of this is because until you have human resource hired and they have time to work on the handbook, there's nobody actually doing any physical work to update the handbook. Is there?
No.
So I think having these ideas is good, but I still think it's gonna be a little while
Dawn,
before
how do you
anything
have
happens.
this how do you have this as a
It's a Word document.
the whole thing? And so you just print it out like this and bind it through Word? Well, I think we need to schedule our board a special meeting to spend the whole day doing that, because
Yeah.
it's not that difficult, it's just time consuming. And we can do your edits and then edit as we go.
And there's some that we just put, you know, maybe we need to look at a sample K-work, K-camp policy, like social media. You know, this was written quite a while ago. There's so much that's changed in that, you know, to make sure we cover all our bases. And there were some other things. I don't know that there's a huge,
I'm assuming that a lot of this is just like a verbatim out of an already
probably,
created document, which is typical.
you know. Some of it just needs more detail. There was a part about bringing handguns onto the property and that kind of stuff. Since the laws have changed, it just needs redone. Because you can't stop some, might
Well,
know the answer
That's
to
a
that, but
good question for the sheriff, is that if
Yeah.
some citizen has a concealed carry, some employee for the county has a concealed carry, is that legal for them? Like, not in the courthouse, I know, but say in the highway
Their job?
department.
It all-
Take,
It all depends on the policy, but how you gonna enforce it if they're gonna conceal
Yeah.
carry?
yeah,
yeah, so,
You can't go and pat them down and look for a weapon.
yeah.
So,
What's your opinion on that? Say a grader driver out in the middle, carries a pistol with him out driving, does that?
well, that's up to the road and bridge to determine those kind of policies.
so I mean,
My
That's
need to do it.
That's your job, isn't
So
it?
how would you feel about your dispatch, just carrying, because they do habitually,
You mean off duty or on duty?
on duty,
No, they wouldn't have a weapon in the building.
you don't allow them?
Absolutely not, because we deal with prisoners and people that come in there, our dispatchers do not have a weapon.
I didn't know if there was a law.
I can see for security issues, you
Didn't
don't
know
want
if there was-
availability of a random weapon, but
Yeah, like a
So-
policy, because if you have concealed carry, but
I'm
I don't know if we have a county policy that says while you're at work, you shouldn't be carrying concealed carry for all
I
the
think
county employees. I don't
it
know.
actually, and they were prohibited, all employees are prohibited from carrying a weapon and/or
Oh,
dangerous or hazardous devices or substances in a county vehicle or while performing services for the county,
so we have a,
off the county's
Okay.
premises. And then there was at one time we couldn't park, you know, I couldn't have my concealed carry gun in my car on county property. You had to park across the street or
is that
whatever.
in here too?
It was.
so we already have that.
County premises
handle.
include all county-owned leased buildings, facilities, parking lots, and grounds.
I'm
So-
not in agreement with that.
It
I feel
needs
like
to be
that's an
reworked.
infringement on people.
Well, we can change it.
Yeah, I mean personally, that's where I
Well,
stand on
That's,
it.
what
I
I'm
would want
saying.
the sheriff's input on that, cause,
Well,
Well, he's got a situation where he's dealing with security measures. I mean,
and maybe it needs to be, a county needs to have a little sentence and each department needs to have their own policy. I don't know. You guys can.
I don't know either.
So,
Well, at one time I asked you, Mike, about, we were worried about, security in here, a bad guy come in, and I said, would you care if people in here was armed? And you don't want them to be, because if you had to respond and some employee had a gun, you may think that they're involved, and that would be a conflict with you guys, right? Yeah.
But people that have concealed carries, which there are a lot of people in this county that have concealed carry
Yeah.
licenses. Well, what are you gonna do with those?
Yeah,
I've got a list of them, but I don't,
didn't they change that law?
well, they changed it to where you can carry concealed without a license.
Right.
The reason people still apply for those licenses is when they go out of state. To make sure if the surrounding state or wherever they're gonna go has the
Recognizes
same, they'll recognize it, yeah. But as far as carrying concealed in the state of Kansas, anybody can do that unless you're a convicted felon.
okay.
so,
Makes me more comfortable, but.
Anything else, Ladonna, do you have?
I had a couple things. We asked about meal reimbursements being increased and there was no action ever taken with that. it was requested 10 for breakfast, 12 for lunch, and 15 for supper. We, as a group, would like to request the federal or state reimbursement for mileage to replace the current 50 cents.
Is it 52 or 4?
It's 50, it's
58.
underneath it is 58 cents for fiscal year 2020. I put that on there, I got right off the website.
Okay. See it.
And we're still at 50 cents, and I've always been, you wouldn't have to do the resolution over and over if you just said the state rate when it changes. And this may be a K-work thing, but in the handbook, we're supposed to fill out an accident form, and anytime there's an accident, and do the required UA, and I guess there's confusion about when that needs to be done, and we just need an across-the-board form that everybody understands. I mean, some people think it's a monetary value if $500 or more of damage was done to a piece of property, that's when you have to do it, but it's really for every single accident, no matter how small it is. And department heads should know, we need some more education on what exactly that means, because everybody's doing it different, and asking Dawn to make that decision, and it's not her decision to make, so we just, and I'm sure K-Camp or K-Work or whoever has some ideas on that too, but we don't have a universal accident form. The smaller departments don't. I mean, maybe the highway department has a great one, and we just need to get a copy of that and use it. I don't know. And is the purchasing policy finished was a question that we had.
Well, wait a minute. It already addresses that on section B, reporting accidents or injuries. Injuries or accidents at work, no matter how minor, must be immediately reported to the supervisor or department head so that proper treatment may be received and the unsafe practices or conditions corrected. The supervisor or department head will arrange for proper medical care and complete any accident injury report required.
I think the issue was motor vehicle accident was in there. You can read that as being an injury accident, like falling off a...
Cut your finger or something.
Yeah. It doesn't specifically say motor vehicle accident.
Like if you had a fender bender, right,
Yes.
with a county vehicle.
Or-
I know, but just
yeah.
prior to that, in section A, it says employees operating a vehicle on behalf of the county must wear seatbelts, and so must passengers. They may not text, send, or read mail while driving, and are encouraged to use hands-free and make or receive phone calls. So I think it's insinuating that the accident is in there. I mean, we can easily add injuries or accidents or wrecks.
A motor vehicle accident.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's
Just
what that
need a
means.
little
though.
more.
But the question is, by the state of Kansas, if it's under $1,000, it's not reportable.
Okay.
But we still fill out a Kansas accident form
Form.
and keep it for our own purposes and for road and bridge or whichever department it is.
Right.
So can we just use that form as the standard form?
I don't know what it looks like, so. But you know, if I trip and fall, our floor's cement with carpet and hit my knee, I'm fine. I get up, no bleeding, nothing. And 4 days later I can't walk and my knee's so swollen, but I didn't fill out a form
There's no record.
because I just tripped,
Well, and on the other side of that, that's why we hired the pre-employment screening, so that if you have a knee issue and it's that same knee and then you re-injure it, the original injury isn't associated with the county injury too.
Right.
There are two sides to that,
Right.
so that's important,
So,
yeah.
but that's questions,
We could get more
That's some-
detailed on that.
just a little more, and have an accident form, and no matter what happens, even if you're not hurt, that you fill out the form and say you're not hurt, so 2 days later when it you're
then-
hurt, there's
really,
something to go by.
we need
Technically, they're supposed to be drug tested for every incident.
Yeah.
So at what point in time do we
Well,
say
that's
it's
not in
worth
here.
it?
That is not in here.
Right. So if I fall and hit my knee, but I'm not hurt,
I think,
I should fill out a form and do a UA, even though
but
nothing
it
happened.
kind of
I don't know.
This leaves it up to the supervisor, because it says
Right.
the supervisor or department head will arrange. So I'm assuming if you were there and you knew that
But
so-and-so bonked her knee
All
on
the
the cabinet.
supervisors at the table are like, we don't know. We don't know what
So you
we're
don't wanna
supposed
take
to do.
this is an accusation of saying that supervisors don't necessarily wanna have to call the shots, they just want it to say, every time, go get a UA.
I think so everybody's doing it the
Do
same
we
way.
do that at the hospital?
I do
that-
people that are not, like I couldn't do my husband or my employees.
Oh, but the health department does it?
I do, yes, but it's only if I'm there. If I'm not there, then they have to go to the hospital because it's $500 to train someone, so only one of us is trained. So yeah, that's a question. And there's
Okay.
$65 to the county. Is that what they charge?
Okay.
So I don't know.
Not to cut you off, this is all great information. We need to schedule a special meeting where we can meet with you also and do some of this handbook stuff, but we are running behind now. and
Okay,
so
yes,
I
I
would
know.
like to move on.
The only other thing I had was a couple people have brought this to my attention, I'm just passing it on, that the nursing home residents are still kind of in flux about what's happening, and if the commissioners could meet with the nursing home residents and their families about where things are. I'm just the messenger, so I'm not going to talk about that, because they feel like they're kind of being left out of the conversation. Some of them are in their right minds, and their families definitely.
Yeah.
But that's all I have.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, we have Mr. Oetting. Would you like to come forward?
We had a little incident up in our corner of the county where a culvert got moved. And has anything been done about it? And I want to make sure that you get this all in the minutes, good Don? Because if all of you say that this that has no then I will use it in a court case. Because I will go take a culvert out wherever I want it, but something needs to be done.
Okay,
This is not right.
I think you need to explain the incident. I'm not sure exactly. Like, tell us what happened, because you're assuming that we know.
It was in the minutes several minutes ago, or weeks ago. It's the one up at Steve Snyder's,
Okay.
where his boy took a culvert out and put it over. Now, back in '93 when the roads were really bad, there were some of us, we went out and tried to help the roads and we got ripped hard.
You mean from all the flooding, the 93 flooding?
Well,
Yeah.
yes, it was a nasty winter.
Uh-huh.
But we got ripped hard for doing things that was actually very much a help to the county. And you get something like this, and
Okay.
we're just gonna put it under the bridge?
No, I can speak to that. That was last week, wasn't it? That we
No,
talked?
that was the,
2 weeks ago?
Several weeks ago.
It's been several weeks
Okay,
ago.
and you were to bring us a letter that we could sign and send to the homeowner, or the property owner.
What are you
So
gonna
that-
do? Sending a letter doesn't do much. All that tells me is that if I wanna go take a culvert out of the road, I'll go take it out and move it where I want it.
Well,
And you're setting precedent. If you don't do something, you're setting precedent.
I guess if it's actionable, then we need physical evidence.
Well, isn't that theft when you take something out that actually was there? Isn't that theft?
Well, I would need to see a report of what actually happened, because honestly, all I've heard is so-and-so say that, and so-and-so say that, and now you say.
Well, if you discussed it 2 or 3 weeks ago, you should have some thoughts about it. What's the other
Do
two
you have a
you
letter
think?
for us?
not completed yet.
Well, Brendan went up and talked to Mr. Snyder about it. I called Steve Snyder about it because we heard about it. And I asked him why he did that, and he said he thought at one time Mr. O'Hare was told him about what they were gonna do with that culvert or something. I don't know the whole story.
He explained to me that Mr. O'Hare, Mr. Sacco had spoken with him, that he had gone from that culvert wasn't doing any good there, and that the county would pull the pipe out and bring it up to his son's place, and his son could put it, and he placed it at the end of his driveway. He then admitted to me as we were driving around that, yes, his son did it, but he said the county said that they would pull it out for him, not giving him permission to pull it out himself. And that was why I expressed my concerns that you can't be doing things like that. It's county right away. And with that pipe being pulled out, I don't know if he pulled it out, moved it up to his house, put it into his house, and then came back and tried to backfill that area, that someone could have gotten hurt, and that was my major concern, was that this is county area, county responsible. Whether we said it or not, I don't know, because I wasn't here for that.
Yeah.
Then I don't want this to ever happen.
It's easy to say something that somebody else said. I don't believe Michael O'Hara probably gave anybody the right to do that.
No, what
I know
he's
you guys
saying
don't get
is
along,
he-
didn't get along with Michael. But I doubt if he ever said somebody could do that. I worked with Michael some, I put some entrances in.
Mr. Snyder said that, Mr. O'Hare said the county would pull it out and lay
Right,
it up
which
there,
I
but
don't
his
doubt. I
son
mean, we were
did
already
it
going
himself.
to be in that area, I'm sure.
So-
But that doesn't mean that you just go ahead and do that as the
So,
property
so,
owner.
so what, otherwise you're setting precedents. If I'll go take a culvert out. I know there's a couple of brand new ones that, damn, I could use a culvert at home. And I'll backfill it with dirt. Is there any difference?
No, it shouldn't be happening, for sure.
Well, then what's, there, you
Well-
can't just, well, no, you shouldn't have done it. Dang, people, I shouldn't have killed that guy. And then walk away.
Well, maybe we also shouldn't have trees cut for people on their property and other people getting special culverts in front of the lineup that's supposed to, and that's not toward you. I'm just saying, we can go back and hash through all the things that happened that are not supposed to happen. For us to set a precedent, maybe
You're setting a precedent that something don't happen. Mr. Weigel, is that not theft if you took something that was not yours?
Sheriff White.
Sheriff Weigel?
Well, actually, it's probably theft of county property and criminal destruction of county property. Number one, if you take an item, that's theft. Number two, if you go in there and tear up the roadway, that's criminal destruction. That would be my opinion.
So where is this culvert?
It's now in his driveway.
It'll be Son's
Yeah,
house.
his son dug it out with his backhoe, brought it up to his house.
Where he dug it out, is that hole fixed now so people can't drive into
You
that?
can drive through it, but it's,
Rough.
yeah.
Well, would they just backfill it with dirt where the culvert was?
This sounds like a county attorney decision to me, not a board decision.
Yeah.
If it's an actual criminal act, it does nothing, we can't,
If
that's
if
not
there's
our
nothing,
job.
if nothing is reported by somebody to the county attorney, she can't do anything.
Well, that would be through the sheriff's department, not through the commission.
Darrell?
Yes, sir.
If it would have been, an official report would have been reported to us, we would have done a case on it, and then referred it to the county attorney for prosecution.
Yes?
Correct.
I
Nobody
understand
Nobody
that.
filed any report
So if you would
on
like to
it.
file a report at this point, I think that's what needs to happen, because it's not the commission's responsibility to go out looking for illegal activity and report it to the sheriff, to the county attorney, et cetera, et cetera. I have no evidence that it even happened. What I'm going by is what's been told through the department, which I suspect was known by the person who operates that route, because they would be there and be familiar with what is where and what looks shifted or moved, and et cetera.
When things are reported to the commission or to the road supervisor, do they not have a obligation to do some work? Just as a county taxpayer, I think that there's an obligation here for somebody to have done some work.
You're reporting it to the wrong people,
Who am I supposed to report it to?
county attorney. As he
I done
said.
talked to the county attorney. I talked to Jennifer about this deal.
Did you file?
So they're gonna be
I didn't file a
investigation?
complaint because I can.
Well, that's the
But
course of
the
action.
thing
You
is-
file a complaint.
That it does no good to ever come in here and say, I have a complaint against something to you guys because it ain't filed. Is that what I'm hearing?
We're taking from you hearsay evidence. We have no idea of the facts of the case. You have idea of the facts. You're the one that should report it. If we go up there, we're gonna have to call you in there, the county attorney, and say, this is the person that knows about it. This is the person who should have reported it, not us. I don't know, if I went out and
Who
looked at that culvert, I wouldn't know where it came from. I'm having somebody's word on that. You know the facts, you're the one that's supposed to report it. Don't come in here and holler at us for something you should do.
So there's the roadway where it was pulled out of and backfilled?
May I?
Yes.
Just a little far.
Who would have been liable if there had been a wreck on that thing?
We don't know.
We are, I
No,
don't think there's a dispute
that's what
about the.
this just looks like to me. Everybody's just wanting to cover everything up
No, we say.
and
that
just let it go.
You should go talk to the county attorney. You have the facts of the case. You're the one that can make the complaint, not me,
His driveway,
not the board.
not the road, sir.
If we go out there and look at it, we're looking at
Let's
something
see
after the
that.
fact, and we have to take, words from people that we have no
Assuming
idea
you
what's going on.
will need
County
to.
You
will
to have
take
the
in, and
knowledge,
Mr.
you're the
Myers
person to
committed
go to
to
the county
the
attorney and say,
meeting
county attorney, this is what happened, this is it, this
That's
is
not
it.
quite the same story I got from the county attorney.
That's
I've
at
had a
that curve.
conversation with the county
That's-
attorney.
That's just close to the lodge
It's
there.
not quite the same,
Just past.
same one I've
No,
got
no,
from
this
Kirkham.
is
Why
on,
is
this
that?
is on the road before you go
What
to
did she say?
45th, right?
She
It's on
says that
50th?
unless
It's
it
on
is
50th
That's
before
on
you
50th.
turn.
reported, you don't, can't do
It
anything.
goes
But
up
she
the
said,
hill.
yes, where it was a county deal, it was
This is
talking about in a
50th.
minute. It should have been, the commissioners ought to have some
In our
push
own-
on it. I mean,
Yes.
otherwise,
There's one there that
I,
was removed.
like I said,
The
it
only
looks like
push
to
I
me you're
got
just
is to
opening
take
things
you
up.
up there and
Was
say,
there was one
this
there.
man
Where's
has a
that one?
complaint.
Where's the one?
Why
that
don't
was
you
in
go
the
up there on your own?
ditch
You're the
under
one that knows about it. I
He
don't know
pulled it out,
about
I
it.
don't know where it
If I
was.
went out there and looked at it,
Okay,
I
I'm
still
giving,
would know
I'm
about
gonna give you a formal complaint right here and now.
it. Doesn't do any good to complain to me because it's hearsay testimony. You gotta talk to the lady upstairs.
I talked to Jennifer and you guys, you know, the one thing about this county, ain't none of you get along, and none of you
Well,
talk
I
to each
don't-
other good enough to know what you're doing.
We don't have any problem with
No,
that.
yes, you do. Don't give me that. I've talked with enough people that you guys all don't get along real well. And the, laughing stock in places, people.
Has a crime been committed?
Yes, there was a thing.
Do you have knowledge of that crime, personal?
I wasn't there the day it was dug out, if you mean that.
Do you know that that's the culvert that was dug out?
If you go up there and look at the road, and he admitted it, and I tell you what, Quentin Richards has got, Sean Snyder is the one that does,
who
be
has
quiet
to
for a little bit, be
prosecute-
quiet for a little bit, and I will
Who
tell you
has to,
this.
who has to
Darrell.
prosecute this?
Sean Snyder dug that out. Sean Snyder dug this out. It's on, Quentin Richards has got, Sean emailed him what he was doing and when he was doing it. Now, is that proof?
Okay, so, but
That's
again,
what you have to take
you're
to
bringing
Jennifer.
us some hearsay information that really should be going from the person who has the actual information straight to the source for reporting, which would be our sheriff's department. If someone, may I finish? If someone was there and drove on the road and came across someone with their own machinery digging up through the county property, they should have called that in at that time. I did not see it. I can't offer any additional information or evidence to the situation. It needs to be reported. However, all I can do is make an accusation, and then there has to be an investigation, and someone needs to be willing to come forward who has the actual information that it happened, or some evidence, or like you're saying, the person with the email that knows, that should really be the person giving the information to the source that you report crimes to.
Well, it just might get done.
Well, that's the only thing.
But
I
like I say, it's a little different story than I got from Jennifer about that, where this has went through the minutes already.
The only person that can correct this is the county attorney. It's a legal problem, and she is the county's legal person, and she can fix it, nobody else. If you report to Micheal, he has to go up to the county attorney. She's the only one that
I'm
can
aware of that.
prosecute.
Here's what, to make it simple. Most reports like this go to the road and bridge. All they need to do is come up and file a report with the sheriff's office, and our deputy goes out there and investigates, does an investigation. We complete the investigation, take the photographs, interview the witnesses, we compile that, finish the investigation, then it goes to the county attorney. County attorney's responsible for either prosecuting or not prosecuting. That's simplified, that's just the way it is.
Okay, so I think at this point, unless you guys disagree with me, we can instruct the road and bridge supervisor to, the highway department director to go ahead and turn over any information that you have for the report. Does anyone disagree with that?
No, that's the way it's supposed to go.
To the police department, what you have, Brendan.
The sheriff's
And then
department, yeah.
to the sheriff's department, not the
Yeah.
police, and,
Otherwise, you're still telling me if I go out and if I take a culvert out of a road and I don't get caught at it by anybody, there's nothing you can do to me.
That's correct.
Well,
Okay,
It was
thank you.
actually-
Unless somebody,
That's what I really wanted to know.
well, you know
Because
better than that, Darrell.
You just set precedent.
Darrell, you know better than that.
Jim?
Theft is theft, no matter what you call it, when you get caught in the middle of the night.
Okay, then what was this? If theft is theft, no matter
Well,
what you
it
It's
do.
still the
hasn't
same
been
as anyone
recorded.
stealing from
Weren't
anyone
you
else,
sitting
though.
here listening?
I was sitting here listening very well, and if it was in the minutes 2 or 3 weeks ago, you guys knew about it. It was reported. The road bosses ought to know it was reported evidently because you got pictures of it. You've been up there, so it was reported.
So he reports
Well,
it to
we're
the
not
sheriff,
past
and
the
they do an
statute of
investigation.
Communication.
No, it's just,
Well, we didn't know the policy that we should go
No,
to the
it's-
sheriff.
you do know the policy.
Well, Brendan didn't know that.
Okay,
or what-
let's move on.
And we didn't instruct
Mr.
him to do
McKay, why
that.
don't you come up here to the table?
Yeah.
And
Well, we're in a good mood.
what I will just say for the record.
Did you have a cookie yet then?
Yeah.
Okay, then at least be a little happy.
Is that what's in the break room?
Yeah, my wife made those.
Well, you should bring him in here.
Well, I had to bring them up to the clerk's office, because that way they get,
I'm joking.
Let's
That's
have
fine.
them in the break room so that
That's-
everybody could have
I'm
a seat.
just joking. No.
In here, I thought they were called. I was looking at that moldy pumpkin pie left in the refrigerator.
That probably was mine.
I ditched it. Sorry. I don't think you want it. So maybe we should discuss this just briefly. If this happens again where you get information, you should correspond with the sheriff.
You
But
should
I will
inform-
say for the record, if we had sent a letter and the person had acknowledged it back to us, there's your evidence. If you want evidence that's
You should
that's
inform-
produced by the board.
Brendan, you should inform us like you did, but still, then maybe go to the sheriff's department.
well, it was,
See, we didn't, you're new
It happened
and we're
before-
pretty
yeah,
new
it
on
happened
something like
before
this
it came
happening, and so we.
Yeah.
but no, I was made
You're
aware of
saying
it.
someone told you that if this has already been done.
It
How long
happened
ago?
the weekend before I started.
That was like a month ago, before you were here. Yeah.
Memorial,
And then the first thing you did was, I think you called
Labor
up
Day
to
weekend,
go up
I called
there.
up there, met with him.
Right.
Spent 2 hours in the vehicle.
Well, and I called Steve Snyder and I asked him what he's doing because I heard about that. And I said, why is your son digging out? He says, well, we thought we'd go better up there. I'm going, well, you can't just be digging out culverts. And then you did, then we didn't pursue it
Was
now
nothing put in there? It was just filled in with nothing?
He just fills it back in with
Does
what
it
was
need a
with
culvert
dirt,
where
right?
it was?
There should be one there, yes, because of, and that's why I explained to him that
That wasn't the
it
time
didn't
to
flow water.
transition
No,
that.
it
If he
didn't,
had a request, he could have requested that when you replace it, move
Yes.
that one to the ditch under, yeah.
because there should still be, in my opinion, there should still be one there. It's a trickle flat pipe for when we have the overflow, because the pond they've developed on their hunting property does not hold water. It seeps through. Those ponds that they have up there.
Seeps
that's
through
probably-
where?
It seeps through the subsurface.
To the
comes
road,
out to that
to the
ditch.
road, but.
Yes, and it comes to the road surface there. That pipe allows the water to go,
Under the
that
road.
excess water when we have rain flow, in addition to
So
what's
really what
seeping
it needed
through.
was a bigger culvert.
No, it needs that one for the excess when we have rain with the additional seepage.
The
It
same
would
size
overflow the road.
is fine,
It would work.
yeah, that's unfortunate. Well, that'll have to happen with the legal process.
Yeah, in the
and it doesn't
future.
really- I mean, our policy is don't remove any of our property.
Yes.
Let our county hired folk move it
And
if
that's
that's
why-
agreed to at the time. Yeah, do not do it
And
yourself.
that's why I explained to him, like, I don't know what deals were made before I got here. All I know is, I don't believe that they would have said to you
No,
to
I'm
pull
sure
it out
they didn't
yourself.
say that you can do it
And he said,
yourself.
well, he said we could get it, and then after about an hour of driving with him, explaining what's going on there
He
and
didn't
why
say
it
you
was
could get
there,
it personally.
he said, yeah, they said the county would pull it out and bring it up to our driveway for us to put in. My son just got impatient.
Okay.
Explained to him,
Well, that's on them then, individually. It's not, yeah. Okay,
Well, in the future too, if anything has happened like that, or stuff stolen, like culverts or anything, you should file a report with the sheriff's department.
what about this stuff, the roadways?
About what?
This
Just
stuff,
the
roadways.
Well, that's really not theft or nothing.
Well, we have
Yeah,
to
it
spend the
is
time
too.
to,
Yeah, it is.
time
You
to get
can't
it
do
back.
that. You can't do that.
that's kind of why I had suggested we need to have correspondence with the landowner saying, this is the situation. And then if they respond, they're either verifying or denying. I mean, that's the majority of what we do, is we're responsible for that correspondence.
Okay.
If it comes down to something that's actually illegal and charges can be pressed, that's determined by the other
Okay.
departments. We don't determine that, and even if there is compensation to be had, I don't even think we get that money unless we decide to take a civil action, right? If they were fined, that doesn't come back to the county. Right?
It depends on what the judge
Goes to the
says.
state. So
Okay.
ultimately, what I'm saying is if we
Yeah.
start, let's say hypothetically, we have another situation. When we start that correspondence, say, dear landowner, you have done X, Y, and Z to our property, please respond. Then they either admit or deny, and at that point, we've begun the communication process, whereas if we want to become compensated for it, if it's an actionable item, then we have some sort of chain of communication to provide in that situation. Otherwise, if it's actually illegal or destruction of property, yada yada, that's not determined by us.
Okay.
We just are there to collect our money if we decide that we want someone to pay us for what
Yeah.
they destroyed.
So
But
speak
that
with the
would
sheriff
still take
about, with all the information I have about
Please.
that area first, and then going forward,
Yeah.
letters, and speak with the sheriff when it's something like that again?
I think so.
Okay,
Yeah.
so do
That's
both.
what I think.
Okay. I can do that.
Thank you.
Then, so a few of the things that we have going on, Alan Offenberg, they farm 250th, 270th on grain. The ditches have filled in, silted in, and the field entrance that's there, they do not need it. I've spoken with him myself. They were wondering if, when we pull the ditch, can we spread that out into his field outside of our right of way, or can we just leave it up on the edge of our right of way and he can spread it himself?
The soil?
The soil from the
He
ditch.
needs to spread that.
We can pull it, that's,
You can
Pull
pull
it
it,
and
but he's
leave
gotta
it.
put
Leave
it
it on
in
the
his
edge.
field, yeah.
that was my thought on it, but I wanted to make sure so we didn't start doing it.
Yeah, no, you,
Is there a culvert there?
That he wants pulled out because they don't use that entrance and
Yeah.
it's causing it
So
to
then we
erode
can-
further into
But
his
we can
field.
reclaim our culvert and use it somewhere else and just leave the soil that
I
we
think the
removed.
culvert's smashed.
Oh,
no, they need one up at
it's
Snyder.
ruined.
Take it up
It's
there.
ruined.
Okay, it was just as we were pulling it out. Do we spread it out into his field?
Yeah,
Or do we
I don't
leave it on
think-
the
No,
edge?
we don't
Okay.
ever wanna go into
That's-
private
you
property
can't do
because
that.
That was my
the
thought as
county,
well.
yeah, the county cannot do anything for someone's personal gain.
And I've seen,
And
I've heard
liability
it's been done
reasons,
before in
too.
the past. That's why I wanted clarification on that. We can
Mhm.
we can pull the ditch out and leave it out at the edge of our right of way
Yeah.
where he can spread out into his field.
Well,
Well,
you know, you
technically,
could
do
coordinate it with him, he could be there with the
Yes.
spreading
Yeah,
stuff
he
and
could be
stuff. You
Yep.
can do that, but we can't physically move the.
But when you're doing it, you could tell him that he could be there too, and
Yeah, and that's what
assist with the whole thing.
that's what we would do.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they're allowed in the right of way, correct? I mean, or is the agreement that, you would know this better, is the agreement that because we have the right of way sharing with the property owner, that they're not allowed to do anything in the right of way, or are they allowed? Cause I know some people mow the ditch and, I mean, on their side, it comes down and they do this side, but we still have the,
Yeah, like, that's one thing around the state is people forming the ditches, and there's actually, I think there's a state statute that's not okay.
well, I think it says that we are allowed to destroy their crop if we decide to go in and reclaim our ditch in
Yeah.
the right of way.
Yeah, we've had counties go in and mow, they go out and mow the corn.
Yeah.
It's 100 bushel of corn and they go and mow it.
Yeah.
But yeah, farmers are supposed to stay out of the right.
I'm just saying, I don't think there's anything that keeps
Yeah.
that property owner from scooping the dirt that's there in the right of way. It's not like I don't think they're not allowed to.
Yes, if the county comes and moves the silt to the back slope, and then they come in and pretty
And
much
move it
push
themselves
back,
from there.
I think that would be fine.
And then the Hawk Drive, east of 14, we had that collapse.
Collapsed bridge or small culvert.
Yep, they're putting a culvert in, I believe, this morning. I thought.
That happened when Friday night.
Friday afternoon.
A friend of mine was driving by there, well, the county, with the mail carrier went by there, that's just south where I live, a mile, but one of those, that actually crushed it straight down like 3 feet.
Oh.
And yeah, but you could, there's half of the road, you could kinda go around it, but we didn't.
It was
know
cracked.
about
The half that was still standing had a crack running right through the center of
Yeah.
it that was visible, so I felt,
It was like concrete, but so I said we should close that because it was, somebody drive around and hit that, it'd stop your car and really could kill somebody or hurt them bad. So that needs fixed.
Okay.
And that was actually a failed small bridge, a concrete one. And he put a
I put
warning on
barricades
about
up.
14 highway, I said,
Bridge out.
closed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was good.
and they're working on that now.
Okay, good.
So I've got 2 pictures here. They're from different dates. Over at Spillman Creek. Just see if you can spot a difference in the 2 of them.
Well, yeah, well,
So-
this is a lot closer, obviously.
Well, in the background, you can see on one how there's 2 gas markers. That was the one that I took the day I started. The one without 2 gas markers was taken last Monday. That is continuing to fail.
Oh, this is that one right along, where yeah.
It's right up by
Yeah, I
my
know where it
road.
is.
It's
Yes.
on, yeah, on
It's continuing to fail
150.
and erode further and further. Because I was told that when they put those
Weren't we
concrete
gonna
in,
talk to this landowner?
Yeah,
To
so
do-
we,
we
Okay.
got information on that.
yep,
But
Yeah, that's,
what
Yeah,
scared
I
me
got
was
it
I
the
saw a
other
bus
day.
there
I
go
talked
through
to
there
him.
last Monday. And that's not on a bus route that I've been able to find.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna
I
say,
don't-
that shouldn't be a bus route.
It's,
Did you call the school perhaps?
I
Maybe
did
that's
not.
what we should do.
It might have been,
I-
well, Rick McBride is a bus driver, he probably was done for the
Well-
morning, and he probably took 18 to his house, he lives straight south there. So he probably took it home with no kids in there.
we've closed that road for a reason,
Yeah.
and we keep hemming and hawing, are we gonna leave it open? My opinion, we close that until we can move the road over.
Did you talk to the
Yeah, Wally is amenable
haven't-
to
I got
taking some of
Wally
his field.
Sheldon?
Yeah,
Did you talk to
we
him
have
yet?
his
I
information.
talked to him yesterday.
What'd he say?
He's amenable to moving, going through his field and redoing that whole thing. That would not be an issue. But they are
Yeah.
not amenable to closing the road. They think they need it, and they're adamant about that, but I don't think, at the very least, we need to put a metal railing up.
It's not gonna stay.
That-
Yeah.
This whole slope?
Well, I was just
creating
thinking of
This-
getting them through field
whatever that's
harvest,
called.
or
This
fall
has
harvest.
continued to grow.
I know it does. I was out there yesterday looking at it.
It continues to grow, and it's gonna not stop. I don't feel okay having traffic cross this at the moment. But it's the
Then-
commission's decision if they want to leave it open or not. But I don't feel comfortable having
I
traffic on
suggest
there.
early on that we need to put permanent barriers across that road so that they can't move and go around.
But he's saying there's not enough sturdy, stable soil.
We can't,
to-
there's not enough there's no
No,
stability.
permanent barriers across the road.
So we
Oh,
close the
to
road.
close
Yeah,
it.
not done.
Not something they can drive over like.
The barricades.
Yeah,
But we were,
Could-
but that
We-
that is not what we said because we were talking about
Leaving
getting
it open for
harvest.
harvest.
I know. We tried to keep it open, but apparently you're not gonna be able to keep it open.
What do you
I
think,
don't believe
Tanner? Did you look at it?
Yeah, I think I got a call before he started about it. We went and looked at it, and we decided to put barricades up. Just something like that, you never know. You may get a big rain, and more of it may slough off. You just don't know. And we're in the business to keep people safe. It's unsafe.
It was supposed to be
So-
like 2 to 3 inches this week.
You know,
Right,
and
right.
It's
So-
Fred Farkle that I'm worried about, that's coming up the road from Shady Bend or someplace, never been out there looking around, and he doesn't know the hazardous, and he'll be upside down in 16 foot of creek. I thought early on we should put some serious barriers up there and close it. That was my first thought, but apparently we're gonna have to put some really serious barriers that they can't bulldoze over with their machinery, because they're gonna continue to do that.
Right, 'cause I think they put those wooden barricades, and I think they set some T-posts. to
They
keep
just,
them
they
from wind
run
from
over
off.
those steel posts.
Right. And
They
they're
do.
all on the
They're
west
bent
end.
big.
Or something, you're gonna have to close the road.
And I looked under that little bridge and I see some of those wood timbers
Yeah,
starting to shift a
Yeah, that
little.
is a timber.
That's what's scary, cause that could break through with a big tractor. And like we just had this little 4-foot one break through,
Yeah.
semi or somebody with a tractor ran over that. Well, that's what breaks through, you're going down 10, 15 feet.
Right.
And that could really damage or hurt somebody bad.
So what we looked as an option, and you guys are probably already aware, is just moving the road, getting some right of way from, so it's a John A. Sheldon.
Well, yeah,
number
Wally Sheldon,
one,
yeah, it's his
And then his
estate.
boy, Wally,
Wally's
and
the
then
guy.
Joseph is his
Yeah,
boy.
yeah.
So we were gonna try to reach out to him this afternoon, and just see if he'd be open.
Maybe we could make a temporary road going west of this whole thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And then we were looking at kind of draining it too, and Brendan and I were thinking we could put a pipe kind of on the north on Milo,
Yeah.
and also one on 150, and then possibly one right in the corner to drain to where that structure's at. And then we take that structure out and we just get away from that stream.
Yeah, get away
altogether.
from that, because
Yeah.
that little bridge now, there's only like, that little creek coming from, or it's just a ditch coming from the west, that's only like 100 yards.
Well, Wally said that he has people cut through his field now to avoid that.
Oh,
So this
okay.
isn't a surprise, and it's, the local folks out there recognize the difficulty.
So they're just cutting off west and driving 100 yards south and then come back on the regular road.
Right,
Of
right.
course, through his field.
But then when we had talked about, maybe using the gravel that's already there on the roadway, kind of
Reclaiming that road
reclaiming.
surface to,
And I think he
Well,
feels like
maybe
the
we-
county can do this
We should
themselves.
consult with Wally and see if we can do
Right.
that and get going on that.
Right,
Because this little bridge is bad, we know that.
yeah,
But he's amenable to moving
Okay.
that as soon as he gets his bales out.
okay.
We would have to, yeah. If
Get
you
a
may
little-
want to discuss
they should
that
be
with
out
him,
already.
if he would do that, and then, I don't know what to talk about.
But I'd
Getting them-
recommend we pursue the avenue of moving that road west some number,
yeah,
with 100 yards or whatever you gotta do to get
Where
over
it's
that
totally,
deep
where it's
ditch
totally
and-
west far enough, it's not involved with any of them ditches or little
Right.
creek or nothing.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
He's amenable to that.
okay. But you're all right with placing large barricades?
I
the
think
moment.
you got to.
I think we would
Something
now
you
because
can't do
that's looking more dangerous, you're right.
And that was last Monday, and it's fallen.
And I was wanting
over
to
yet.
accommodate these farmers, because I know them all real well, and they wanna get there for harvest, but it's dangerous there, and we just had one little bridge collapse. We know it can happen.
Okay. Then,
Two big, guys you talk to, Rick and Wally, I think.
Yeah, I talked to Rick and Wall.
Get the two of them lined up and you're all right, Rick McBride and Wally Sheldon.
Well, they wanna have it open, but I said, it's getting too dangerous, Rick, he wants to go straight north to the 18 to go to town, because it's handy.
then over on Larkin and Hunter, we spoke last week about putting tubes in for water flow. The water is currently being turned 90 degrees, and it has to climb 3 feet of elevation and then turn another 90 degrees to go down a quarter mile to come back to the south.
Yeah, I
The
saw.
landowners, I've spoken with them, the turnoff there, this large semi turnoff from Old 18, is not platted in the road books. So the options are we either take that road off, that turnoff off, reclaim that,
That curve,
yes sir,
yeah.
or we put in 2 sections of pipe to
Coming
keep the
straight-
water,
Coming straight from the west going east
yes.
to that, then that cuts
That dry
across
finger of the
Brock
creek,
Mueller's
yes, and I
to the
spoke
south.
with Mr. Mueller and he said he was alright with that. Because he
Well-
said he wants the water to get to his property because then he can manage it.
Yeah, I
Because right
talked,
now it backs up and takes out.
and I talked to him too, and I know he's probably talked to Alexis and maybe Jim too about that. But, what would you think would be the best? You think it just?
The best that we would have with our
Close that
current-
curve road?
No.
Well, then we'd have to fill,
reclaim it.
we'd have to backfill with dirt
Yes.
to fill that up.
The
and
best that we have with current employees and equipment would be to place 2 culverts, one for the main road,
Yeah.
one for that turn,
Yeah,
and get the water stay on the south side of the road.
Right.
Because right now it backs up. It has to climb an elevation to go to the north, which water doesn't like to do. So it backs up there and swirls back around.
And then it comes-
it keeps
I know,
undermining
then
that road.
right, it
So
goes
if
to
we
the,
keep
I
it
don't know why
straight-
they made it that
So
way.
I don't either.
Drain it to the north, and then it drains it to
I can tell you
the east, and then it comes back to the south.
I can tell you
Yeah.
why they did it.
Why?
One
Money.
pipe to go to the north
Money.
versus 2 pipes to carry it to the
Yeah.
east.
I'd say use best engineering judgment and fix it.
Okay.
I think that, I agree with, I think that's what Brock was wanting to do, because come straight south, driving straight east to west, west to east with that water, and that'd be a straight shot, then that water wouldn't go on the north side of the road, it wouldn't have to.
It wouldn't. And
Right, I think that's the
it wouldn't
simplest.
swirl back around.
I
and
agree
cut
with
off
you,
the
I
road.
think that's my opinion, I don't know about you guys, but
Yeah, I
I think,
saw it. I was
that's
out
what
there
I
with
think
them
too, and I think that's
last
what,
week.
I think that's what Mr. Walker and Brock Mueller want.
And they already did half the work as far as
Yeah,
what do
they-
you call
they
it,
were-
shooting the grade or.
Yeah. Shouldn't have, but they did. But that's in our right of way.
Yeah,
But, well, according to one record, it's our right of way, another record it's not. There's one record for there that says 20 or 40 foot, the other one says 60 foot.
So that would be the difference from the bottom of the ditch up their slope.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I've spoken with them about it, and
yeah, but I think what you just
I
said is
presented
good.
the options.
In my opinion, that would be the best,
Yeah.
2 culverts.
Then here, Krista Cheney has asked us to formally close this section of road here on Milo and 100th. There's a bridge out there. Right now we have road closed signs and a minimum maintenance sign.
Oh, yeah, that's Dan Cheney's there. isn't
Yes.
it? Yeah. You was wanting to close this whole thing?
Close it off because the bridge is out down there.
Yeah.
Or it's in bad shape.
You know where that is, right?
I do.
Yeah,
I went on-
She
I went on
actually
Friday.
talked
and
to
then
me
there-
about that, yeah.
Garrett Cheney or Chris and Steve lived there.
And it's
used to.
basically the same old conversation. A lot of these roads, the only people that are on them anyhow are people that don't really have a reason to be,
Well,
a legitimate reason, other than just
And-
touring the countryside.
And
So
hardly nobody takes that,
Right.
except Google Maps people come from Kansas City and turn off there,
Ex-
and then they get stuck here, and Dan Cheney had to pull them out
Yeah.
couple times.
So
So I think they'd like to close that off, because right now it's weeds anyway.
And right now it has road closed signs. I had to go put one
I
back
think-
out Friday because one was missing, the barricade and sign.
Dude.
my question, is there gravel on that road?
No.
Let's get you see it.
Okay,
Oh, I know.
You know where it is, yeah.
The first little turnoff section's gravel, but the rest is just dirt.
okay, yeah.
Do you
I don't
think
see, can we schedule you need to get the information, remember John was saying, so that she can create the document for the
Do
hearing?
you need, like,
A description of the,
a
she
landowner?
a formal, no, we don't
Oh,
need the landowners.
Oh, just-
Well, I guess that we need a request from them. So in writing, did she just do that verbally? She only said
Did
to
it
me
verbally.
Who-
According to the statute,
Chris
we don't
Cheney?
need a written request. We just have to get a legal land description of it and
hold the hearing.
hold a hearing.
Who
Okay.
requested that, Chris, Cheney?
But I thought it was different if we decide, if we make a determination to do something versus it being a landowner making a request. I thought there was a difference. In
Well,
the process.
sometimes, they usually do the one that requests, and then we go pursue it from there, right? We just don't close roads usually on our own, do we?
No, not unless, no, right.
Not unless it's somebody's
She
requesting
made a
it.
verbal request, did she not?
Yes.
Her verbal request to the landowner.
I think it
Yeah.
would be smart though to just create a document that is a request form and you have it, then it's on record and you put all the road closure requests in a file and you know that if there's a road closure and the date, you can kind of figure out where it was and who made it and, because what if the same person doesn't live there later, or they're in the transition or something like that?
Yeah, some little form that says we request close this from this to this. That way, we have it in writing, you always want everything in writing,
Yep.
and then we have a file of it. I know it's on the minutes here that we said it here, but it's
Okay.
handy.
Get that
And she'll write, I'm
formal
sure
land
she'll.
description.
Okay.
Yes.
And
from
then-
the
But I think we should pursue that, cause I've heard other people want that one closed too.
Yep. And then wind towers have contacted me for road maintenance agreement. They're gonna be doing work here in the upcoming year. This is the one that they did last. When they had spoke with Micheal about it, he was working on it. They were just going to update it with the correct dates. Is that how we want to pursue that?
Yeah, so I'm actually
Okay.
working on
You're
that.
working with
Yes,
it,
I'm working on that. I'm
okay.
sorry I don't have it for you today, but I'm working on that. I was gonna add some revisions from some of the other projects we've worked on, and I was gonna just leave them highlighted yellow so you guys can review my revisions.
Okay.
But I'll try to get that to you here in a week or two.
Okay.
So
There's
I
no
started on it.
hooks and crooks in here we need to worry about, are there?
Well,
I mean,
we
it's
had
pretty
discussed a few
straightforward.
things
Doing an inspection
Yeah.
on the roads.
and having them pay for your services
Yes.
to do that.
Yes.
But there are no surprises.
Well, this is the old agreement,
Oh, I
and they're
understand.
just requesting to repeat.
Yeah,
But
but,
we wanted him to make some amendments.
Yes.
yeah.
I don't think you were here, maybe, right? Because we haven't
Right.
discussed this for about 2 months.
Yeah, it's been a little while.
Longer than that.
What I'm saying is there's not gonna be any surprises in here. It's
Right.
gonna be
It
straightforward.
is.
Yeah, I would think so. Typically, we do recommend the county attorney does look at it.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So, yeah, so I'm working on that. Got busy here the past
Have you,
How soon do we need it?
He was wondering sooner the better
couple. Okay.
So can
when he
you-
talked with me about it.
When are they starting?
Looks like 2020, so.
So
Next-
maybe the
next
next
year.
time we see you, Mr. Yost?
And I can talk with him, I'll call him later today. I can work with Tanner on getting a schedule for when they're planning on having it done.
Yeah, because Micheal had kind of put me in contact with him, and it looks like he's now contacting you.
Well, they're probably just waiting to hear back and they haven't heard anything.
Right,
So you
right.
continue to do your amendments.
Yep.
Then you can present it and discuss it with him and we agree to it, have the county attorney sign off on it and
Okay.
then they proceed.
have you heard, since we're talking about this, Tanner, about, we've heard different things, like you were saying, you read the new release or something, are they gonna replace the blades and the nacelle or that generator part? Do you know all of that yet? or
This
anything?
repower, it's just,
What does that mean though? Do you know what repower consists of?
So I think it's the blades and the hub, and I think the blades and hub together make the rotor.
I don't think it's
And
the
then-
blades, I thought it was the generators.
And what-
I don't
I'd have
think
to
it
look
was
back.
I don't think it was the blades, because remember, we were concerned about what they were gonna do with the waste. But then
Yeah,
we found out it wasn't the blades, because we thought, oh, can they just contract with someone to?
yeah, but
leave
Alexis,
their-
I heard that they were gonna take the blades and cut them up and haul them on.
I
I
don't
think they're doing everything.
Yeah,
They are?
Well, see, that's just it. I'm just curious what's really going on, and it's no big deal. It's just curious. People ask me, and I'm going, well, I'm not sure. I think they're gonna do blades, but then Alexis said you did.
Didn't they
You didn't think the blades were coming off, and that's all. I just wanna kinda understand what's going on, so
Didn't they
if
send
somebody
us a
asks me
letter?
downtown, I can say,
right.
I think we're
right,
doing this,
exactly.
you know, that's all. And when did they,
Probably an email.
Because I thought
I-
Micheal and we
yeah,
reached
didn't
out
you
and
say-
asked
or
them
were
They did,
And
because they were gonna
asked.
make it part of the plan that
Right.
they have to recycle.
the disposal plan.
right, I've heard that too.
And
recycle.
And we went and asked them about that, and they
Remembering
said that's
also.
gonna be up to the contractor, and the contractor didn't have a plan in place yet.
Mhm.
Do you,
They were gonna try to force them to recycle, but they didn't know.
Right.
what,
Because you guys are gonna have to deny it from coming into
the
the landfill.
Lincoln landfill, yeah, we don't wanna hear. What, do you know when their time schedule is, when they're gonna
What
actually
you-
start
think
doing
so?
this?
I think they were gonna start the civil work this fall, winter,
Really?
and then start, and now this was a couple months ago when I was contacting this gentleman with a no. And then they were gonna start hauling components, I think, spring, early next year.
So next spring, summer,
Yeah, so they need a little time to put in all the turning radiuses and upgrade things if they need to for all the components.
do you know if they're gonna have to upgrade some of our bridges and roads?
So that's what
To accommodate their stuff?
That's something I typically like to look at the bridges.
Sure.
And we usually get component trucks from them showing the weight on each axle spacing.
Right.
And we'll do a load rating on the bridge. And if it does need to be upgraded, then yeah.
Then that's on them.
Yes.
And didn't we talk about you were gonna do a preliminary, like a center
Right.
point and then an ending inspection?
Yep,
And-
that's correct.
And
So-
that's what you're gonna include?
Yeah, so that's what, and I apologize, I'm like
And-
halfway
and
through it.
Are you also including the wording on how you will bill them directly? Because I would not like you to bill the county and then us have to request reimbursement from them.
Okay. So some counties, and however you guys want to do it, sometimes or some of their counties are doing, they send you guys $50,000, you put into account, and then we bill, and then you take it out of that, and then let them know, and then they take it back up to the $50,000. If you want us to send it directly to them, because our contract's gonna be with you,
Yeah.
so maybe that's how we propose it is, they give you guys a sum of money, and it's probably not gonna be 50,000.
Your
but-
contract
Because
isn't
your
with
contract
20,000.
reduces-
It's
Right,
an escrow.
for you
They're
guys.
contracted with us, so we have to
Right.
deal with the
So
money.
they put money in escrow.
Because we're gonna be paying
Okay.
you, then they reimburse us, or
Right.
like you say,
Right.
put it in an
Well-
escrow account or some money.
Right.
Top paragraph.
Okay. Okay. So payments out of the escrow account will be to a third party mutually agreed upon by, and you're gonna make sure that in the agreement, you are one of the mutually agreed upon parties for the specific services that you're gonna render.
Yeah, if you guys want us to do it, we just write ourselves in there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I
Okay.
don't want them to say, well, you're having X company do it and we didn't agree to that. Put your
Right,
name in there and
right.
then we know you're doing it.
Yeah, I think we should have you
We
in
don't
there.
have to
Okay.
double back on that.
Yeah, and so they usually submit a map showing the exact county roads that they're using, so we go take photos, measure the crown, amount of material.
Was it Kirkham and Micheal that was participatory in the agreement, the last one?
I think it was the previous county engineer, John Fishat, maybe, before me.
Well, I don't know. Long before me.
Yeah. I think there's a previous county engineer that was contracted, and I think he did that work, if I remember right. And we did the work in Ellsworth County. I think it's kind of split. Some of it's in Ellsworth, some of it's in Lincoln.
Mm-hmm.
There's no one else besides commissioners,
Right.
trade lanes on there.
Okay, so yeah, I apologize, I'm like halfway through it. It's kind of tedious reading through the agreements.
Let's continue
Okay,
with what
okay.
information you have to provide.
And then
Yeah, you got anything more on the windmills, since we're on it right now?
I don't.
Okay.
I was just gonna give you the update.
That's fine, thanks for the update. And now Brendan, you have more stuff up here,
Yep.
right?
I had an individual request. If we would sell material from the gravel pits that we lease, selling it to a member of the public, I don't think we
If
should.
can do that.
That's,
But some of our gravel pits, doesn't the farmer or the landowner have?
if the land,
Right, can
this
you,
this isn't a landowner, this
Oh,
isn't the landowner.
this is somebody else wanna buy it
from
a
the
different.
well, they could maybe, cause some of our leases say that the landowner can still use some of the gravel in the pit too, along with the county, right? Or do we have a
It would
hundred?
be with them,
Darryl?
and I don't believe. I don't
So
know if
when
it does
we have,
that.
so when we lease it, we have access to all of it,
Yeah,
and nobody else has any access to any of it, is that right? Okay.
that's my understanding of the
Okay,
lease.
one time I thought some of these leases, still the landowner could use some of it, but I don't know, I'm just, I'd heard.
According to the leases I've read, no,
Okay. Okay, that's fine, good, I'm glad you said
and maybe we have that working relationship where they can use some of it,
yeah.
but I don't.
Okay, that's
I didn't
fine.
believe we wanted to start selling material from these pits.
No.
Because then we would be considered an operator and have,
Right.
invite other government agencies to
Right.
come and inspect, and I don't think we wanna open that door.
Right.
The
I
lease
agree.
says it's for our county use.
Okay. And then block pit, that has been seeded already, I'm waiting for a call from KDHE. It was seeded back in June. Hannah found an invoice from when we were seeded, when it was seeded. So I put in the call to
Is it
KDHE.
grown?
Yes.
Well, among the weeds, probably 10-foot tall weeds in
Okay.
there too.
Yeah, well, that's why it didn't
But-
look like it was just
Okay.
weeds overgrown.
But that happens when you go, like, plant a new waterway. First
So-
year, you're gonna have like
Yeah, the
grass, so you're gonna have
mixture of-
weeds
yeah.
too. And then over the years, the grass will take over.
Yeah, so
So
I
you're
put in
waiting
a call
on
to
them.
KDHE, the person was out of the office for vacation. They will hopefully be contacting back soon,
Okay.
so we can, I don't know if an intermediate inspection was done when final slope. So part of the reclamation process is you need final sloping and approval on final sloping. They come out and look at the slope. I don't know if we completed that before we seeded it. So hopefully we won't have to cut everything down so they can see the slopes and replant. Because it's a small area, they might, and I honestly don't know if they came out for an initial inspection
Okay.
once sloping was done.
How big is that area in acres? Like, do you, can
10
you guess?
acres maybe.
Just 1 acre? Well,
No,
that's a-
10 if
Oh,
that.
10? 10? Well, that-
10 including the entire area. The last part that needed to be seeded is
Okay.
like
Okay.
2-3 acres. But it has been seeded, so when they get back with me, I'll see if they'll come out and do a final inspection and see if the initial sloping inspection had been completed, or if they require us to do that, we will have to cut down so they can see the slope, and then have to reseed, and then after it has grown again, we can call out for a final.
Okay.
So, but hopefully they'll get back to me and just come do the final inspection now. And then the other ones were, everything else I have is just regarding to employee and then the interview for the office manager position.
So, do we need an executive session?
About the office manager,
Yeah.
the interviews
Create a
for it?
job
Yeah, we better go to
offer,
executive
but-
session.
Anything else from you?
One thing, I guess, touch on the landslide on 280.
Yeah.
Looks like we only got 60 foot of right of way. And so we marked, I think the road's fairly wide, it's almost like 30 foot there. So we split the road and measured 30 foot out to estimate where the right of way may be. And that slide happened way off the county right of way. So, and then to fix it, I think you probably need to bench the hill back a little bit further. Do we want to pursue anything? Because
You're saying at that point you'd be on private property?
yes.
Yes.
So if you go out past that, and so I think that material fell into the ditch, and then I think the road and bridge department came and they pretty much bladed that so it would drain through the ditch, but it looked like they did a decent job. Yeah. So anything.
What do you recommend? Because,
If we put fill material on our portion of the right of way, and then you're saying there's I haven't seen it.
Yeah, so the hill kind of slid out
Uh-huh.
into the county right of way. Well, in order to keep
Oh,
the
the hill
drainage.
slid into the
Yes.
right of way, not away from
Yes,
the right of way?
right.
Oh,
It
okay.
slid into it.
Okay,
And so in order to keep the drainage, the road and bridge department went and just bladed the ditch and moved material. But there's only 60 foot, so if we do anything outside that, fixing that hill, we're outside of our right of way. Typically, I don't like going outside of the right of way. So,
There's a clay shale seam there
Yeah.
for the landslide where the hill slid into the roadway.
mm-hmm.
There are a couple of fixes you can do are to put pipes, install pipes in there with material to drain them, so the water doesn't sit on that clay shale and become wet and allow the material to slide off into the roadway, or you bench it, basically you cut it back,
Yeah.
push it
it's
further back onto the
stair
property
step
so
it.
it steps down.
But
so
that's still all.
It's all
it's on
Not
private
on-
property.
county right of way.
So to do that, we have to eminent domain right away there to cover
No,
the
Yeah,
the
you
hill?
have to
gentleman,
have an agreement.
the gentleman said, if you guys want to come and fix this, he'd be open to it, but it's outside the right of way, so.
What kind of a time frame are we looking at that we're gonna have to deal with this again? Just anytime it rains? Heavy? Or is it
That's a good
never
question.
I mean, it's
When
temporarily fixed for
the
right
ground,
now.
yeah,
Right.
when the
It's
ground's
right.
saturated and we have,
Yeah.
if we do not have rain like we've had the last 3.5 years, we're not gonna have a slide like that again.
Right.
It's
This
just,
year we had a lot of rainfall in it.
and the ground was already saturated to the point where the water was sitting in that clay shale layer, and when that gets wet, it turns real slick. So it doesn't bind and hold everything up because it's not scalped back.
Then let's have the route person keep their eye on it,
Okay.
and we'll see what
Yeah.
happens. If it's temporarily fixed for now, I say we have bigger fish to fry.
yeah,
I mean, other,
I agree. I don't know about Jim,
Yep, put it off.
and keep cleaning it, yeah, keep it clean
Keep an eye
out.
on it, monitor it. And,
Brenda, did you ever, oh, go ahead.
The KLBIP program, Kansas Local Bridge Improvement Program, we applied for our Office System 240. The deadline, we met the deadline and we're waiting to hear back on that one. The Tuck Point project, I'm trying to get some more information on stone and the linear footage of actual Tuck Point, I guess. We plan on estimating how many stone and then the linear footage of the Tuck Point so we can get bids, kind of do an estimated quantity for bids. I reached out to some of the Salina schools, 'cause I think you had asked if we could partner with the school. I don't think there's any Mason programs there, so they said maybe the Beloit.
Beloit, we use Beloit.
Okay, so I think I sent them an email. I haven't got a response, but I can give them a call to see if they'd be interested too.
Just a thought, might save
Yeah.
some money.
You
Yeah.
have the proposal though? You have the,
No,
For
we're still
bridges?
working on
Okay.
putting together the plans.
Okay.
It takes a little bit to develop that.
This would be the limestone.
Yes,
one.
it's replacing.
when we picked 4 from the list, cause we
Right.
did them by,
Right.
geographical location
Right.
to consolidate there and.
Yep.
Okay.
Nice little nest of bridges.
So we're working on putting
How,
together.
how do you, if you've done that for others, to put out like an RFP, how do you advertise that, or how do you just select different masons? Do you, I mean, I know you're gonna contact the school, have you,
So, Don sent me the list from the last project he did a few years back, and then we have a list, we have a list of ones that we've kind of dealt with.
Okay.
So we
you
plan to
will
put,
directly mail to them?
yes, we
Okay.
send them an invite to bid, ITB we call it. I put together a set of plans, we put estimated quantities in it. I like to get some pictures today if we have time, to put in those plan sheets. And then we put together like bid docs. So the first page is the invite to bid. We usually mail out to those people. And then we've got their contract and specs and EJCDC documents. And then usually it's advertised for 21 days. And then we usually have a bid opening. So we'll meet here, schedule bid opening, open bids, and then we usually recommend the lowest responsible bidder. But we need to, something we need to figure out number of stones and the linear footage so they have something to bid, an estimated quantity. So
Okay.
working on that, I need to get pictures. I looked back at some previous projects where we put together the plans, and we showed pictures and then showed number of stones and all that stuff. So I was trying to lump it in with this day so it's cheaper. So we'll
Thank
try
you.
to get that today.
Thank you.
So I'm working on that, an update.
And then we also have the bridge on 170th that we looked at this morning where the planking, one of the planks has come out at.
Oh, that I messaged you about?
Yeah, the route driver already spoke to me
Had
about
noted-
that one.
okay, Good.
We looked underneath it today. I'll let Tanner explain.
Yeah, so the pile are timber and they're failing. So you can see the pier cap is like bowed really bad because this pile have failed and they're pushing in. It's getting pretty bad.
What's the span of that bridge?
I think it's like right at 20 or 22.
It's
Prior
all wooden?
prior to Brendan, we actually were going to try a concrete Lego block there, steel beam with the Lego blocks. Something I think the county could do themselves. We ran some hydraulics. We were going to make it a little bit shorter, I think 18 foot. I think I actually have the permits for it. And I said, since we're making it smaller, they're wanting a benchmark set and some elevation shots. So I actually set that one of the times I was down. But we were talking about putting some concrete Lego blocks. I think Michael and I went up to Builder's Choice and got some prices on that. So we'd set those Lego blocks. So the Lego blocks aren't, the structure's not real tall. If you get too many Lego blocks, it kind of gets unstable. I think we can put a couple in the ground and then maybe one, and then put steel beams on top of that. Something the county could do. I know Saline County's done a number of them. I called their engineer and they were
You
great.
had like a cost estimate, that's kind of what we need to start looking at is projects X, Y, and Z, cost A, B, and C, and what
Right.
priority we're gonna shoot them down with, because we have some leftover money in the budget, we haven't made the purchases that were budgeted for this year out of this particular department, although we wanna make some purchases, so if we could get some cost estimates on those few projects, like the rerouting the
Okay.
road into Mr. Wally,
Right.
what's his last name?
Sheldon.
Sheldon's, and that bridge you're just talking about now, and
Right. Okay. Yeah, we can we can
you know,
discuss that.
project name, cost, kinda, and your priority as far as what you think needs to happen.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna talk about that.
And were you able to share, this is probably, have you guys already had a day together?
I came down for a couple hours a couple weeks ago,
Okay.
just 'cause I was coming through, so I
Oh,
stopped and
well,
said hi.
thank you, that was nice.
And we kinda chatted
Yeah,
and kinda,
good.
yeah.
And I was just gonna say, have you had a chance to give him the information that you put together when you made us the spreadsheet of our options and the bridge?
That's a good question.
That would
I
be a
don't know if
great
that's been
way
shared.
to just kinda
Yeah, you gave us
brainstorm.
you gave us a nice spreadsheet of all the
Yeah.
bridges
That's a
and
good idea.
the priorities and the way you would fix them.
The options that we
Yeah.
might have for
The
a particular
options, yeah.
project, which I think you could really hone in on that
Yeah.
there.
And you
once
had a
get
map
some
of them, kinda
help in the
like
office
that
and-
up there. You had a map, you know, of the
Yeah.
different ones, numbers and stuff.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I hadn't thought of that. Yeah, I can share that.
Okay.
Definitely with you.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
did,
please.
that was very good. I have it too, I could dig it up and give it.
Yeah, I have it too, but it'd be good to just, for you to
Yeah.
have that right on hand.
Yeah, we can schedule a call and I can go through it and everything.
Okay.
So, okay. Good idea. And then I guess the last thing, was the off-system 112. So we got selected for that one, through the off-system bridge program. They're needing a 1302 form that's to be sent back to them. I have copies of it here.
Is this the one where we had an either or application?
Yeah,
Like
so it
two,
was 112 or 107.
And they made the decision of which?
Yes.
Okay.
So they pretty much said 107 is a good one, but we're changing our criteria, so it probably isn't gonna get selected. So they said, go ahead and apply for that one, but also submit another one. So we
Is 112
decided-
the alternate?
Yes.
So that's the,
So we
okay.
did submit another one,
Which is the one
112.
by Rocky Hill Road.
Right.
that
Yep.
one, yeah.
Yep. So it did get selected. So they are asking for a 1302 form. So pretty much a lot of the same information from the application. I think I actually
You
have
need a signature?
three copies, yeah,
Okay.
for all of you guys.
Thank you, sir.
So the front page, pretty much the description, you pull it right from the application, and then it talks about the cost down at the bottom of that. And the state's wanting, pretty much this is saying that the county's got the funds to do this. And they'll need, I think, each of the commissioner's signature, and then also attested, and then,
Well, I think this is part of the conversation that we need to continue about where we're pulling some of these funds from in the line items of the budget. And Dawn, you had explained to us prior, what do we have, the special bridge, and then we have the something project, isn't it have the name of the word project in it? Would you please re-explain that?
Can you open up the phones?
That's the bridge right by the historic marker
Yeah.
for Avon, right?
Yeah, I'm by the,
It's like red on that, I think, right.
Oh,
where
yeah, right there by
C-112 red.
Yost.
Yeah,
John's pasture.
It's fun to drive over. You can look down through the board, see your creek flowing.
Well, I've driven over it a couple of times because I did it.
mail carrier.
how
yeah.
long is it? Does it say
yeah, I think there should be a link. So the proposed structure is gonna be the one similar to
100
system.
feet?
What's that,
Steel's-
0.2 miles, project length?
So that'd be pretty much improvement to improvement. So
Oh,
if you
the
do
whole-
some
It
grading.
says
Oh.
remove 100-foot steel truss structure,
Yeah.
so that's what's there now, so
Yeah.
it would be somewhere.
Yep. So I think it's the cost estimate. We pretty much used the one from '87 up here, the one we just replaced, the
Oh,
concrete haunch slab. So that's what we would propose getting put back.
Dawn, did you have that?
So they have the special bridge fund that has a current balance of 191,000.
Okay,
Then they have the special highway improvement fund, which has a balance of 168,000.
improvements.
And I think that you have a box, or a check in the box for the 49,000 or something that we just got. for-
Out of
Which is
the,
For the federal fund
technically,
exchange.
yeah, it's technically our bridge money, but we're using a road project to garner it.
okay,
So,
at this particular time, would this be coming out of 2020 funding,
So,
or,
so the first couple columns, the participating or non-participating. So the county's gonna have to
that's
pay.
us?
Yes, so that,
45,500.
yeah, so that's gonna be design, geotech, any right of way, moving any utilities,
Okay,
anything like that.
okay,
And then the county's gonna have to pay for 20% of the construction engineering and the construction. So it'll be the 45,000 plus, and I
That's-
wish I had, we actually had that estimated in the initial
20%
application.
of 682?
Approximately, yeah. The application had that. Wish I had- The original application has that all broke out and estimates the amount.
So we're around $60,000. Be our share.
That one, that's the original one. Oh, so this one went, okay. Yeah, okay, so here's the original, I'm glad you had that. Here's the original application that we submitted. So in here, the total local share is 136,000
That's what I'm getting,
estimated.
20% of that, so 136 plus 45
Plus 45, yes.
is 185. 180, 500. Right?
Yes, 136 plus.
And the cost will be allocated across the years, so
Between, split between 2020.
normally the engineering is done in a percentage range, so like at least pay 3 times probably.
So the engineering, you'll need that. So typically, I think it takes about a year to design it, a year and a half. So, and KDOT's going to issue a schedule if we move forward with this. But yeah, so it's usually a year and a half to design it. And so you would need the 45,000 for the engineering, and then it'd be you'd let it, and then you would have to pay the estimated up front. And if bids come in better, then you'll actually get reimbursed on it.
Okay,
Once the
so,
project
Right.
is complete.
Yes, once it's completed.
okay.
So the
we
first year and a
need-
half would be 45, and then the next year would be 136.
Okay, so then we need 45 out of this year, which it looks like we can take from the special bridge. And Dawn, is that the one that we can allocate and tax 2 mil for? Okay. So let's go ahead and kind of pre-designate that, just so we know where the money's coming from. And then actually, by next year, when the funds come in, there'll be enough to cover that. But then we need to watch what we're doing with our other bridge projects, taking those out of maybe the improvement fund and seeing how we can move that around.
This
Okay.
would be special bridge fund
This
here.
would be, the 45,000 that we need up front would be from the special bridge fund,
Okay.
and we can move forward with that. I move to have the commission sign the project programming request for OS 112.
A second.
Any further discussion? I do have a question. When you put all this together, is that part of the 45,000, or is that something you've done for the county
No,
with your
I
time that you're
just did it for
rolling
free.
over month to month?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now I'll call for a vote. Those in favor vote aye.
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 Motion carries. And you need 2, do you need 1 for you and 1 for Dawn?
Actually, we just need one of them signed, and we'll send that to the state. And then I actually have
Copy this.
our contract right here for you guys to review. So we just need one of those to send to the state.
Okay, but all 3 signed,
Yes,
right? Okay.
yep. And if you want to sign 2 copies and have one for your records, that's fine. I'll just need one so I
We
can send
probably
that to
should,
the
there's
state.
that. I'll give you back.
No, you're
Dawn
gonna
and
do,
I are
we
signing.
doing the engineering,
Yeah, let's all
all
sign
that
it.
design.
Two,
so-
and we'll give Dawn on the.
I have the contract right
Yeah,
here
take
for
copies.
the engineering design survey. If you guys want to review it. So I actually have, here's the contract for for us to design, survey, do all that stuff. You're free to look at it here. So that's for the state, and then this would be for us, if you want us to design, survey, and do all that work. So it's pretty much
That's the
for
second one there.
survey and data collection, design and preparation of plans.
I don't know if I need a copy of that. You get, Brendan will get one, right? Tanner? Brendan will have a copy of that stuff for his files, right?
Yeah,
Or I mean, I don't know, I personally don't need one, but maybe Jim or Alexis wants
What's that?
one.
So this
That
is,
would be the committee.
You want me to make copies?
I'll just need one copy, if you guys wanna keep a
We
copy.
signed
too.
two. Where's
Okay,
the
signed
other
two,
one?
okay.
We gave you one.
Did you want me to make copies of the?
I have one. There's two if we need it.
I've
Do you
got
want a copy of
two.
this?
Okay.
No, I've got it.
Okay.
You got that?
I can do that.
Okay.
I'll bring it
Oh,
back.
you did, okay, okay.
So you got a stamp and all that.
Yeah.
I'm a notary, I could do that too, just sign it twice.
And then here is our contract for the survey design, all that stuff.
Okay.
So it includes survey and collection of field data, design and preparation of plans. If you guys want to review it or have the attorney review it.
Do we need to sign that, not today?
That would be for us so we can proceed with the design. So we'll need this before we proceed. And then you're probably wondering about price. Let's see here. Extra work. So a lump sum of 42,000. So we budgeted 45. We're gonna do it for 42. So that's for you guys. If you want to sign it today, we can get started.
You think we should have our attorney review it first? Oh,
I mean, we don't have to bid for professional services. You did do the application for us. You can either put it out to bid for this particular project
well, maybe,
or
I'm
have
in
him
a meeting
continue.
here, let me try to call you back. That's okay.
I kind of felt like
That's okay.
that was the point of having him do the application as we were processing this. I mean, are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
I mean, if you pick a new bridge in the future, we can start from scratch with
Yeah.
bidding it out on the whole process. I felt like we were asking you to continue because you had done it for us last year, but it's a board decision. You guys can make your suggestions. I don't have a problem with continuing on. Although you did have the advantage of seeing the budget numbers ahead of time.
They asked for it, so we have to budget it.
Yeah, we didn't request it.
Okay, so comparatively, what was your cost for doing the one that you used the cost report for to create the
To create that.
initial, when the one that you did, what did you call it, 87?
Yeah, 87.
What was the cost?
So that's a good question. My boss actually put that together, and he
Mhm.
gave it to me to present to you guys. I want to say it was like 40 maybe. I don't know. I don't know what the 4 years ago. I don't know what it was for.
That was 4 years ago,
Yes.
and it was completed this year.
Yes.
And you weren't on that project? No?
No, that wasn't. No.
Do we want to ask for that information before we sign this?
I don't think you need it, it's not gonna make any difference.
Well, then I would entertain a motion.
I move we approve and assign the document.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to continue with Kirkham and Micheal on the project for OS 112, that they applied to the state program for us. Under discussion, out of curiosity, is that something that can be taught as far as the processing for the application to be done in-house? So that that's not something that we need to utilize your time for in the future, if we know that every year we can apply for the match funding? I mean, you've been doing that since I've been here.
Right. Yeah. I think you need an engineer cost estimate, so he could fill the upfront stuff, and then so the cost depends on the replacement structure. This one's similar to 87.
Right, you did
so we kinda-
comparatively
Yes,
use something from.
So I think you would probably need an engineer there to help put together that. As far as the rest of it, you're probably going to need some assistance on like the construction engineering estimated costs. So usually base those off
Do you have a
working
program
days.
for that? A
Yeah.
specific program, yeah.
Yeah, so like working days.
Mhm.
Okay, if there's going to be 100 working days.
Mhm. But you put everything into the program and it generates
Yes.
that? Okay, I
Yes.
got it. That's
Yep.
enough for the discussion.
Yep.
I'll call for the vote. Those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We have 2 copies. What is the vote? 30.
30th.
92 days left in this year, by the way, if you need to plan your calendar out.
Yeah.
Speaking of destruction of property, I think that 87 bridge had the commission plate on it or something because it was done in the year that we were here. And someone scratched up my name.
I saw an object marker had been hit too.
Okay, where do I put it? Owner? Oh, I guess we only need my signature and then the clerk, is that the attest?
Yep, so just the chairman is typically.
Well, that's still under warranty, isn't it? That bridge?
That's a good question.
The plate, yeah.
I wonder, I'd have to talk to Dean Pierce, he's our construction manager. I don't know if it's been closed out by KDOT since it was through KDOT, or, I know there was some issues on the northwest corner with the dirt work, so you're gonna have them.
That's where the plate is.
I don't think we've gotten the final.
Right, I
like
think
the final
KDOT
ruler, the
still,
final,
have to talk to. Let me
I
talk
guess Dawn needs to sign that, sorry.
Had to talk to our construction manager to see. Yeah, let me check on that with Dean.
Just for him to
That's
go?
for you.
Okay.
I'm not gonna read that now.
So there was a nameplate
What's that?
That's the letter from the county attorney.
and also that
We still have executive session scheduled for Brendan.
Would you need to do that about his interviews? If you don't have anything else, or you had something you were pointing to over there,
No, I think,
or was that it?
I'll just need a copy of 1302 and then she's
Yep.
getting a copy of the agreement. I think that's everything for today.
Okay. So then I would entertain an executive session motion, okay. Well, yeah, we need one anyway.
Let's go have a
Do you
secret
think you
meeting.
need about 15 minutes, or how much time? Just
15
10?
minutes, 10.
10. Oh, I'm so highly offended.
You look photograph it? Did you photograph it?
No, I didn't even know. Someone told me.
Destruction of property.
Yeah, I know.
Let me talk to
Someone
Dean
should be
and see.
sued.
I wonder how how,
Oh, don't
they
be.
did it.
I love it.
well, and then there's
May as
no,
well just scratch the trunk over it.
and then OM3, there's one of the OM3s on the west side that looks like someone pushed it over this whole damn.
Like a,
Object marker. Yeah, yep. I wonder if, I'll talk to Dean and see where this
well,
is at.
and I know in the past, we have lowered those to
Yes.
almost to ground level, so that people who have their header, I know they're supposed to take their headers off, but it is kind of an inconvenience.
So-
if
You've
you're
got
just
one
going-
field and you just have to go
Yeah,
over
you're just
something.
going across a bridge literally to get to the other field entrance. That is so time consuming and labor intensive to,
So that, okay, so that's a KDOT deal.
to have this standard height. But I
Yes.
think we got
So in
permission
order-
to do that.
So the permission would have to come from the area engineer. So it depends on the district that you're in. So like District 6 Southwestern Kansas, they said, yeah, that's fine, lower them, no big deal. But I'm thinking, we've had some discussions with this area engineer and he says no.
I
But-
think we had to get permission now, or we
Right.
did try to. I
Right.
mean, our county's especially unique in that sense. That's pretty much all that, every crossing has that issue.
Right. And you've got to, since you're using the KDOT money, you've got to design it for their, so everyone with TPS, that you have to put them at this height.
Yeah, because we had that
Yeah,
company come in and.
right, install.
Is there a criteria for closing roads? I mean, is there like a check 1, check 2, check 3, or
No, you just hold the hearing.
and if a landlord or if a landowner owns the land on both sides for an entire line,
No, you're not.
but it would require basically a dead end on one of those, is that still a possibility?
You can even close a portion of a road of a mile. It doesn't have to be from cross-section to cross-section. You can close halfway in and dead end it.
But there's a section of road that's about a mile long, basically from this road to this road.
With the same landowner on both sides, they just make that request, and
Yeah,
that's,
but a closed one like that, I tried to get closed, I couldn't get closed.
So Tanner on this bridge, this,
A
what
couple
we
of years
decided
later, the
for,
commissioners called me and wondered if I wanted to close
112.
again. And I said,
when
damn
will
right.
you start
I had to do nothing
doing
then.
prep work and all that, this fall already, or?
Yeah, we'll probably get a surveyor out
You
this fall.
survey it first and then determine what you need and go from
Yeah,
there.
so when we send that in, KDOT's gonna put together like a project schedule.
Listen to me a little bit. I had
Project schedule, once we send that in, and they should email it to Brendan. So they'll say when you have to have the plans done, when you have to let it.
Schedule, you have a schedule of events.
Yeah, so I think in there,
What is
we put like a letting date of May 2021.
then
Okay,
you just
So that's
run the
about
hearing.
when we would let
We
it,
have
and then
to
the contractor
have a
probably have
hearing.
a year after that to build it. So it's not gonna get built till
it's like a
probably
2-year,
end of
like a
2021.
2-year
Yeah, we have to
process.
have
Right,
It's
yeah.
noticed in the newspaper.
I don't think it was ever at that one, I never did ever see it.
I don't think it's a hearing like you're thinking. We don't have to actually go to
I don't
the
think they ever
court.
run the newspaper.
Oh, no, I'm sure it was published, because the clerk has to publish it, and then we have to have an official
I
hearing.
wouldn't wanna bet that one was ever, like I said, that was.
Well, if it's been while Mrs. Harlow has been here, I guarantee you the legal notice was
Yeah, I'll be out.
published.
10 years been
We'll just sit on.
Okay.
Then the
You
legal
want the
notice
truck
was
keys? You want
published.
to?
Oh, no, I'm fine.
But you don't have to.
Thanks, Tanner.
The county can do that and not have to.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
the different
Yeah.
possibilities, and then you can kind of budget them in, you know?
Read all
And
six
sometimes you
signatures.
don't have to go cheapest, but a lot of times it might be the smartest thing,
The last
unless
time
you
you
need
had a
like a
board like
serious
that.
fix. Okay,
You have more stuff, Brendan?
Just executive session things.
Oh, I have one question while we're, Mr. Winnicky, we talked about that dirt road, did you ever contact him and just say we'll probably just build up the dirt?
I didn't yet.
Okay, now that's one place where we're gonna get maybe dirt from his property, so
Well, he said he didn't know if he wanted.
wanted us to do that, huh?
That's what
Well,
you said.
well, no, he was worried about, I think we could still get dirt from it, because we don't wanna, remember we talked about Mr. Winnicky down there by the Westfall Road, they have a dirt washout, or the road has gotten low and a creek comes out there, and that just needs built up and maybe a little culvert fixed in, but at one time they were wanting maybe, not gravel, but some of them asphalt millings, it's just piles just south of there, a couple miles, but we said we don't wanna do that, because once you start graveling roads, then other people want it too. Even-
Put millions
Not
on
that that's
there.
bad, not that that's bad, but this is a patch,
Now, you actually have to notice it.
this is a patch job type of thing, though. Well, it's a dirt road.
okay, well, let's,
We'll discuss
what
that more.
exactly are the personnel issues? We need to discuss
There's
your,
a resignation.
okay,
They gave me 2 weeks notice, and then the offer for the,
okay, so we need a motion to discuss a resignation, well, that's really not,
no,
that's,
I
yeah,
didn't know.
that's probably not executive session.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
And then, so what we need the executive session for is to discuss your,
office manager position.
yeah.
Okay,
The resignation is for Mr. Emmett Howell.
so now
Do you need this?
I'll move to recess in executive session for how long, you think, Brenda?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, for the purpose of discussing personnel,
Job offers
to,
the
for,
office manager.
office manager's position pursuant to KSA 75-43192B to discuss employer-employee negotiations, whether or not in consultation with the representative or representative of the public body or agency. To reconvene in the commissioner's room in the courthouse when concluded.
I'll second that. Is there any further discussion? We're going to talk about the interviews that were conducted, and I believe it was done with Mr. Mackay, Mr. Lemon, and the county clerk as
Yeah.
HR.
Yeah.
Who's present?
Who do you want in here?
They can be 5 of us, it's fine.
The county clerk,
Yeah.
and you two in attendance would be highway department director, county clerk, and the County Commissioners.
Those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. I will just say the public statement, so. The commission is approving the job offer that Mr. Mackay would like to offer to the candidate that he selected from his interviews. And it won't be announced a dollar amount until that is negotiated. So we just were giving our approval that we were okay with what he had selected. Anything else? Okay. Thank you. So are we gonna see this person on the agenda or no?
Madam Chair,
Oh,
I
yeah.
have a motion.
something I'll tell you about sometime.
I move we rescind our job offer to Lori Lee because she has not responded to several invitations we have for her to send her current information. And I.
Did you,
Okay, you didn't get to make the job offer even though you wanted to.
All right, now I move we remove her from our list of candidates.
Okay.
That's what I want to do.
okay, so I'll second that for discussion. You're saying that we've pursued the person that we wanted to make a job offer to.
I have personally talked to her, and I had to go through some machinations to get to her because they lied to me about whether she's there.
Well, let's not get too detailed about the person itself
She
in a
refused to
discussion.
give us any of her personal information we require, social security number, date of birth, driver's license number.
Okay,
She has missed 2 appointments with this board. and
Okay.
I believe for a significant lack of interest, she is
Okay.
withdrawn.
so your recommendation is that you were coordinating with some of the follow-up on the job
Yes.
offer, and you're gonna say that we should remove her from the,
From consideration.
okay. Do you have the motion, Dawn? And I seconded it, and I'll call for a vote. Those in favor, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. So that leaves us to consider the other
That's-
interview. I guess we would need to
Yeah,
do, we would
well-
need to do an executive session for that. Do we wanna do that now? I mean, the longer we wait, the longer this process takes.
We need to do an executive session and talk about it for sure.
Okay, so before we do that, if you don't mind, I'm gonna invite in, I got a phone call, back that I had requested a few weeks ago. I wanted to know why Wilson Communications never came back, because we were told that they came and never came back, and I think I told you they had changed salespeople, I believe. So I got a phone call back from them. Oh. She's here. You just made that motion, but she just walked in the door. Anyway, what I wanted to say is, I would like them to just at least talk to us, because
Yeah.
I had asked about a follow-up. Is that okay if I just
Yeah.
slide them in on the
Yeah.
agenda? And I'm gonna tell the other person they'll have to wait for it. Okay, I'll just leave that.
Howdy.
Hello, welcome.
Hey, everybody.
Thanks for coming
Hi.
in.
Thanks for having us. Brad Shermeyer, the IT manager, Wilson Communications.
I'm Dan Finnegan, I work in business sales.
So, just kind of recap what we did. We were asked to kind of compare what the services that you have now to kind of what our package would be with those same services. So there's some kind of caveats there, but this is kind of our comparison plus the kind of information about our services and things like that. So the sheet there, this is a comparison of prices on your current contract to what our prices would be.
And this is our contract that we're in now.
Correct.
So it doesn't include the increase or that we may see with the new contract.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
But this is your number for proposed from here going forward?
So assuming that it stays, the services that stay the same.
Mhm.
So there's some questions that we have of, does this include all the services that you need? Are you paying for services that you don't need? There's some questions there. And so we would definitely want to take a deeper dive into the network, if this is something you guys want to pursue, so we can answer those questions.
Let me ask a question. Dawn, when does our contract expire with Next Tech?
Technically today, but they haven't provided anything either.
Further after the last time we saw them? Okay.
In the past, what has happened is it's just carried on with the continuation of service until
Okay.
new contracts can be signed.
And what kind of a time frame are we looking at with these numbers?
To do a bigger assessment and things like that.
No, for a contract.
We usually do 3 years, but of course we can look at that depending on what you guys want to do.
3 years locked in at this rate, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and again, it's just a matter of, does this cover everything
You
you
want to
need?
see that? You're.
I could give you.
Yeah, you can choose it.
It's, you.
Go ahead. Well, you're involved with
This
a lot
is
of
yours. We've got copies.
Can you get a
Main
copy?
sheet.
Okay.
There we go, here we go.
Dawn's involved in coordinating a lot of this, so I think it'd be helpful if she could look at it also.
You can actually have that stack of sheets. But again, this may not
Same.
be exactly what it ends up being. This is just an apples to apples comparison of what you have now. So we don't have a 100% feel of what the
There's a
network
stack of
is.
those we need to-
Lester has been here a couple times to look at the network on a high level. And so we kind of use that information plus what was on the current contracts information, things like that.
Okay.
So it comes down to, if you look at the bottom right there, it's about a savings of $367 a month. So it works out to be, it ends up being, give you a free month at the end compared to what you're paying now.
Is there a reason, you have to forgive, I'm not exactly a techie, so to speak, but is there a reason that, say, like in the treasurer's office, 6 computers managed for a certain fee, which says 300 here, but then the firewall and monitoring and whatnot, is that just because that's all for the courthouse, so that that's includes the treasurer, like those particular departments don't need,
Right.
and like the attorney has a separate firewall?
Well, and that's one of the questions that we have because
they're now in the courthouse.
we're pretty
Yeah.
sure that she's paying for that
Separately?
separately and not using it.
Mm.
But I don't
Okay,
quote me on that, but
Okay.
that's what we think.
okay.
And so there's questions like that we don't know for sure because we haven't done it.
So if
the
it's
deep
all on
dive.
the same network within the courthouse, you need one firewall?
Right.
Is that what I'm
Correct.
assuming? And then, so really, if they're also using Next Tech, it should be the same network in the new office, but maybe this was pertaining to when the office was located off-site?
Right. And so
And so
there
we-
are at least 2 connections that come into the courthouse, and some of that I think is the district court
Mm-hmm, they're
has
separate.
their own separate
Mhm,
thing.
that would make sense.
And so that's kind of the separation there.
Mhm.
And then the sheriff, of course, they have a different connection coming in there.
And what is the difference between the line item for ambulance and EMS?
Um,
It's all the same, I suppose, but because you have a firewall, which is a different location, I know, and then you have desktop, and then laptop. So.
And again, I don't know, that's
You don't
just
know,
how
okay. Those
the
are the
current
questions you have, not
contract
the
is,
same questions you
right,
have, okay.
yeah. Just the current contract is broke up that way,
Mhm.
and so that's
So these-
kind of.
These bids would what be for all the hardware and software?
Yep, a lot of it includes, so like all the firewalls, our price includes the hardware, so if
Is that
it needs
leased?
to be replaced.
Is that leased to us or is sold to us?
It is still our equipment, it's kind of just part of the service, so it's
It's technically a lease, but
kind
you
of
have a
looks like a
contract.
lease, for sure.
But it's your hardware.
But it's our hardware, so
And
if something
after
happens.
3 years, you would take it out of here?
If the
If
contract
we would
changed
do
or
this,
whatever, yeah.
So you would take it and the software with you and all that, And if you need upgrades every year or whatever, you do all that with the same cost, right?
Right, correct,
Okay.
it's all included, or if it breaks and we need to replace it, it's all.
One thing to keep in mind, I'm not sure what Next Tech provides, but you call as many times as you want with this. There's no extra fee if you go over a certain number of hours or.
For services.
That's right.
If we have a breakdown, we call you, say,
Call
hey,
us.
this computer blew.
You don't have to worry about,
And
hey, are we over
you-
our 30 hours this month? You don't have
And
to
you'll
worry about that.
replace that, and there won't be
Correct.
no new expense to us.
It's a stress-free number.
Yeah, if it's included in that, so some of these are, according to the current contract, some of them include on the computer side, some of them include the equipment and some don't. And so that would be something that when we take that deeper dive, of what we
We may
wanna
have an
look at.
expensive purchasing. Do we have computers owned by Next Tech right now?
Anything that's Task is owned by Next Tech.
Anything that is what?
Task, so if it says TAAS, that is owned by Next Tech.
You see it over here to the side,
No, I'm missing that.
up there.
Like the
Oh,
sheriff's.
the sheriffs are
Like the
Task.
sheriff.
Okay.
I think all of
Okay.
emergency management is the sheriff's, which I don't see them on here at all.
Right there's TAS,
Okay.
EMS.
Or all of the emergency management, I believe
So
is
one
Task.
desktop for EMS and then all the sheriff's stuff.
So if you look at on our column there, the third column over for
Mhm.
WTCI,
Mhm.
if it says managed user with computer or with laptop or with equipment, then that includes the hardware. If it just says managed user, then that is just the service.
So then
and
you
that-
tried to match what you knew was already owned. So this
Correct.
includes that.
Correct.
So we're still missing emergency management.
I think that might be what EMS is.
Oh,
EMS
okay.
But I'm not
emergency
100%
management.
No, but EMS is actually emergency services. That would be ambulance, but
Oh,
then that means the
we're talking
ambulance
about
doesn't have a
emer-
computer covered.
And there are a few computers
Which is true.
that are not covered. Yeah.
Okay.
This
That's
is
part of
saying,
the problem. I mean,
Yeah.
they called me last week wanting me to give them information for, and I'm trying to do payroll, and I don't really have time to answer all of their questions because I don't know. Because part of it is like my office, they wouldn't even allow to be on managed services anymore. Well, I now have 3 new computers, so I'm not even being looked at, and so
Wait, you're not on here.
and every department is
It's
supposed to be
under
doing this. They're supposed to go to every single department other than me having to take care of everything for everybody. And so I don't really know the answers to all the questions.
So, okay,
I
so
like
then-
told them, I think you have to ask each of the departments what it is. And like
I-
I honestly am not even sure about, we think that we own our own server, but I'm almost positive the firewall failed and they brought in and our firewall is being tasked right now. But I can't answer that without spending some time researching.
And well, and here's the unfortunate part. A lot of that clerical work falls back on her, but it's really supposed to be up to the departments.
Right.
So what we probably need you to do while we're in this limbo with our other contract is get with each department head, ask them what they know, and if you have questions that they can't answer, ask them to contact Next Tech and get those answered questions. Do they have access to Next Tech in the ability to say, what is my particular situation with my department? Because that, I mean,
Well, and I think that's where a lot of them are coming in lines because they're the Windows 7 and, Next Tech is saying we can't offer managed service if you're not willing to upgrade your
so how is that
computers.
gonna work with you guys? Is that the same story?
So yeah, it will definitely eventually be the same story. A lot of the managed service providers, they say, okay, day one when Microsoft stops supporting the operating system, then you're done. We understand that that's
You can't have a
almost
changeover
impossible
overnight.
to, yeah.
Right.
And so what we ask for is a plan. What's
Right.
the plan to replace
Yeah,
this?
what's that time frame
Right.
then look like for us? Like 6 months or?
Yeah, it
Because
depends.
the problem is we don't have that expenditure budgeted and
Right.
we haven't even seen numbers to know what that's going to cost us. So we don't have it in the budget necessarily, we have to find a way to pay for it, and then we don't even know what kind of numbers we're talking, unless you do and I don't. But,
No, I don't.
so is that something you could help us figure out?
Definitely.
Okay, so please come back to us with that concept, and then in the meantime, you can get in touch with all of these departments. All the numbers are listed on our website.
okay. And then ask them to get in touch with Next Tech and to verify exactly what they have.
Right, I've
Let's
never
cover-
even seen this breakdown,
Right.
me personally,
Right.
but we've been in a contract that I didn't
Sure.
sign, so it's been rolling over. Now that we have the opportunity to do some comparative bids, I think it would be great. You know more about it than we
Right.
do.
The question that
So-
I guess I kind of have is if we know all of the computers are going to be up, like I chose not, well, I probably would have chose not to do managed services regardless because I didn't have the budget to pay for it. But if we know that every computer is new or within that 3-year window, maybe it's back to where the county general pays for that and we make sure all the computers are covered. Because every time there's a
So in our contractual line item for each individual department is what this current contract was, right?
Yes.
Is it, so we need to look at that.
because originally county general paid for it until when they come back to redo the contract. And then it was, you're gonna have to pay for your own, and some computers are allowed, some computers aren't, that we didn't have the money to pay for it. If
But
that
is the
makes
county
sense.
general gonna, well, this is a discussion that we need
I-
to have for our own.
I don't know, but I
Yeah.
think that's where all the departments are at, but I just know that I probably create a weak link in the system if my computers aren't being managed by somebody.
Okay.
I mean, is that correct?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Not that I'm saying I'm gonna, not do my updates or anything like that, but I think there's,
I understand exactly what
Okay.
you're saying. If I may, just for the sake of time, since I had to squeeze you guys in today and we have someone waiting in the hall.
Sure.
Could you please put us on the agenda for next week to have our own discussion about how the county wants to look at the numbers? And then if in this week, you would please contact these department heads and get a little more accurate information. And then, Dawn, could they maybe contact you if there's something particular to Next Tech that they can't figure out, that you may be able to
Yes.
contact them?
this week is a good week.
Okay.
Except for Wednesday, I'll be at a training on
Okay.
Wednesday morning.
Madam Chair, I have a comment that I need to make.
Sure.
As Brad knows, I have a separate business and we have gone through the IT thing. We had Next Tech and some time back we moved over to Wilson, so I have a bias against Wilson, so that I either need to recuse myself from some things or you need to recognize that I have a bias because of the work they've done for me in another area.
Not against, you mean you have a working relationship with them?
I do,
in
and
addition-
I
You have a
compare with
contract with
Next
them that
Tech,
exists outside of.
Compare with Next Tech, we're biased in their favor.
Well, and I was thinking about this, thinking if we're going to go with a local-minded purchasing policy, then we need to take that into consideration too. So,
But I just wanted you to know that.
I'd like to just invite you back,
Okay.
if you can go ahead and try to get on the agenda in the next couple weeks, and obviously we have this lapse in time, but we haven't heard from Next Tech as far as a follow-up. They
Right.
did come in and say, hey, we're gonna have to do the Windows 10 thing, and that's pretty much all I understood.
Right, right.
Well,
They were saying you needed,
she called
new
on
hardware,
Friday and
too,
wanted to go
computer.
over numbers, but,
Right.
they
I
were
Well, they
saying,
were saying you couldn't
Sure.
update
Right.
the
they said our
So
old
contact your
computers
department
were,
heads.
you couldn't upgrade.
And if we still
the hardware
struggle
to
for them to get
10,
information from
why
Next Tech, then
upgrade?
contact you.
yeah.
Okay.
And I will
Sell them
find
more.
out
Get on the
And then they
about
scare you,
Okay.
oh, you won't have no
call,
protection at all.
Okay.
because
How does that
I
work
just-
for the
I
upgrade
don't
to
remember
Windows 10 on the
Right.
current
for a new firewall.
things that we own? Can we just do that?
So there is a good chance that you can just upgrade to 10, and that would again be
But
something.
you would have
we
to individually look at each piece of equipment and say, this
I've
needs
heard-
upgraded or this needs
Depends on the
replaced.
year's system and
Okay.
type of operating system.
Right.
10 may not apply well or something.
Right.
I've heard of that too, and then there may be gaps in security because of that, because an older hardware may not sustain Windows 10 well, therefore you have a gap in security or something.
So come January, Microsoft is stopping security updates on, allegedly, stopping security updates on Windows 7. So any new vulnerabilities that come out,
We want to be ready by January 1.
right.
Okay.
But again, that's kind of one of those things that if you weren't prepared for, then now you're scrambling. There are some things that we can do to kind of mitigate that and help expand that process, and so you're not buying 70 new computers or whatever.
Right, and that's exactly what we want to avoid,
Right.
because we don't have that
Sure.
budgeted in to make that happen.
Well, that's what
replacements.
we were hearing from the other people, that we need new hardware.
So I apologize to
No, that's
rush you
okay.
off,
You're
but
fine.
we have
We
a prior
appreciate it, yep.
engagement we need to make sure we get to, and
So-
we have someone in the hall. Thank
Okay,
you so
thank
much
you.
for coming
Appreciate it.
in.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Yes.
explaining
Yeah.
to
Thank
me.
you so
much.
and the
Thanks a
breakdown
lot.
of
Thank
the
you.
paper.
Appreciate it, guys. Yeah.
And we'll hear from you.
And
You
those,
can contact
those
our department heads.
286s you
Yes,
gave
we
us
do.
really
They're
work
in
well.
there. I've got some.
TRSA needs
If
to
we-
know.
Whoops, I'm sorry. Yeah, if we, Have any trouble with department heads, I'll just be giving you a call.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
And this week is a good week. Okay,
Good,
how do you
perfect.
spell
Thank you.
your
Thanks.
name?
I'm Dan Finnegan.
You should have, are the two the same?
No, no.
Well,
They're
she
in this.
Here, I got one of these cards here, no, I got a
It's
card
yours.
here.
Okay.
Okay,
Very
I'll
good.
borrow.
All right, thank you,
Thank you.
appreciate it, thanks so much.
thank you.
You got,
There's both of them there,
Just
they're
that.
two different, there you go.
I'll give you that one, and I'm just gonna snap a picture.
Okay.
Okay.
Where are we gonna,
We have lunch coming,
where's that
so
going to
because
be
we
at?
got all
it's
these.
here. So
Oh,
we don't have to go
okay.
anywhere. It's right here in the
Yeah.
hall.
You have them?
Yeah,
I'm gonna
they work
invite her
for me
in.
too,
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Lori.
Oh,
Because I don't know.
okay, well, we better do it here.
Thank you.
Do you think we could just do 10 minutes? And,
What are we gonna say?
well, we need to at least.
We could talk to her.
Yeah,
We should do it.
yeah, we
Well,
at least need to ask the questions that
Go
are
ahead.
unanswered.
Yeah,
So
let's do it.
I move to recess into executive session for 10 minutes for the purpose of speaking to speaking to Lori Lee, who we had been in contact with interviewing for HR. Pursuant to KSA 754319 2B number 3, employer-employee negotiations with or without the representative party, to reconvene in the commission room with the commission and acting HR county clerk. And
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay.
She gave us another summary
I think this will be a
to
little,
that,
little
too.
condensed, Alexis, and so,
Okay.
I mean, you've got all the meat and potatoes here, this is just the icing.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
First of all, I think we'll start, do you have to come to,
Nope, we're in session. I
You're in
just
session.
recessed until 2. It's 2 now, right?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, a little after, sorry.
okay. I want to go through the right-hand side first, because I think benefits
Mhm.
are
The
what we
red
really want to talk about.
Mhm.
And if you'll move this page on the top over and turn this one, let's
Mhm.
just start with this and go through.
Okay.
Okay, so what we've done in your book from before, Sherry had put both Blue Cross options in both state, but what we've done here is compare the Blue Cross outside the state is the blue one, and the kind of greenish color is the Plan A. So then on your right-hand side is the HSA, Blue Cross, and the state. So the one that's in the color all the way down will be the state plan. So on Plan A, with Blue Cross of Kansas, outside, you have a $1,000 deductible, $2,000 on the family. And just go on across there. With the state, you have up to 3 deductibles. So if I hit my deductible, my son would hit his, and my
then the
husband
whole
would hit
family
his.
Total.
Yes, so just so you know, that's the big difference there. And after I hit that deductible, then I pay 20%, Blue Cross pays 80%, which is the same as Plan A. But with Blue Cross, it's 80/20 to 2,500 out of pocket. So once I hit 3,500, if I am at the hospital, an outpatient surgery center, anything that goes towards my deductible, after I've hit that 3,500, I could go back in the hospital and it would be paid at 100%. What happens after that 3,500 total, my copays go towards that to make the 5,000 max. So if I have a prescription copay, an emergency room copay, an office visit copay, once I hit 5,000 on those, then it pays 100% the rest of the year. Where on the state, it's 1,000,
every time.
it's 80/20 till you hit the 6250 or 12/5.
Okay.
So does that make sense? I know that's a little bit, but you can look at that as good or bad. So just if you hit 5,000 at any point with your just prescriptions, it would still go at 100%. But if I have deductible applied, then it's 80/20 after that to the 2,500 or 5,000. So your maximum out of pocket is 5,000 and 10,000 with Blue outside, and it's 6250 and 12/5 at the state. The office visits with Blue Cross, no matter where you go, are $35. At the state, on the state plan, they're $40 for a primary care physician, $60 for a specialist, and $10 for the telemedicine, so if you use that. Blue Cross has the telemedicine, specialists, all of those are covered, but all with the $35 copay. So inpatient hospital is just part of that deductible and co-insurance on both plans. Big difference here is you're in a small town, so if you go to the emergency room, probably nothing else open after 5 o'clock. So you're gonna end up at the ER if you have something, onset of illness or an accident, kids playing football, basketball, whatever, you're probably gonna go to the ER. It's a $250 copay with Blue Cross. In the state plan, it's just a $100 copay, then deductible and co-insurance. Now, if you're admitted, that deductible is waived on both. So that does
Becomes
concern
part of your
me. And
total.
yes, it goes towards your total. But that concerns me a little bit because, again, you don't have any place else to go. You don't have an urgent care center on the corner. And I've never understood why they put this in place because it really hurts the people outside of the metro areas. Because
Well,
I
because
think
you
it's to
can't,
encourage them not to go.
It
My
is.
grandma used to say, "Oh, well, we'll just wait, and if it's really bad, then I'll go to the emergency room."
yeah.
yeah.
But now it's like we go to the emergency room because they're open 24 hours, and it might literally not be an emergent care situation.
And that's where we want to encourage people on both plans to use the teledoc. Because if you can use that at 1 in the morning when, you know, you wake up and you're not feeling good and you're not sure, should I go to the emergency room or not? Is this a heart attack or is it indigestion? Or is it just, you know, what can I do? My asthma's coming up. What do I do? And if that helps, great. But if you think you're having a heart attack, just go to the ER and let them worry about it. But if you're on, for instance, on vacation, at the lake for the weekend, my sister has twins and a 3-year-old at the time. Well, they go to the lake a lot. You know, they get a rash. Okay, is that poison ivy? How do I treat it? So they started using the teledoc many years ago and loved it because it saved an office visit and an ER copay. Because then they just go pick up the prescription, run into town and pick it up. So I had a lady the other day who got up on Saturday. One of her eyes was swollen completely shut. Well, she's like, what in the heck's going on? Well, in that town, it was about this size. If she would go, she had to get to the hospital before noon because she knew the PA would be there that Saturday. Otherwise, she was going to have to go to Wichita. So she called in, got that taken care of, and got to the pharmacy before they closed at noon, and then was fine on Monday to go back to work. So there's a way to kind of mitigate that cost for kind of things you might need to go to the emergency room, but really you're just going because you don't have another choice. But again, if you go onto the teledoc and they tell you to go to the hospital, then you do have 2 copays. That's the disadvantage. But that's part of that education process, reminding people that that's out there. You can put that app on your phone so you have it ready to go. You know, if kids have an earache in the middle of the night, that's kind of a lot of time. You know, kids can be fine on Friday at 5 o'clock and then, you know, 2 o'clock in the morning, there you are. It gives you another avenue. What else can I do maybe till I can get to the pharmacy, you know, tomorrow? Or do we just need to get the child to the doctor, to the ER? So those are some of the education processes. But I wanted to let you know that difference, it's $150. That's a lot of money. Ambulance are subject to deductible and co-insurance with Blue Cross. If you have any lab or x-rays, the first $300 is paid by Blue Cross at 100%. Then it goes towards the deductible and co-insurance. So just to give you an idea, if you fall on the ice and get an x-ray on your ankle, whatever that is would go towards that $300. And then let's say maybe that was $200. Then I go and I have something else, then it's another $150. Well, that $50 is going to go towards my deductible and co-insurance. It's 100% to $300 per person per year on your plan. Then it goes to the deductible and 80/20. So it's not that it's not covered, it's just kind of giving you that little window of 100%, and then it goes towards deductible and co-insurance. Now, of course, you know how your lab works on the state plan. If you use that LabQuest, my understanding is you don't pay anything. Now, I don't know how x-rays work. Isn't that just for the lab court?
It gets credited to your
Deductibles.
deductibles.
So this would cover with Blue Cross outside of the state for lab and x-ray up to $300. For home health and hospice, you'll see the benefits are exactly the same. Preventative care is the same 100%, and that's due to the Affordable Care Act, so that's not going to change. Accidents with Blue Cross outside of the state, the first $1,000 is paid by Blue Cross and Blue Shield at 100%. Then it's 80/20, but it has to be coded right. I think we chatted about that the other night. So after I've hit that 1,000, if I happen to have more than that, then it goes towards my deductible and co-insurance. But it'll cover a few stitches if you know, like I use the example, holidays are coming up, cut your finger, cutting a turkey or something. So
So how does that work with the emergency room copay then?
you're gonna have that copay unless you're admitted.
Okay. So you'd have the 250 and then after that they would pay the first.
And that 250 copay doesn't apply to your deductible?
It's a copay. Copays do not.
Okay, okay.
So, but if you happen to be where the doctor's office is open and you think you've sprained your ankle and you go in and they start there with lab and x-ray or whatever, I think you go to your hospital here for that. But if it's all kind of billed inclusively by one tax ID number, the first 1,000 would be paid at 100%. And then the deductible and co-insurance. So that's Plan A. So when we talk about prescription drugs, they're the same for Blue Cross, for Plans A and the HSA. But let's talk about those. Your state of Kansas, let's go to this sheet for a minute. The state of Kansas plan, as you know, has percentages, no copays. This can be good and this can be bad. It depends on what your prescriptions are. If you are using the Blue Cross, which is on the left of this other sheet, so we left it on the left side, for any generic drug, you're going to pay up to $15 out of your pocket. So if the drug is $5, you're going to pay $5. If the drug is $16, you're going to pay $15. So if it's just $1, you're just going to pay $1. So it's just no more than $15 on a generic drug. If I have a preferred brand name drug, or what we call a formulary drug, which is what this list is, it's a list of all the formulary medications that Blue Cross has a better price on. They are name brand drugs that are drugs that have usually been around a while, and so therefore they're less costly. So if you have a formulary drug, you pay $50 every time for that drug. If I have a non-preferred formulary or drug, a name brand drug, which I kind of gauge as it's the new kid on the block, it's that medication you hear about every night at 10 o'clock on the news that, you know, this is the latest and greatest thing for whatever your illness is, and then it goes into, you know, 45 seconds of everything you should watch out for.
Yeah, all the
But
warnings.
it's also the drug that's probably, you know, $300, $400, $500 or up. So you're going to pay $75 for that medication. That's your copay. And then that 75, all of these copays go towards your maximum out of pocket. So that could be a big difference, or it may not be between the plans, depending on your medications. And this is the biggest concern I have between the two plans, is prescription drugs. Now, the same thing applies here for the Plan C or the HSA once I've hit my out-of-pocket. Blue Cross outside the state also has a mail order. You pay 2.5 times the copay if you want. So you would save one copay a year for every medication, basically, because it's 2.5 times. And you can get a 90-day supply.
So, is it okay if I ask a question?
I don't have a problem if you guys are okay with.
So when you say that the prescriptions will go towards the deductible, so let's say that I am taking one of those $75 drugs. Every time I go to get a $75 drug, that's going to be added
Towards your $5,000, not your deductible.
The out-of-pocket.
The out-of-pocket maximum.
Okay, so then once I reach that, then you pay
100% the rest of the year. All those copays go underneath that kind of little tier there. And if you hit it with $5,000 and never go to the doctor or the hospital, it's 100%. It's just however you get there.
Okay.
So, now on the HSA side,
Wait
as
a
soon
minute,
as,
before you go on, I'm sorry. Going back to like the comparative there on the Plan A at the top for the, because you said the concern is prescription drugs. Are you saying, I don't understand what that means, 20% co-insurance, 40% co-insurance?
okay, let's go on to the other side then, to the state plan.
Yeah,
Because the state of Kansas.
up under A.
Up under A.
Yes,
Let's stay there.
Caremark.
Under the Caremark, if I am getting a generic drug, regardless of what it costs, I am only paying 20% of that.
whatever the cost.
So if
is.
it's a $10 drug,
You only have to pay $2, yeah.
where over here, you're gonna pay the $10 with Blue. Because you're gonna pay all of it up to 15.
Now, does that $2 that you're paying go into your out-of-pocket purchase as well? Your out-of-pocket expense? Excuse me.
On the state plan, all of those co-pays or percentages that go towards your max, yes.
Okay.
So,
So right now, if someone that we have currently is on, let's say, a lot of medication, so they have like 5 or 6 different prescriptions that are all generic, they're looking at paying $15 per prescription versus paying 20% of whatever that number is.
up to $15. And a lot of
Yeah.
generics are, I mean, again, blood pressure medications, all those things are $2, $3, $5. However, they're paying 20% of that. So
Right, so it's still a greater expense.
it's a greater expense. So, I just want to make you aware of those. So those who have prescription drugs will want to take a look at that. And I know most people, most of our groups have 85% plus in the generic tiers. But it's
You
these
mean
other
compared to preferred.
compared to preferred.
Mhm.
However, there's a lot of those situations where I have to have the name brand because of other meds I'm taking, or the doctor says, hey, this is working, we're not going to do the generic. So if we get into that preferred name brand, I'm paying $50 for my monthly prescription. Over here, I'm paying 40%. So if it's a $100 drug, over here I'm paying 50, over here I'm paying 40. So, but it could also be
A $300 drug that you're paying $50
exactly.
versus.
But if it's a $30 drug, you're just paying $30 over here and not to 50, obviously.
Right. Well,
But
and the
if you're
state
getting
maxes it out.
If you're getting $100 or $200 savings on your plan, or let's say 100, where's that breakdown of it?
Yeah.
Then it would take quite a few prescriptions to make up for the difference for you to have to actually be expending more money.
But if you're taking
Where is
several
that?
prescription drugs, that, they nickel and dime here and there, before you know it, you could be up to $200 or $300 and maybe have already been paying just $150 or something. So I don't want any gray area.
No, I
as
understand.
you guys
Yeah, no,
make
I
your.
like the clarity there.
Okay,
That's-
good. But just also notice on the state plan, to a maximum of $100 per standard 30-day supply. So, so you're just gonna pay 40% up to $100 out of your pocket.
No,
where-
and I guess I misspoke, because really the majority of the savings to the county is the $200 per person, not to the employee, it's $10, $15, whatever.
The one thing that I wasn't thinking about when I talked to her about the prescriptions, I
Oh.
thought employees would be upset,
Yeah,
is I wasn't really thinking about, we never
Okay.
really see what our cost of the insurance, or what the
Sure.
county's cost of the insurance is, or the provider.
okay, so
We
you,
only see what our cost is. So
Right.
like, for example,
Right.
if I have a 98-cent prescription that's for a month, I was thinking, oh, that's $15, that's a lot of difference. But then after I was talking to Rhonda, no, it's really truly only like $5, but you are paying 100% of that $5 prescription.
And keep in mind too, when you get your explanation of benefits, and I will share this at meetings regardless of what you do, that shows what you owe and what was paid, you need to also note what that prescription really costs the county. Because in the state, you're pooled, but outside of the state, if it's a $500 prescription at a discount, after, Blue Cross's discount comes in, the county's still looking at that $500 going towards the utilization for the entire group. So every medication, the utilization or what actually is being paid is what they establish our rates on.
It's cumulative for everyone.
Yes, and now in the state of Kansas, it still comes into play. So even though I'm paying $5 for this drug, and the generic ones are probably only costing, they're costing less than 15. But if I have a name brand drug that I'm paying a $50 copay, that may be a $500 pop every time I fill that to your utilization as a county. So that's the other thing that I want people to kind of watch, as regardless of what you do,
So,
kind of see what that's really costing as far as coverage. So when you're looking at your medication and you're looking at these changes, that's where these percentages come into play. So if you see some of those higher dollar drugs, you can really compare, what's
Well-
happening. Even if you stay in the state plan, start watching those kinds of things, because I think it's important to see what things really cost, because we want to keep a benefit plan in place, and so how can we do that if people aren't seeing the full picture? When you get a medical claim, you see that the cost was whatever it is and the write-up to the provider is. You need to look at that on those prescription drugs as well. So these are the concerns that I just want to, again, I'm working for you guys, so I want you to see the differences so you can make an educated decision.
So we were told, and I don't think it was by you, but a different presenter when we were debating on management firms, that I think it was maybe even a third or a little more of all costs is prescription, just for everyone's utilization or the general assumption of what's going on with anyone's particular consumption of their medical health benefits. So that, then it would kind of be safe to say that a third of our employees, just if you transfer that percentage over, are gonna be affected by this.
Yes, which in your group,
Yeah.
that's a lot of people.
It is a lot of people, but I just wanna look at it from the perspective that do the other 2/3 not deserve a discount, and the county pay more per person because 1/3 of the entire pool, and that's totally a generalization, I'm just.
Well, and the other thing is we never know when it's our turn to take those drugs, or when it could be a higher dollar drug. And we also know that you've been pooled in the state, so it's really hard to get a good picture. The only thing I
Of
might.
what our individual group
Yes,
consumption is.
and that always, I can see, from what I've seen so far, a reason to come out of the state, but you also are a small group, and having.
The volatility is high.
Exactly.
If
So,
you have a
did
few
you
people
get the
get really
chance?
sick or hurt too.
You
Yeah.
could have one person get
Yeah,
really
one
sick
It
or
comes
hurt.
down on them really hard and
Yeah.
not on. So did you get a chance to kind of formulate our?
Yeah.
What are those called? The health.
Risk
what we-
assess, our
What
health.
we turned in. so that you
Actually,
could
we're
see-
missing 17
Oh.
still, so, and, so it's really hard, so that's, a third of your group that we don't
Yeah.
have yet.
Okay.
So, and I don't know what came in today, Alexis, I tried to get that, and I did catch Sherry over the
Okay.
lunch hour, but I know this morning we were missing 17,
Okay.
and then, so we may have had some come in over the weekend, our mail doesn't come till about 1:30.
Okay.
So, but I do know that from the United Healthcare side, their rates are so much higher, that really makes me a little bit nervous. I don't,
Then Blue Cross.
yes, so,
So we're basically, I mean, either way, today we really have to make a determination about the Blue Cross
are
statistics.
we doing in or out
Yeah.
of the state is kind of what we need
I have-
to.
Yeah.
When, on these anti-cancer oral meds and diabetes, you don't have anything over here.
They're covered,
Oh,
Randy,
they're
they would
covered up
just
there.
be
Whether
depending
they're
on,
generic or not.
Oh, they're covered
Yes.
up there, okay.
right. I mean,
So
because a
really,
lot of
if
those will
someone did
fall
come
in that
down to something,
$75
you're
one
safer on that
because
side
of
than you're on
the,
this side.
Something Ladonna mentioned was that she
Yeah.
has a prescription, it's kind of a higher dollar one that she just goes and gets a coupon for and takes it. So we can use coupons. I guess I've never had anything high enough dollar to worry about.
with Blue Cross outside the state, if you use a coupon, they're not going to take that into consideration as far as giving you, if, for instance, if you use a $20 coupon, they're not going to apply that $20 towards your out-of-pocket maximum anymore.
Right.
So
But it still
you would
takes off
still
what your
save them.
cash copay is.
Exactly.
So you save the money, but it doesn't go, that portion doesn't accumulate
Exactly.
into
So
your out of pocket.
so it's kind of a, it's protecting the
It's a
the
cash
group
saving.
for that out of pocket. It's because it's kind of like double dipping. This way you get the credit and you also, you save the money, so.
So really, the person that is seated to have the most negative change coming out of the state would be someone who's on quite a handful of generic or brand name drugs.
Well, and they need to compare that because it may not be a problem, but it could be. And,
Well, it depends on the price.
it depends on the price point. And again, I don't know how the state reports that to you all. Do you get a statement when you buy a prescription from them that
No.
shows, can you check online and see what a total amount was paid?
I've never been able to find any place. I will
That's the
say,
other,
I had an issue with the pharmacy giving you what I call the grab bag of birth control. And so it would really, really mess with me. Like literally whatever generic brand, because
Oh,
doctor
whatever's-
marked generic,
Whatever's next.
yeah, it's whatever they have in stock, and I'm like, I can't, I know, I may have told
We
the
don't have a
guy,
secret meeting here.
I may have told the
I don't
male
have a problem.
pharmacist that I believed he was Catholic for a reason.
But
But
that's
just
true,
saying.
because there's some people that can't.
they're the
Can't- that can't-
formulas,
yeah,
they
you
explain,
can't
Yeah,
change 'em.
yes.
it's the filaments that, or whatever they call it, the
Adjuvants.
makeup things that make up the
They can be
pill.
just a little bit different, yeah.
That can really whack your system out, and that, I had no idea what what birth control costs. I'm just gonna be honest with you, till they put me on a name brand and said no more generic, and then I had to pay a higher premium until we got to where the Affordable Care Act came and it supplied 100%.
So do you have, when you get a prescription, does it tell you, it used to,
It used to, but it doesn't anymore.
No, you mean at the bottom?
it used to put the total amount and then what your copay was.
Okay, the last one I got had something around the bottom, this is for John, had something amount on the bottom and then what the 20 cents I had to pay. But I don't know what that, because it's always cut off enough that you can't really tell what it says. You know, because and I have a prescription that I don't have to pay anything for cholesterol. Now, well, that's gonna change. isn't
Well,
it?
Whatever the generic dollar amount is, up to
up to
$15.
$15 you
$15,
would pay.
yeah.
Now, outside of the state, when you get a Blue Cross explanation of benefits or summary of claims process, it's going to have your prescription drugs on there as well. Where the state plan, because it's Caremark, it would be coming separately.
So let's look at the prices.
Yeah, let's
then.
go
Let's
through.
go to the price.
Let's go
comparison.
to the next page here. And I put the state of Kansas
Where are you?
on top, just flip,
Like the county price?
yeah, county price.
Okay.
You'll see on the left, it says county pays and county pays, A and C, and right below that is A and C for Blue Cross. Is that what y'all have?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you can see, for Plan A, the county's paying about $867,000. With Blue Cross, it would be $724,000. Now, again, I know we're missing some people because you're doing some hiring. And on Plan C, it's 72 and 65. So your total being paid right now to the state of Kansas is $939,786. We took that and annualized that out through the next few months, obviously, because with the current counts below. And this is going to vary because we basically took these numbers times these counts. We use what's on the books today.
And this is only for, doesn't include Aetna.
We put the Aetna guy on a Plan A.
Oh, okay.
We've
You
got
transferred all the ones that are Aetna over to Blue
Plan A.
Cross just to.
We put them on the higher plan.
The high,
the
just,
worst
right,
case
for your
scenario.
estimation.
Sure.
Got it. Okay.
So we've accounted for anybody that was on like a Plan N or a Plan J
Transferring over
to the highest dollar. I mean,
yeah.
not that they will take
Well,
that.
but we wanna make sure we budget for
I'd
that,
rather
yeah.
have the worst case scenario.
Yep, yep.
So, and then if you'll look on the next page, we put the employee cost. And again, versus what the employee would be paying on the Blue Cross outside of the state. Based on those same counts. So just FYI, we put $25 in the HSA for the employee paying because that's what they're paying now. And we included the HSA money, just the minimum amount on this side. But we know that you're paying probably several people more than that on the HSA side because they're meeting those HealthQuest dollars. So,
What is this administration fee for the Flex HSA and HRA?
okay, that is because we don't have that with Blue Cross. So that's with Employee Benefit Corporation. They would do your flexible spending account, your HRA, and your HSA administration.
Who is that?
Employee Benefit Corporation. That's a company that we use when people.
Oh, you use, so that
Yeah.
would be that we would pay this to you and it would pass through?
You'll pay that
Pay them
directly to them.
separately?
Yeah, it doesn't come to me.
Okay.
But it's a cost, and that's basically maxing it out. Again, everybody taking,
But it's still over $100,000 savings.
It is.
150,000, I mean,
it is, but we don't know what next year's renewal would bring
yeah.
either, because we don't know. I can tell you the health statements that we have in now, kind of reviewing, we do have a lot of prescription drug usage on the ones that we do have, a lot of prescription drug usage. So that makes me a little bit nervous. Medical trends right now are around 5 to 8%. Prescriptions are 8 to 12, and some companies are saying 14% on prescription drugs. of this year's cost trending it into the new year. That's what the.
Going up next year 14%.
Oh, increase.
Increase.
Percent increase.
Increase.
So let
Trending.
me ask this: if let's just say we opt out of the state this year, can you go back into the state?
You're in 3, you're out 3.
Oh, okay.
And that's the scary part.
And then we're locked into Blue Cross too for 3, right?
No, you're not.
No, the annual the
Blue Cross is an annual.
outside the state is annual.
Oh, okay.
But the problem with committing to 3 years in the state is you're also committing to whatever increases they throw your way.
Yeah.
And what's the withdrawal penalty?
That you'd have, depends on how long you've been in.
Let's
and,
just say the first year we go, oh my goodness, we're overspending our budget, you know.
and you just have to write it up and request that you get out.
What's the penalty on that though?
They'll tell you at that time.
Sorry, that's not toward you.
Yeah.
I just.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
mean,
toward you.
again, there's pluses and minuses. I mean, the state of Kansas, you guys have been in there during some of these years where they've had big benefit changes and big rate changes.
Mhm.
Now their rates went down a little bit this year, so
Well,
maybe
they added those additional plan options, and I think that probably helps spread
that risk a
Because
little
it's just
bit.
now coming around to where people may be comfortable getting out of an A and going into the C or whatever. So
And I also think that as time goes on, more education to your staff on how that HSA works.
And you don't have to have everyone jump
When-
into a plan A.
When they retire and those kinds of things, that money's their money. The problem is what we see is all the healthy people are going to plan A, or to plan C because they're banking. It's harder when you know you hit your deductible almost every year, you know you have a lot of prescription drugs, to really kind of work on getting that money built up to use. But the way you guys as commissioners and the state has set that up, you are helping your people fund that, which is way more than most people do. I would encourage you to continue that outside of the state plan if you would use Plan A, or Plan C with Blue Cross. And just as a side note here, the United Healthcare, something close to Plan A would run about $1.3 million. So I didn't think that was competitive, and the HSA would run, if everybody was on it, $1.2 million. So
That's a big difference.
big difference. When I see that big difference, that makes me nervous, because what do they know that we don't know?
About our history, about our claims history.
And what tools do they have access to look at history? That all of these companies have different tools that they use.
Well, I
when
mean,
they-
it's for our board, it's gonna come down to the fact that if we're gonna stay in the state plan, we may need to look at reducing the percentage of the portion of the cost that we pay compared to the employee, because our budget's only gonna allow for a certain amount.
So let's go through this. Let's go back to this page here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, right now, you're looking at about $1,058,000 based on your current enrollment. The renewal rates are $939,000 with the state. And then flip down to the third paragraph there. Your budget is 1.170. So we could still add 5 families to Plan A and be under budget.
But Dawn, doesn't that include something outside of just health insurance? That employee benefits line item, remember?
No, it's just health insurance. Now, it may be her fee too, if you guys choose, but that was just the medical benefits line item.
Okay.
So I think we're
Double check
within
that.
budget to stay in the state.
Okay.
The claims utilization, again, you're blending it with everybody in the state, which is a positive thing. However, the year that you guys have great years, which we never know because we don't have data from the state plan, you're helping those people who have rough years, and vice versa. So again, it's a pool, and your premiums are, and your benefits can change annually. So even though you're in there for 3 years, I've had people who've gotten in and come to me and say, we didn't realize that our benefits and our rates can change every year. They thought they got in there for 3 years and it all stayed. And all it does is you're locked in. That doesn't mean you get some special treatment of 3 years of the same rates and the three years of benefits. So they can and most likely will change on a regular basis as benefits do every year, even if you're outside of the state. Now on the next page, if you go to Blue Cross, there's a couple things that are different. As we talked about, the prescriptions are something I'm really concerned about. However, there is some savings. Putting a wellness plan in place, similar to what the state has. We can use the Blue Cross and Blue Shield Healthy Options and have people go in and do a health risk assessment. They all have to do them within a certain period of time, and we have to have at least 50 do it, so we can get a list of who did it. Otherwise, they have to print out a certificate. So if we want to put a wellness program in place and continuing to build that could add some money to cost as well. If you don't do that, you're going to have people not being able to put that extra money in their HSA, which they want to do. Have those incentives. Plus, we want a healthy group. So there are some additional expenses that need to be considered, and that's one of them. Wellness and of course the difference in prescription drugs and the lab. The other thing, the dental is better, significantly better than the one that you have, and less money. But the positive thing with the dental is we are pooled because we're under 100 or under 75, and Delta pools everybody. So the rate changes. There's always a 1 or 2% here and there. This year they actually went down. So it's a very minimal change with Delta, but you still have that protection of a big group. And the other thing that I think I mentioned, I'm not sure who it was to the other day, but when you send in HRA money to the state of Kansas and I terminate, the state keeps that money. And again, they have a lot of other costs and things that they're doing for you, so there's nothing, I'm sure it goes to a good cause. But if it's in your group, it would stay here. So if I terminate, and all of the money stays here, the flex money, the HRA, the HSA money goes into the HSA bank, but it's drawn out from your account as those claims come in. So we suggest that you put those in a separate bank account or separate line items, so that money, because it's employee money. For the flex and the HRA, the same way, you keep that separate, so you
is
can.
that what we're paying that third-party management company to keep track of, though?
Yes.
But we have to still track it.
Well, but you want it to come out of a certain bank account because it's employee money on the flex.
Bank account?
The state just takes it. You don't have to do that now.
Outside of the state plan.
Oh, outside.
I'm saying if we're outside of the state plan, we have to pay that third-party company to manage that for us, right?
Right,
but we still have the money.
You keep the money, but you need to not blend that with county funds because it's employee money. Flexible spending account is employee money.
I think what the third party is doing is keeping track and making sure the employees are spending it.
Right, it's
Gives them
keeping
like
it.
a debit card.
Okay, I'm just misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Yes, they're checking the IRS regulations. They have the debit card that they use. They're tracking all of that. They have the website where they can keep track of everything.
But we still have all the funds.
You still have the money.
Okay.
So again, and if I leave and I don't use it, that also stays in that flex fund. So, but it still can be used for somebody who leaves early in the future and spent their money. So, I mean, it's kind of that money funds that, and in time covers the administration costs. So, I don't know if this has helped or to summarize or confuse the issue.
No, it's good way you got us, the numbers in black and white here. And you defined the benefit differences pretty well, I think.
Well, we're crunching our time today, so we need to start talking about what we're gonna do.
I think we should go with Blue Cross Blue Shield out of Kansas. Not the state of Kansas, but the
You
Blue
mean
Cross.
out of the state?
Yeah.
I do too, and I'm gonna come up with a proposal here for a minute if we decide that we don't, I'm working on
We
it.
got pros and cons either way.
Sorry, I have a question. If we go out of state and we want the wellness benefit part, do you have any idea how much that would cost?
I can tell you, to do the HRAs with Blue Cross, everyone can go online and do that. But if we don't have 50 participate.
Well, no, I'm talking about the wellness benefit, like the wellness group thing, like the state of Kansas has.
Where you have some.
The incentive points, like like the Naturally Slim and the Walk Kansas and all that stuff that they have.
every wellness vendor has some different pieces. So if we had, we use Priority Wellness for a lot of our groups. And that is a wellness program where you go in and you do your HRA every year. Also works with you setting up your point system and monitors those for you. Has quarterly lunch and learns available, and also will do the blood screenings. Or if your health department does and can send that data in, that's great. But there's a cost for that. So we'd have to just quote it, and I honestly can't tell you right off the top of my head.
And you don't know how much it would benefit the individual.
Well, I can tell you,
Specifically.
we've, I think because it's hands-on and it's on site, it's a lot different. We've had a group that has 10 locations, and each location's about 20 people, so they're not big at each one. And we've had it in place for 5 years, and they're self-funded. And so as we have done that, their rates have, after the first 3 years, have started to go down. They've had virtually no rate increase for 9 years now. They've either just stayed the same or went down a little bit. But again, it's an activity-based program, which doesn't mean that you're gonna have to go run a marathon. It's just common sense things, and that would be something we would probably want to present. Because you don't want to lose the pace that some people are already on with that.
Okay, so like the Plan A people are on an HRA, is it tied to an HRA? This, that you're talking
The
about?
wellness
or
is
it-
not, but I would encourage the entire group to participate in the wellness program. I think that's part of, the state's just for the Plan C points, isn't it? Or is it for everybody?
It's for
Everybody.
everybody, and you get like a $40 a month discount.
Mhm.
But they started requiring the spouse to do
Right,
it
to
too. So like
participate.
family plans, it's $20 per person. So if you have a spouse that refuses to do it,
And
you only get a $20 discount.
what I can tell you is outside of the state program, you'll have that choice to whether you want spouses to participate or not. We have some companies that are starting to do that because again, that usually also helps the employee because you have two people in a family working together usually to do that, but it's not mandatory.
Okay, but right now on our insurance, we have that, but that's not an extra fee or extra deal you have to pay.
Right.
Like with.
Correct.
With us?
It probably is, we just don't probably realize it because it's not a separate premium.
Okay,
But they probably have that cost factored
They
into
do.
what we pay.
okay, that's what I was trying to.
And that's my point, there are some enhancements that are included in these fees that you would have outside of the state plan. So don't forget that when you're making your decision here. And they have, my goodness, lots of tools to use at the state plan. Now Blue Cross also has some. Let's see, I think I brought that with me. And they have some tools for, shopping around for different services, for lower cost services, which help a person on an HSA. So you have some pretty rich tools with the state of Kansas plan. I will say that. I don't know how many people are using them, but they're there. And that's part of, as I think I've shared with you all, if you stay in the state plan, we want people to start using those things. We want them to use all those benefits that they have access to, or at least find the ones that will help them. So it's that education piece that we want to assist with regardless of which way you go.
And I did look, that was for the medical insurance line item, the 1.17.
Okay. What did I do with that?
1.17696.
Can I ask a question? Okay, on the back page here, on the state plan for employee and the state, and then the Blue Cross Blue Shield one, why on the family dental one went up on this one, and all the rest of the, like the employee and the employee with children, employee spouse went down a lot, but yet The family one went up?
because of the orthodontic rider outside of the state of Kansas plan. There's an orthodontic rider.
But only for families,
But
but
only
not
for
really for
families.
employee children?
Employed children still has it, but it's
That's-
just,
But it doesn't,
yeah, I know. It's just the way the pooled rates came out with the Delta. It's just the way it is.
Okay, I was just curious because
It's
looking through
orthodontic. I did
these,
the same thing. I actually called the vice president of Delta and I said, what the heck, Sean? And he said, it's the orthodontics.
okay,
It's just the way it came out in the pool. Evidently, there's not as
so
many
that
people
family is
using.
higher. Yeah.
Yeah, it spiked $3 or $4 higher.
So,
because here was 13
so, okay,
for the
we're
new
looking at
one,
risking
before it
some
was
of our
12.
employees who individually take a lot of prescriptions, forking out more money per month to do that. Because their savings on their plan is only about $17 for their portion at 90%. So there are a couple ways we could address that. One is we begin paying 100% of the employee cost and then decrease the percentage that we pay for a family plan. So we pay 100% of every employee if they have an individual plan, which then compensates them because, let's see, for that what are they spending? They're spending 75, so, well, it depends on what their prescription costs, but let's say instead of them paying out of their check that monthly $60, or right now it's $78, in essence, we can turn that into their own expense, which is gonna potentially be that little bit more for them to spend. They're not only paying 20% of each prescription, they're gonna be able to pay up to that $15 for all their prescriptions and still maybe stay under what their monthly cost was costing out of their check. You see what I'm saying? And we drop if we drop the family plan coverage to 80% on our portion, we save almost $30,500, $30,447 for the year. That's just using these numbers for the Plan A.
And are you thinking of doing that on all the other tiers other than the single? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, if we're looking at who's at the biggest risk here to have an increased cost, because one of the biggest complaints is we don't make enough money, right? So if they don't already think they make enough money, and they take a lot of prescriptions, they might be saving $17 on their check because this
Their
plan
premium,
is
right.
by
And the
premium,
premium
right?
savings.
Monthly
But they're gonna
premium.
be paying what, upwards of, let's say they have 5 prescriptions, they're guaranteed to pay more money on those 5 prescriptions than they were before. So if we don't wanna bring harm to those employees, then we just pay 100% of their employee cost. We just start paying 100% of employee health insurance. But if you want the family plan, we don't pay 100% of that, we pay 80%. That's 10% less than what we were paying last year, which is 90%, but it saves us $30,000 and increases our individual cost by $9,600.
Okay, what about the employee spouse and the employee child tiers?
Well, we'd have
Same
to
thing?
figure that out. I mean,
Okay.
it looks like we have, let's see,
You're gonna get some.
the employee spouse ones are like the big one, because that's 18 breakdown. 18.
And I will say, the employee spouses might be, because it may not be the employee that's taking the medication.
Well, we could,
Maybe
yeah.
the spouse.
It could be the spouse.
Yeah.
Well, we could do 90% on that. We could do 100% employee, 90% on employee spouse, and 80% on family. 90% on employee
In other
child,
words,
90%
the
on.
family besides, the employee gets 100%, but the family gets 80%, is what you're saying.
I mean, it's kind of a hit to the families.
I was gonna
I hate
say,
to say that.
we're gonna get a
But what
criticized
we're
for-
but otherwise what we're doing is we're asking our personal employee who is gonna get hit with a higher monthly, we're saying that we're making this plan to change because we wanna save money. It does save the county money. Any which way you look at it, it's gonna save the county money. But it's actually going to cost more for the individual who works for us, who's on prescriptions, who's used to paying $2 for a $10 prescription instead of 10. So times that by 5, they're gonna pay $50, which is almost their monthly premium. We may as well pay their monthly premium and let them pay $50 or $60 for their medication, but we've got to take that money from somewhere. And I would say, I know we want to attract younger employees who may have families, but nowhere else are you going to pay not $196 for an entire family plan on the premium Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Just think about your families in your county. How many of them just have small children or children? They're not the ones using the prescriptions usually.
But that's what I'm saying.
So, but if I'm on some of the other tiers, face it, the people that are over 40 are using more of the prescriptions than the young families.
Yeah,
Well, right now we still have an
the
employee
older
pool that's
employees.
on that end. I mean, we still
So-
do.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, who are we gonna ask to pay? Because someone's gonna pay more.
So are you saying let's just look at, Plan A, Blue Cross Blue Shield, county, oh, sorry, I didn't do Delta Dental, but let's take the total. And you're saying take the 1892.26 and subtract out the 589.98 and then have the employee pay 80% of the difference?
Hold on. Go back. Are you looking at the county rate?
Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Page 2.
The blue down
Okay.
below.
Okay.
So are you saying take the 1892.26 minus the 589.98 and then the employee is paying 80 or 20% of the difference of that?
I didn't think about that. We could do that. Yeah, because then we're still covering the employee's individual. Then they have to pay 80% of adding what it costs to add on the family to that plan. We could do that. I just did it with
We
the
have
flat
to,
numbers.
I mean, the employee has to pay the 80% or
Yeah. No,
No.
the county covers 80%. I'm
Okay,
sorry, maybe I said that
that's
wrong.
Yeah, that's right,
What
yeah.
I'm trying to do is change it from 90% across the board, because the money has to come from somewhere. And I was just using the generic numbers from the state plan of the Plan A, comparing an employee rate versus a family rate and saying, well, hey, the family rate might go up, but where else are you gonna get a family plan for under $200 a month?
Well, many corporations and businesses will give good, for the employee, give a good deal, but charge a lot more for their family.
And
I worked for the
I
post
understand.
office, I did that, they give cheaper for the employee, but if you're married, your husband would cost quite a bit more, so.
right. Well, even
Because-
when I started with Blue Cross in 1983,
Yeah,
we paid 20%, no matter what tier you had.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Just so.
I'm just saying.
But
I'm
I mean, I
worried-
wouldn't change that at all on this single. I like the 100% on the single.
Well,
That's
right
pretty
now
common
we pay
today.
90. Right now we pay 90. So it's across the board 90 no matter what plan you
Right.
choose. And what I'm saying is that ultimately when we change plans is going to punish the individual
Others.
employees that we have, which it looks like by our breakdown, we have quite a few people that are just on an individual plan.
Mhm.
At least a third of them. So are we gonna ask that third to pay more so that we can have all these families on, or are we gonna spread that cost out? What would be the 80% of that, Dawn, if you take
Well,
the
you have to add
Two-
this, you have to add the employee
260.
back in, the employee amount back in.
Oh, sorry. I did not.
What are you
And
saying,
this is the
80%
employee.
for?
She's doing it this way, if you take the
Huh.
family plan
Which one's the
minus
employee?
the individual
What the employee's
amount.
paying here,
The employee individual.
what the employee's paying.
So
plus
like the
that to
total
get
for the
total.
family plan
So you
here
have
is
to add the
2113.
61.93.
I'm not adding the dental,
So
forget
if
the
they
dental.
did the
Yeah.
family,
Yeah, don't worry.
2113.98.
plus.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, that includes
so
the
then,
dental.
so yeah, I'm just up under the state plan of what we, this is what we have currently.
Yeah.
So really, it costs $2,100 to have a family plan.
A year.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
we're only asking them to pay 200 of that. So we're actually
Times
potentially gonna
20%.
knock off that and have them pay 80% of whatever's left after that. So it's still 80% of 1,900. What is it?
289.39.
289.
For a family.
For a family.
That's what they would have to pay for.
What is it without it?
Without what, Delta Dental?
No, with what was the total? I buried
It's
mine.
211, 211, or
Two numbers.
Right now they're
You
paying
would change
211.
employee with what, child and
Yeah.
spouse too then?
I mean,
unless they
I'm
get
just
the-
proposing that we can do a shift. We don't have to pay 90% across the board.
To everybody.
Ultimately, even if we pay 90% for everyone, those single employees with the prescription issue that you said was one of the main concerns,
Mhm, yes, it
they're
is.
gonna pay more. Because they're already paying, they're getting a $16, $17 drop in their premium, but 5 prescriptions times $15 way outweighs that. So we're asking them to pay more every month for something
Right.
that they may already be getting for cheaper, and then telling them, well, we're doing it to save money. Well, yeah, we're saving a little bit of money for the county, and I'm all about saving money for the county. But if we have 17 individual plans.
We do?
So,
Well, there's 4 on Plan C.
Oh, I see, Plan C.
So
Okay, I wasn't
you
adding
would
those
do
two numbers
that
together. I was just
100%
looking at
also
this.
on
so
Plan C.
that's at least
I
a
was
third, that's at least a third of them that have.
So in other words, a family plan, you're going to make us pay basically $300. And if we have a lot of prescriptions, even though, and we're at $15 prescriptions, so we're gonna get hit double
On family.
on a family, because you're dinging people with family.
Well, it's one or the other.
Well, who has Who has a cheaper cost? A family plan, or a family, as far as monthly living expenses? Does a family have cheaper living expenses, or does a single person?
Well, that's comparing apples and oranges.
That's what you're doing anyway.
No, a lot of
Yeah.
employers pay 100% of their employee, and they don't just let your family tag along for free. A lot.
But we're not a lot.
Well,
If I wanted to be in the
Most.
private sector, I'd go out to the private sector.
so I wouldn't run for election for an insurance plan.
That's not why I did it.
Well, I'm just saying.
But I'm just saying, you're just never, you're not gonna listen, so it doesn't matter.
I think it's gonna hurt when you go to hire employees that have young kids. Because, or yeah, a family, because for a family to take out almost $300 out of a paycheck is hard.
I know, but when you look at this other page that nobody's mentioned yet, and you're talking about, what is that difference?
Is that the front of this?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna round it up.
Can
When you're
I-
talking about $142,000 savings for the county by changing,
Right.
which I can make a wash out of the cost within the plan of what I'm saying. So when you're talking about $142,000 savings for the county, you're talking about everybody making $1 an hour more. So there are ways to utilize that money within the budget that we're actually saving that come back to the employee, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, you are gonna pay a heavier price to bring your family onto our health insurance.
And you know, yes, that's the part they're gonna look at, okay, this is what I'm gonna be taking home because, and I've got a family myself that's in the same situation, that they just can't afford the insurance because they can't afford to have that much taken out of a check, you know, paid as a family. You know, so that's why I'm saying that, you know, you want people with families coming in for employee, but that's the first thing they're gonna ask is, okay, what kind of insurance and how much do I have to pay for insurance? Yeah, they're not looking at it maybe, you know, okay, I'm gonna save this much or the county's gonna save this much. That's their bottom line. I mean, that's just how it is. That's the first thing they look at on insurance, or yeah. That's the first thing they're gonna say, okay, what do I have to pay for?
I'm not discarding that, but we're also talking about someone starting at $11.50 or starting at $12.50. I mean, there is a way to move that same money around. You know, if you have
But you're not giving your current employees that dollar. Right now, you're starting out new hires at real close to what a lot of current employees are making.
Well, that's always been like that, though. I don't understand why people don't know that. I mean, it's always been
I
like
didn't
that.
say I didn't know that,
Yeah.
but you're still hurting your current ones.
Can I
Sure.
make a
jump in.
couple suggestions here? One of the things that I will say is it's usually the employee spouse category, just to be honest with you, that we see the most prescription drugs on, because those are people who no longer usually have children at home,
Right.
or they're very young.
They're
So
older.
most of your prescription drug usage is probably in that tier.
Yeah, I agree.
And so I'm also thinking, let's consider maybe looking at, if you're looking at paying the full single, I think that's great, because again, that gets maybe some of those young guys in that you want, and you know, you're taking care of your employee. I think that's, again, that's your responsibility, not their family, so that's great. But the other thing that you could look at, rather than going from 10% to 20%, we may need the money more in the future as things change in your utilization. Maybe go to where the employee's paying 12 or 15% to begin with the first year. I mean, let's take baby steps. I find that it usually goes over better with everybody.
None of this is premeditated.
Yeah.
I just got this
No,
information.
no.
I'm just throwing it
Oh,
out
I'm not
fast.
saying
I
that you
mean,
did, and I didn't even know this was gonna come up, Alexis, so,
Yeah.
but I'm just telling you what's happened in some
No.
of my other groups.
I'm trying to justify coming out of the state plan, because what I'm saying is,
I-
we're gonna hurt that person who's used to getting their prescriptions for $2. Just
And
like
I
you
think
said.
that's great.
Even though it's $5 a pop here, there, times 5 is $25, and next thing you know, well, the county came out of the state plan, now I'm paying more money a month. I mean, that's what we will hear.
And that's
So-
why I'm trying to think of things that we can do that
Sure.
makes it smooth over,
Right.
and I don't
Right.
know that 20%,
Maybe 12 or 15.
I
I'll
mean-
just jump from 90%
sure,
to 80%.
which is easy, and
Right,
that's
right.
normally.
I do math by tens in my head,
Are
because
you
I can't
thinking
do.
of staying with the state group? or are you thinking going?
Well, I'm saying right now with the state plan, the benefit is that all those people who are used to only paying, like she said, if this is the concern, that they're used to paying their 20%, and she said that we've so far indicated less 17 responses, that we do have pretty high prescription drug use in our group. So we're going to be hitting those people, and it's going to cost them more to come out of the state plan. It's not going to cost the county more. I'm all about that.
Right.
But it's going to cost them more. So where do you pull that from? And I'm not suggesting that I have the answer right off the bat. You say I won't listen. I mean, that's how you strike up a discussion. You start throwing ideas out there, and then you go back and forth, back and forth. It's for progress, productivity. It's not for the result immediately. So we don't have to even make that decision now.
No, but
I'm
you have to make a decision whether or not you're staying with the state plan.
Yeah.
Right, so my first
Yes.
suggestion was you can pull the money from somewhere else, and I gave round numbers so that everybody can multiply by 10
Sure.
and think, oh, and then the family plan, yeah, could be up to even twice as much if you do it that way and just pull it off the top and don't cover the employee cost, which was a good suggestion. Still cover the whole employee
And we
cost no
gotta-
matter what the plan is.
And we gotta think of all of our employees as one group. 5–10% may not do as well as the other 80%. Like if we cut these, if we go to the Blue Cross Blue Shield out of state, we're gonna save premiums for about everybody. So that's helping about everybody. Now, you're gonna have some people with higher prescriptions, so
Well,
that may be
there's a
10 or
guarantee.
20%. But overall, well, I think we're helping the biggest group of our employees.
Yeah, 2/3, because there's a guarantee that potentially 17 people could end up paying more every month than they pay now, if we get out of the state plan.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know that all those people are on prescriptions, but that's not my business. I'm just saying there is a potential that 17, which is about a third, would be, or a little less than a third, would be paying more. So,
Those 17 are the least amount of risk for prescription people.
possibly.
not necessarily.
I'm one
You're
of
more
them, so no.
You're more likely
But-
not to be using prescriptions as a single person.
The sad thing is, so, you know, I was talking to Rhonda about it, I'll just use my family for an example. Ray is on 7 prescriptions. He goes to the VA doctor once a year, and that's it. That's all, he's gone to the doctor, he's never even, he's used his Medicare when he got his knee
So it's all
replacement, but that's
prescription,
it.
it's not even usage for,
Yeah, he's not even,
Yeah,
he's the
facilities or-
healthiest, he'll outlive me, he's so healthy with his prescriptions. He'll probably have all of his internal organs petrified. It's like, you know, when you stop and you think about it, it's almost kind of sad that the prescriptions is what keeps us healthy
It is.
and keeps you out of the doctor.
And that's why we want people to take their drugs.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the, you know, I mean, that sounds terrible, but
But no, you're right,
it's true.
you're
We
right,
want-
that's why
That
we
keeps them
want-
out of the hospital.
Mhm.
So, but I, you know, I have found when we make big changes, if we take baby steps on certain things.
no, I like that, we can
and-
tier
and,
it
you
down.
know, I
We
think-
can do
I think you've got
10%,
great ideas
12%,
going here.
15%, whatever.
But because
I
you-
just want it to be explained that if we come out of the state plan doing across the board 90% like we were, it's going to cost those people more money. And we're doing it in the name of saving money for everybody. Do you see what I'm saying? So the only way to make it not cost more money for that person, potentially, depending on how many prescriptions they're on, is by changing the percentage of what the county pays. So there's gonna be a change somewhere. And we could even use that 142,000 to go ahead and cover 100% of each individual employee and stick with the 90% on the rest of them. We have that flexibility, but I just did the math, $142,000 is a dollar raise for 70 employees for the year. So that's a lot of money,
it is.
which we're not guaranteed to save, because I know we haven't gotten all of our accurate information in.
And it depends on how people enroll, but at least you have, I mean, it's a lot of money. Either way you look at it.
I'm
it's a lot of-
comfortable with leaving the state plan. I just want it to be known that we're probably gonna have to make some changes to the tiers of how we're,
If you stay in
covering.
the state plan?
no,
Okay.
coming out. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking that, personally, I think you need to leave the state plan, but we probably ought to put everybody in the courtroom and sell the plan. And explain to them, as you've been doing here, and Rhonda does, they
Well,
need
please
to
do.
know. And, you know, not everybody's gonna get happy on us leaving the state plan. There's gonna be a few people that cost a little bit more money. And that is bad, but overall, we save a ton of money, provided all these numbers are the same, and we presume they're gonna be close. I think leave the state plan and we can figure out the percentage on the drugs between now and the first of the year, and we have to select something.
So the two potential increases are your prescription drug coverage, because it's not just 20% anymore, of up to $15, and every emergency room visit will now be $250 instead of $100.
And there is a difference in the lab.
Oh.
The
Oh,
lab.
because the labs come with it in the plan. Okay.
I mean, you know, again, if there's, just keep in mind, you can also change your percentages on the state plan that you're doing right now too.
What is the lab?
Because
up to $300.
you're not, I mean, you have to maybe, if those people would rather pay more on the state plan, is, you know, that's an option too.
Well, they see it
Because you're doing that 90-10
That's where
right now.
our job is hard, because of course it's not that much more for them in a monthly payout to the state plan, but it's a lot more for us because that percentage variance.
And that's why going to an 80-20 on the state plan might also be an option too, Alexis. I don't know what people are spending on their drugs, but just I mean, I'm just trying to think of what questions might come up from the employees. You know, what if we pay a little bit more there? Would that be easier? Because, I mean, it's hard to make up $142,000, however, so.
And is the Plan C, the fact that people can't be on Medicare or any other kind of insurance, is that a federal law with the HSAs, or
Yes.
is it?
Well, that's basically the way that the HSA regulations are.
If you just do
And
the
I-
generic math for $1 an hour for 80 hours for a year, that's $173 a month potentially that any person could make more.
That's-
So you're almost covering the increase in your cost for the family plan, and you're more than covering, you're compensating and giving a raise to, I'm just saying, if you did that with,
So you're
with the money, I'm
insinuating you're
advocating,
gonna give everybody a
But all of
dollar.
the other medical
Now,
stuff
right?
we use is gonna be
I'm saying
cheaper.
it affords us that opportunity.
Well, yeah, but
The only bad thing is you can't move that money from the employee benefit.
Not now, but going into the future, I mean, we're locking ourselves into 3 years at the state, is what I'm saying. I'm
Sure.
really not in favor of making a decision that's going to outlive my term. That's just how I feel politically, but it's, I mean,
What is the?
Would you like for me to go to the state and ask them if we can have them not open up the portal and see if they can put that off for a few days so you can?
we can't make any, we'd have to have another meeting anyhow. We can't have any deliberation outside of an open session, so.
But I didn't know if you three need to digest it a little bit more, or?
I feel that there's more flexibility leaving the state plan.
Me
I mean,
too.
Because a year from now,
I think we agree
we
here.
might not be able to go back in,
Okay.
but, you know, we're hoping for a healthy pool of people. I think we have some retiring, we've had a couple retirements that, you know, we're gonna get some younger people, and not that that always means healthier, but I'm just being hopeful that
Okay.
we're in a transition
Well,
like
And
that.
maybe we can
I
mess with
just
the
have a-
numbers
That's,
on the
then maybe
the
we
12
just need to meet
instead of-
again for the,
The 12, on the setting the limits, like you said, the 12 to 15, not 10.
Yeah,
20.
changing a little bit.
We could tweak those.
We had a,
Tammy's got it.
Back to the wellness benefit that we have through the state. I will honestly say I took the Naturally Slim 3 times. I lost 50 pounds. Would I have done that on my own without that? No. Am I healthier now because I did it? Yes. And I know I'm not the only one that has benefited through that benefit, and I know it's $365 for it because it's $1 a day. But I think to keep us healthy, I think you need to look at possibly having some sort of a health benefit, because otherwise we may go backwards and then we're not going to be as healthy.
I think we can do that. Rhonda, you said.
Yeah, I know, but that's another added expense
It
that we
is.
don't know what it's going to cost. That's just I'm okay with either way, but I would like to see the wellness benefit be there, because I think overall it has helped a lot of county employees.
yeah, we should.
the
have
natural
pulled- we should have
slim?
pulled them on
Naturally
that.
Slim.
Naturally Slim.
Well, it's not an easy decision.
But we should decide today though, whether to actually
Yeah.
opt out of
Yeah.
the state. And then we can work on the numbers later, when do we need to know for sure on the numbers to lock in what we wanna do.
January.
like 12%, 15%.
Or before January.
Yeah, we'll need to lock
Before
in sometime in
January.
October, so we can do
Yeah.
open enrollment meetings in November,
What?
so we have cards in
That was gonna
everybody's
be my
hand.
next
So all
question,
month,
because
we have.
open enrollment
Yeah,
in the
till
state
January.
is
No,
in
but
the
she
month of
wants to do
October.
open enrollments.
So
So we
this
have to
would
be-
be, we have to have
When
a
we-
decision,
Nothing
open
changes
enrollment
on
by
your
the
plan
end of
until
October.
January.
No,
Or the
but
first
we
week in
need, when we
November.
need
First
to
week,
decide all
We
these
need-
That was gonna
specific
be my
We need
details.
60
month,
days,
October.
so
Oh,
you've
well, we
got
got
your
a month.
cards,
Yeah, we
you've
have a month.
had
Yeah,
time
I
to
think we should
talk,
do it.
I'm gone
we have
next
time
Monday,
for
but
you
I'll be
guys to
back every other time.
Are you
get
calling
extra
in?
at the
Or no?
pharmacy.
Oh, no, you're out of
He's
town.
gonna
You're out
Cayman
way out of
Islands,
town. Okay.
down for his drug
We
deal.
won't make any decisions next Monday
Yeah, I
then,
was just,
without you,
yeah,
but,
if you can hold off to the next
Yeah.
one, then we'll be in business.
yeah,
What a day we should make the decision,
Yeah.
I think.
yeah.
I'll make a motion to, go with Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Not necessarily
no.
that.
Oh, not Blue Cross Blue Shield, opt out of the state.
Opt
But yeah,
out.
to have, Ms. Fernandez, is that how you say
Run,
it?
for that.
Yes, to have her notify the state that we won't be contracting
Right,
again.
what
You
she
had
said.
that letter to sign, right?
I have a letter just in case, since we have 1 minute
Does
to get
this
it
sound
in
better?
before midnight.
Move to
I
opt out of
second
the
that
state of
motion.
Kansas insurance.
What?
You have moved to opt out of the state of Kansas health insurance plan.
Yes,
Pool,
And I
yeah,
second
pool,
that.
please add the word pool.
For the
Whatever.
upcoming year.
Let me read all
Love
of
it.
that.
yes.
I'd read it just like this.
Thank you. Thank you.
Um,
We'll have,
I
we'll
have
let you
that
know when we have
formulary
some more
list.
discussions about
for
the
you guys to
plans and
look at.
breaking it down and whatnot.
Okay, appreciate that.
Yes. I'm hoping we can have all the department heads too.
And Alexa, if you do that, I would like to be a part of that. If you-
Oh, I would like you to.
Sure,
run it.
we want you to head it up, because
You don't want
well,
me to
you
do it.
explain it so good.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, department heads, I think that's great if we can get together and kind of talk
Yeah.
about things and
If you-
strategize. I would like
it
to kind of,
Yeah, Jim seconded
Jim
it.
seconded.
Okay, this has been moved and seconded to go ahead and notify the state that we will be opting out of the contract. Any further discussion? We will be working out the plans, the specifics, the county portion pay, et cetera, at a later date, sometime hopefully by the end of October.
definitely.
Definitely by the end of October.
You
Any more
sign
questions?
Any of them, you have one that you have to sign, or?
The one
they're
that's
all the same?
dated today, I think,
That's-
I don't
I
know.
have
This is dated
September
25,
30th. I have
okay.
30th. Those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Because I'd like to play with some of those percentages, so we can have those on hand for people to look at.
Right, if you could try to make it so,
Well, and if, I mean, you have the expertise knowledge there, so if you're saying that that employee spouse dynamic is something to look at, I mean, that could be a different percentage than the family different than the employee child, you know.
And usually what I see is the employee child and the family is a little bit less,
Usage.
because that employee spouse are usually, again,
You need to see
husband
this.
and wife that are
Children
over,
are grown.
their kids are grown.
Yeah. from-
And not always, but a lot of the
But
time.
it's kinda, you can kinda, yeah.
And it's harder for, a family, a lot of times in a small community, not, maybe the spouse doesn't work, so they don't even have an opportunity to take a single plan where they work. Sometimes
Split
they
it,
do,
yeah.
and they can, it sometimes encourages people to do that, if you have a little bit higher percentage. So, I can go over here and get my plan paid for, and my wife or my husband can carry me and the kids, that kind of thing. So it gives people, gets them kind of involved and engaged, and again, everybody needs to get some skin in the game and figure out what works best for their family.
Oh, and I
Yeah.
have no intention to target families. I mean, I have 4 children, so I'm
Right.
not.
Well,
I'm
but-
not anti-family. I'm just saying there has to be some sort of consideration for circulating that money in a different way. Because if we really are just paying 90% across the board, we're only penalizing our employees who are single.
And your employee is your responsibility. So, and
Yeah.
again, we see people,
many companies.
I don't know that I would necessarily change the 90-10. Just think about that a little bit, because again,
it gives us a little bit of leeway.
it does, because
It's
rates are gonna
$9,600 just
change.
from the numbers that I did.
And then maybe if, again, we do 15 or something, but I'm going to also, I just actually got a survey yesterday, and I was looking through, or I actually got it on Friday, but I was at the office yesterday, and I was looking through the different percentages across the state that they're charging in the tiers. So I want to look at that and kind of see with our book of business what those percentages are, and then we can kind of give you some things to work from. But automatically people go to that family plan, but that average age in that family plan is usually way lower than that average age in that employee spouse tier. And again, the prescription drugs are at the highest trend or increasing over in the
That
medical.
particular,
Well, 50 and older, 40 and over,
Okay.
50 and over.
Okay.
And you know, anymore, it's, you know, 40, 45 and
Yeah.
older.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
but really,
So-
you know, most of those, you know, you're 45 and up, your kids are kind of, you know, that's the people that are starting the blood pressure medicines and the, you know, the cholesterol meds and those kinds of things, you know, that early 50s.
could we ask to see you back in 2 weeks?
Yes.
Is that enough time? Because he's gonna be gone for a week, and then we'll just have a regular business, and then if we have 2 weeks, could you pull up that calendar? I'd always look at that one. So that would be the 14th, and that still gives us 2 more Mondays to plan some sort of meeting with our department heads, and maybe have you present, so that when we go and commit to an option, everyone's aware. Does that make
Yes, and
sense?
we're missing 17 health statements to get the Aetna quote.
Do you have a name list? Or you?
We're missing
Don Harlow is one.
16 and a half.
I just keep forgetting, now I can't find the form, but I keep forgetting to
Do
take
you want
out
me to
one
have
and have
Sherry
Ray to
send you
sign.
yours again? She could probably has it saved.
I have that blank form, I can do that. I'm just wondering if I didn't leave it in the car or that somebody
Well,
else.
check, and maybe you don't have to redo it, but
Okay.
then we can kind of strategize a little bit more. I can bring some data for you
Yeah.
to kind of play with and have maybe some different percentages.
That'd be awesome.
You don't really see,
I really think that there could be quite a few people that would take the HSA if they just understood it. And I don't know, you know, with that would take bringing their spouse in too.
And I think it almost needs to be a pictorial description. Here's the pot of money. Here's the money coming out of the pocket going into the pot, and then what it can be used for, and then how it stays and or is transferable, that kind of concept.
We have a couple little videos
Yeah.
that maybe,
like a third grade.
Because if they understood that
yeah,
what
I
they're-
get it, and that's pretty good, so.
what they're contributing, you know, if they would just look at it as, you know, if I choose, I don't know if there's a minimum, but if, let's say you were a employee spouse and it's $100 a month. If I'm using that $100 a month and just saying, I'm gonna use that towards my medical expenses, and at the end of the year, I'm gonna tap $1,200 for my medical expenses, but then you didn't end up having $1,200, then you have that money still sitting there.
And you didn't pay
for the
taxes on
next
that
year.
money. I
Yeah.
think that's the piece that people forget.
And it rolls over,
So
right?
every-
so then when you do
every
have
$100
an
bucks you put in
unexpected
there-
deductible, boom, then
They
you
say
have.
the first year is the worst year.
Yeah.
the-
Well, that's
the
like saying
higher
it's
risk.
for
Learn to
anything.
use it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That HSA money's not taxed then, right, off your federal,
Well,
see, so
once
that
it's
you're
gone
cutting
out
down
of
your
your check, you
gross
don't miss
pay,
it. It's
so you're
thinking
getting
that you
taxed
have to
less
cut
from
your
the
own check
federal
to get it
government,
gone.
state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But every $100 you put in pre-tax, you're really only paying 80 to get that 100,
Yeah,
because you're saving about 20% in taxes.
yeah.
Huh. Yeah, that's interesting.
Actually, the lower your income, the more taxes you
And
save.
then you're forced to save, you got a chunk of money, so if you need to
So then really
pay,
we shouldn't give
need to
raises.
pay a
is what you're saying.
deductible or a copay, you can use that.
Administratively, I have a projector and I have a screen downstairs, and if you had a flash drive or
Yeah, like an
a CD,
Excel, or I mean,
we could play it for
PowerPoint.
whoever you wanna play, if we could borrow the courtroom sometime, or.
That would be great.
yeah, we'd
We-
have to do it in
We
court,
got-
we're at the Finch, we talked about
Courthouse.
it
We got the
earlier.
Yeah.
equipment here, if you wanna show something, we can,
Yeah,
I
we'll,
can do that.
Alice and I'll look through, I just actually did a little webinar on some ways to help explain the HSA. And I do have that PowerPoint as well. So, yes, we have access to some tools. And we'll pull them out and let you guys maybe preview them, see if
So
there's
we don't
any.
expect that, but in 2 weeks, could we expect, just like you said, a new workup of some numbers?
Yes.
And then hopefully you'll collect the rest of our missing, do you know who they are, or you can?
Sherry's gonna get you a list.
Yeah, so that they can just be notified, and then,
She wanted to wait till today's mail, so we thought maybe some
Actually-
over the weekend maybe came in.
I'm gonna go make a copy of this really quick. Do you want me to scan it and email it to you while I'm
Yes.
doing that?
That would be great.
Would that help?
Yes, that would be perfect, Dawn. And again, I've left a book. Now, they can go online with Blue Cross also and check their drugs to see if they fall in their formulary or not.
okay.
Blue Cross's medications also change every January. So even though this list is now, they're gonna change January. They don't change a lot, but they could change again January. So I just stuck that in a
So
notebook.
that really doesn't apply to us. start in January,
Right, well, 90% of them are
right?
gonna be
I
the
know,
same, but,
I'm just saying.
yeah, but,
It's the preferred drugs that are expensive, more expensive probably going
Yes.
up, right?
yeah, and they're not going to be on that list.
Yeah. Generics don't change much.
No, generics are fine, there won't be a difference in generics. So, but.
Now, even though we're looking for information on Aetna, you said, or United
At
Health?
the United Healthcare, I think we're done with
Well,
that,
do
honestly,
you really
really, because.
think Aetna would be close to Blue Cross, or?
Well, the one reason I wanted to have the Aetna before you made a decision on the state plan
Just
was
that.
because of the health statements. We may have more data
Okay.
to see if they're thinking our risk is higher than what Blue Cross is thinking.
And that would change all of those numbers.
That would change everything.
Yeah.
And that's the only concern that I
Yeah,
have.
if it does change it in a negative aspect,
Then
we
you're
could've
gonna
been-
say I should have stayed in the state plan.
But doesn't Blue Cross have those numbers now?
I don't care. I'm
Blue Cross-
philosophically against the concept of the state being able to pull people out of the private sector, which reduces the amount of competitiveness that you can have by just, I don't even wanna go there. I'm philosophically against it anyway. If Congress doesn't have to get on Medicaid and Medicare and all that other crap, then it shouldn't be.
Well, I think they'll tell you that they did it to provide a service to state employees. That's probably what they'll tell you at the beginning, that's right. The state of Kansas.
I'm not gonna comment.
Yeah,
You're not gonna-
yeah, don't bring her into that. She's
Well,
got
that gets
professional
political, yeah, we could have different opinions on
Well,
all that stuff.
But-
But I think that's what they
what
would,
service
I think
are
that's
we
what they tell
doing?
you. We was wanting to give a pool for our state employees. And then we'll let you counties
But
in on
anyone
it
can
too.
tell you that when you have something like insurance, the greater the pool, the more competitive prices you can make because people are making their own decisions. When you're extracting a particular group and diluting potentially what's there, then you're locking yourself into a mechanism.
Well,
the
this whole
concept is.
healthcare's a mess, obviously. We
Yes,
don't
I'll
have
agree with that.
National debate on that.
Yeah,
Right?
but no, I think there was at one point, of course, I've been in this so long, there were a lot of renewals the year I left Blue Cross that were at the max of 75%. It was a huge, we were really in a total transition with healthcare at that point. And a lot of groups went to the state saying, hey, we want in your plan, how do we get there? And so, I don't know all the details obviously, but I know that there were a lot of counties and city government entities wanting to have some stability, and that's where that kind of started, was part of that anyway. So, since then, it's, those rates stayed the same for many, many years, very little change, no change in benefits. They were so rich, and then all of a sudden, boom, when they made a change about 5 years ago or 6, they went from one extreme to the other of having a $500 deductible to the $1,000, and oh my gosh, an HSA. That was totally through people. And, it was like anything else. Their pool just kind of ran dry. I mean, they had those bad years, that experience was bad, and that's, the disadvantage we have coming out. The advantage that we have with Blue Cross versus some of the other carriers is that credibility factor. And we talked a little bit about that. Blue Cross looks at, based on your size, what is your actual credibility for claims? And it's not very high on your group. So that helps you.
Where are you getting that information?
Where am I getting that information? Because I worked for Blue Cross for a long time.
Sorry.
I'm a blue person. I started right out of college.
Okay.
But that does help in some cases where some of the other
I'm
carriers.
saying, why don't we have access to know that about our own group? Just in general, not what the claims were, but just
Well,
like where we stand as far as
Because
the
your
risk
pool,
factor.
it is the pool thing, Alexis, with the state. It really doesn't matter because you are just
It's
one
a
of.
larger group.
Yeah.
You're going from a smaller
They
group
look
to a
at the aggregate of all of the claims. Now, outside of Blue Cross, they're gonna look at your usage, they're gonna look at what they think you're creditable for based on your size category, and that's gonna help offset, but not completely, mitigate any rate changes. So that does help us in some cases. But we will also have those reports quarterly that we talked about, that's going to let us know kind of what our loss ratio is versus what we're paying in. So we could either end up upside down because we didn't have a clue on a lot of these prescriptions because Blue Cross only has access to so much. Aetna and United Healthcare, they all only have access to so much information. And until you have claims history, there's just risk there that's unknown.
That's why I feel safer going with a 1-year commitment. We can always change companies. I know we don't have that much choice, But that's at least more of an option than being stuck for 3 years. Although you saying that you can't even opt back in for 3 years, that's an interesting twist to take.
However, that some rules are meant to be broken, so it never hurts to try. I will always.
Gotcha.
I mean, if we are looking at a rough year, I'm going to be talking to somebody to see, okay, we might have made a mistake here. Is this something that, are you willing to let us back in? I mean, if you don't ask, you don't know. So, I mean,
Well,
again,
you're very thorough, and I appreciate all of the
Yeah,
information.
you may have more than you want, but if you don't
No,
have something, let me know.
No, that's
No, you're
excellent.
very good explaining all of it, I think. It's
Yes.
just, we got decisions on,
And it's hard. Change is hard, and that's why, again, I go back to those baby steps. Let's save
and
it.
like you said, instead of go for 10 to 20 type thing, go to 10 to 12,
Yeah,
and
let's
go 14, 15.
because change is hard enough. We may need that difference more next year if we have a rate increase. So
But maybe we can, like Alexis say, for the family, have them pay a little more because of the family, but not a lot more, something like that.
And that's why I want to look at some different scenarios and some of that information we have, just so you guys can have some guidelines of what's happening outside. So that way you can say, well, based on what we're seeing, this is what's happening across the country. And this breaks it down to just in the Midwest. So that's where we want to be. What's happening on these two coasts are definitely not happening here. So let's look at what's happening in the Midwest. Let me look at our book of business. Let me look at a couple of our third-party administrators' book of business and have them tell me what some of their groups are doing. So let us do some research.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
very much.
Appreciate your
Thanks a
time.
lot.
And I don't mean to always take so much, but
No, no, it's good.
I appreciate
Well,
it.
this is a major decision.
It is, it
So we
is.
wanna,
And
we
it's
wanna
an
try to
important
understand it as best we can.
And feel
Okay.
free to email me questions, whatever. I'm happy to get
Yeah.
back with you.
Thank
So,
you.
Appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Take
Thank
care.
you very much.
Now we can do our,
Okay, I move to approve payroll.
yeah.
Okay, and we'll get you a list, okay?
I did look at that. I wanted to look at the AP though. John, I move to approve payroll.
I second payroll.
206119.16. Under discussion, I assume that some of these payments were, okay, some of these are to the fire departments, right?
Yes.
At the end, and then did we get caught up on what we,
Ambulance?
yeah. So what are these? Are these just for current ambulance?
Those would be the current.
Okay, okay. I didn't know if that was like retro pay or if it was current pay.
No, it's current. And I don't know how to help them.
Well, it's not your
Figure that out.
responsibility right now. If it sits for a while, that's on them. We can't do all that for them. I call for the vote on the accounts payable, or excuse me, on the payroll. Those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
What's the effective date of Mr. Howe's resignation?
I think it said 11th, but let me double check. October 11th.
Okay, so
And then
we're gonna have a partial payment to him next month. then,
this bat thing, I know I asked you about this last year. Is this once a year?
Yes, it's a once
What
a
is
year.
And World Test doesn't do that. There's a bat deal because they're endangered. Aren't they endangered?
No, so we had bats several years ago when they removed them from the courthouse. So they come back and check.
For $2,000?
Yes, and it's part of like an insurance basically policy, so that if we get bats back, they'll come back and remedy it.
But does
for
World
5
Test
years.
do that?
No. In fact, I think World
I'll
Test
remove
gave us
bats
the
for
names.
$2,000.
I'll get rid of them about
I
500.
know, I don't mind a bat.
Our bats might have went to some buildings downtown, so maybe you should volunteer your service.
I'll get rid of them real quick.
They said the pageful
They
names.
eat spiders and stuff though. They're really
Tennis racket. When you're flying around.
They eat spiders and mosquitoes.
Yeah, but they are serious rabies.
Yeah, then you have rabies.
I think it's like a 5-year period that we have that we review.
I got a question on the, we'll tell you Dr. Chima, $600 I see, that's 2 months of, Is that
Yes,
Consultation.
consultation for the EMS?
yes.
2
I
months.
thought we were gonna pay quarterly.
I thought we were gonna pay quarterly. It's probably the end of the quarter, isn't it? I'll bet it
It is
started,
the end.
probably
Oh, so
started.
it was 2 months out
Probably
of the quarter
started
is
in
what it was, okay.
August, September. That's the only
Got
issue
it.
I have.
And then the Volti pit, is that not one that we closed?
The what?
Volti pit? Or am I just,
They may have opened it back, I don't know, that bowling pit.
I have that we bought out. That says going to pools and a detour route. I think that's the one that they weren't getting ready to close, like they hauled the last
okay,
one of the
okay. That's what I just thought, in my mind I remembered we were closing that and then,
Because if I remember right,
That
that's when they
sounds-
took it to that pool room.
and we
What was
were
it
all
for?
from behind, cause we weren't paying them in the month of that, so this is from behind too.
Right.
That makes
Route
sense.
bowling, that route bowling, is that what it is?
That's what it says, yeah.
$3,100?
Yeah.
Okay.
Although they pulled some out on 9/19, so they must still have it.
What is Crispin Enterprises?
Jack Christian, drugs, probably.
I think that's a
Pharmacist?
consultation, or not consultation,
Is that for the health department to get prescriptions?
I'm assuming.
I think he uses license, he's a pharmacist, see? It's like EMS, it's like,
Hospital
she
one.
has to
hospital,
be
well, yeah, they,
checked, yeah.
right, they,
Pharmacy consultant,
yeah.
and that's probably quarterly as well. So,
On this Frontier Forensics autopsy, is that you, Jim, $3,300?
No such luck. Yeah, it is.
she
That's,
traded.
Is that for the people that indigent it, you
That's,
find out, or?
no, that's the autopsy directed by the coroner, and that's mileage to and from.
And the county has to pay for that?
Yes.
How
No,
come?
hang on a
Why did
second.
the family pay for that?
Hall Funeral Home, it's mileage to and from, but
Yeah.
Frontier Forensics is who does the autopsy.
So there's a payment to Hall Funeral Home on here?
$652 somewhere.
Okay, so
That's
don't,
our mileage.
But I
don't
didn't-
vote on this.
Doesn't the, so if a family,
No,
So
if the family orders it, they have to pay for the autopsy, that's
oh, but if
$2,500.
but if
So
the
you
county coroner.
haul back and, or the Hall Funeral Home hauled
Yeah.
back and forth, and
Yeah.
then we pay for the actual autopsy, which was because it was
3,300.
directed by the coroner, because you wanna
You
establish
want it
the
to
cause.
the
death.
If it's not
Right.
like a.
Like if there's
obvious cause.
what do you call it, unattended?
Unattended death.
Yeah,
It's
right.
not a
You
yeah.
can't put them in the back of your car and haul them. It
You
has
can't
to
just
be
take them down there,
yeah.
why not? Weekends with Bernie, weekends with Bernie, he sits in the back seat. But, no, I'm just saying, I'm surprised the county has to pay for that, though. I figured some private insurance or something, but I guess it's,
Why would they do that?
well, it's the state of Kansas coroner, ain't it? How come the state?
Sure it is.
No, Lincoln County pays for it.
Okay, I just didn't know that, I didn't know we,
I think if there's a state statute that tells them.
well, I'm sure we,
what the rules are.
well, I'm sure it's legal, I just didn't realize it,
We've
okay.
been doing it, it's been that
Oh,
way for
I'm
20
sure,
years.
that's
yeah.
okay, I'm not contesting it, I'm just,
No,
didn't realize it,
It was
that's
an
all.
it was an
Yeah.
unattended death.
And it wasn't an obvious
And it
cause.
wasn't an
Right,
obvious
right.
problem, and it's the county's responsibility to its citizen to make sure that there wasn't.
Yeah.
foul
Something that needs to be
play.
investigated.
I just didn't realize the county
What's
paid for that, that's all.
To,
And well, that's who would.
to
pay.
pursue
It's
that
only
now,
$28, but is that
it's
something
not every
local?
unattended death.
Right,
It's those deaths for which the coroner is not convinced by the doctor's report and the EMTs on the ground that he ought to look at it. Because if you have somebody like Vern Rathman of 90-some years old that died in front of his fireplace unattended, that's not a autopsy. But,
Yeah,
this one
yeah.
is for, Roger, and that was completely and totally unexpected,
Right.
and so he wanted to look at it.
Yes.
No, it's not local. It's for Illinois.
What is it? What law
It
is it?
says it's X cap screw grade 5.
Huh?
They bought up every
Who is it?
But here's,
Lawson Products.
this is the funeral home.
What, caps though?
Yeah, I
It
know,
says
I
X
said,
cap
I realize
screw
that, that's
grade
all.
5.
Oh, screw, okay.
So it might be something for the bigger equipment. Three-eighths by 16 by 3. And there's the.
Okay, and here we are again. No, that's right, that's right. Okay, we got our payment out to the Wolf Creek pit. Dawn, do you have a breakdown of the IT agreement with Nextech that this monthly payment goes out for? Or just what they got, because they got that from you and then they made their bid according to that?
They got, like, when we originally signed all the contracts, they asked for, as a records request, copies of all of the contracts, so that's what they have. I think that's probably what frustrated me the most, is because I felt like she did another open records request for all of the documentation, all the contracts, and the current bid. Well, I can't tell them what their bid is, number one, I don't have it, but number two, that wouldn't be fair or right.
Yeah.
Because then how are you doing a competitive bid process? But I was a little frustrated because it's not like we haven't talked to them over and over and over again. And so, but I guess between salespeople,
Well,
they
you
lost
had
the
mentioned they came in,
documentation.
so I was kind of curious as to why they wouldn't come back, because you said Equal also didn't come back, right?
They haven't brought anything back.
Yeah, so I just called over there, actually, no, they called me about, I was transferring my cafe bill. So when I was on the phone with them, I said, hey, by the way, I was told that you never got back to the county, and that's when I got put in contact with them, and I just said, well, I don't know what we're getting as far as, but it'd be nice if we could upgrade the current computers that we have and at least maybe buy a few or not have to buy everything all at once, or, see.
What'd you think of Wilson, the guys who did that?
You know, I don't have a preference because I feel like we hired them to do a job. Some of the other departments do have a preference, but like I know Ladonna does, but I think hers is more on the health related side of it, which I don't have to worry about as much. So I hate to say that it's kind of a little unfair, but I just trust them to do their jobs. And
Well, I think most importantly, you want them available when you need them, because it's
Yeah.
not something that
Right.
they're there every day. It's when you need them, you
Tech
really need
support.
them. Yeah.
Tech support, and these guys, you're happy with them, aren't you, Jim? Well,
Yeah, that's, we
They-
treat Next Tech for them.
They sounded, they had a good presentation there of what they offer and what it costs. I
Well,
like
and it
that.
doesn't mean we have to switch everyone
No,
over. If
no.
we had particular departments that we split, we can do that, right?
And they had district court, but I don't think that district court can be switched. I think that's a 12th judicial district. But I'm not 100%
Then why are we
sure on
paying
that.
it?
Because we pay district court expenses. But I think
So
they
we're paying
have
their
the,
portion.
that way, I'm assuming that way everybody's on, using the same provider.
What's this Blue Book? Kelly Blue Book, we pay for that?
Those would be the updates for the appraiser's office.
Oh, okay.
We get them, they'll
I don't see
keep
anything
also
else. I have a
getting
question about
No, I don't, I think,
some logo to Becky Rathbun. Is that like a,
oh, that was the
That's a senior center.
senior
manager.
center.
it said for the health department. It said health department.
For Becky Rathman,
They probably had her do something. She's a,
a chic or some kind of a,
well, no, she's a art
She has a
design.
graphic design.
Graphic
Graphic
designs,
design.
yeah.
She does graphic design for the newspapers,
So she probably did something for them.
probably a trade.
Are these Sage Products air fresheners out of the general fund? Is that John Paul?
Yes, so could you please stop providing your question?
Yeah, where is it going? In the restrooms?
Well, I heard a rumor, I was at a meeting, but I heard a rumor there was one installed in the breezeway between the two doors on the backside, and they were giving everybody headaches, so it got removed. But this is the thing. Every everybody is a little sensitive to scents here, and I wasn't here that day, which it sounds like it's probably a good thing because it might trigger a migraine for me.
Yeah, and people have asthma, yeah.
Well,
It says believe big in Beverly, logo
I'll make a
design.
motion to approve what invoices, what do you call it?
AP, the accounts payable.
Yeah, I'd make a motion to approve the accounts payable for the month of, September.
It's one thing not to know the day, Randy, but when you don't know the month, no, I'm teasing.
It is September.
I'll second it, I'm teasing it. 337,354 and 57 cents.
Yeah, I should have
It's
said
been,
that.
I'm sorry, it's been moved and seconded for the accounts payable. Any further questions? Those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. One last, I seconded it. Randy made the motion. I want to know if we want to discuss this at all, or if we just want to wait and hear back from Dawn? Or how do we want to proceed with that?
And then you front one too.
That's all I want to know.
We could, well,
In fact, I'm going to give that back because that wasn't mine, that's his. It's his, I think. Or do you need that, Dawn?
Don needs it. Well, today she seemed,
Let's not do an open session.
yeah,
Do you want to have an executive session, or do you want to just get back to us with what you think, Dawn?
That's up to you guys.
huh?
Why don't we just let Dawn report back to us? Because you got the information you need.
Yeah, you're
right?
gonna check, yeah, why don't you do that? Then we'll talk
Well,
about
there's no
it,
reason-
talk about it Monday,
Yeah, yeah.
That's right,
I'm just saying, there's no reason to
discuss anything.
go off of our course of action from where we left off.
You need to sign
Oh,
these.
yes, I do.
Yeah, both of those,
Here's one.
accounts payable and the other one,
Thank you.
payroll.
And you guys have the audits. I sent that off where that needs to go.
Oh, we gotta do the audit sheet today?
You don't have to do anything with it, it's just there for you to review.
Yes,
And then I have.
we don't have to sign off on it?
No. I do have a sticky note that says Tommy now 50 cents AEMT. I guess you guys promised him a 50-cent raise.
Is he done?
He is done. And he got notice that he's
Passed.
got, yes.
He got a certificate or something.
He just hasn't received it physically yet, but I told him I would ask, but do you guys want me to ask Derek to ask for that?
Yes.
or-
I think that'd be appropriate.
Yeah,
Let's
I
keep
told
the
him
chain
I
of
would write it
command.
down,
I-
so we wouldn't
Yeah.
forget, but
Do you mind corresponding with Derek then?
no, I don't. I can
Okay.
text you.
Okay.
And ask him, just for technical completeness to bring this certificate.
Okay.
Well, and every department head should be requesting the monetary value of their own employees.
Can I ask a question? If Derek's schedule is not to where he can come on a Monday, can
How
he
about
send you
email
an
us?
email?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Oh, I didn't check that today. Under correspondence. My computer's dead. We really need to buy a computer.
well, let's do it. We can have a commissioner's computer, that's
Yeah.
your personal one?
This is mine,
Yeah,
yeah.
well, it's my
Yeah.
laptop here, and, then we got it here, and it can stay
Yeah,
here.
because it's dead right now, and I don't have the.
Well, we'll
I
do,
didn't realize
bring that up Monday too,
Okay.
and we'll buy a computer for the commissioners.
Anybody in the county sell them?
Is that cheaper? Is that
Yeah,
that much
it's a
cheaper?
lot.
A
Do you
Chromebook?
want me to
Probably
open?
not.
Huh?
Do you want me to open the email?
Please, please. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything important in there. When I lost my battery power, I totally lost my train of thought with it.
About 2 o'clock here, I think I'll leave my battery power.
It's all going on 4. It's nap time, huh?
Especially
Overdue.
especially after eating all that Mexican food,
It's hard to be a pig.
and Mexican food,
Guys, we're almost putting in a full day's work.
almost doing a real day.
LC Commission,
Yep.
Mhm.
doesn't like the, or the,
Password?
no. Maybe I was just typing it wrong. Here.
So do we have a bunch of them? Here, watch this. this is just for our review.
Yeah.
That's all, okay, that's good. Good report. From Jeff.
And we have to, yeah, it's from Jeff, and we have to, send it to the state of Kansas. And I had to update the bonding documentation for the Public Building Commission. Standards and Poor requires it, so I got that sent. The transportation bus uses it for their grant, so I sent that to him. Yeah.
You have a note to us, municipal services would like to make a listserv members for educational opportunities for local governments.
Oh, yeah, that is on how to read your financial reports, which,
October 22nd, 24th, 29th, November 5th, November 21st. Oh, county. County's November 26th. Let's do that, please.
What is it?
It's a seminar. Is it a webinar?
Don, speaking of
15 participants per session.
Speaking of that too, there's a county commissioner thing in November, convention in Wichita. And a long time ago when I went to Washington, that Dottie, who I went through her, and she booked me that Washington trip. There's this convention coming up in Wichita in November, and I just said, book me for that, and she's gonna sign me up, but I don't know how you booked it for me, and then they just bill you the county for our registration fee.
was that the KAC?
That was KAC,
So-
yeah. And that Dottie from KAC.
So let's ask about that. Who all is wanting to go to KAC?
Well, I think
Because I
all
can
three of us.
enroll you all at the same time.
All three of us,
if you-
yeah.
All three of you?
Yes.
And do you want me to try to find hotels? Are you going for the entire conference?
Well, there's there's a pre-conference like that before, I don't wanna go to that one.
Okay.
But they
I
sent
would go
it,
to the whole conference, but
they-
I'll look at hotels. I like to shop around and get a cheap one. I don't necessarily have to be in
well,
the facility.
they have one in the part of the what, the letter that they email
Yeah.
you. They say you can book this hotel, blah, blah, blah.
Normally they have about 6, and
Yeah.
normally always the conference hotel is
It's most
most like within
expensive.
the first week.
Yeah, and
So
super
it's-
expensive.
I don't care, wherever, for me.
I'd like to attend the whole session,
Okay.
and I'll take whatever hotel they got.
And do you want to do the pre-conference workshop?
There's a pre-conference one too, it's a day before.
Normally like a half a day or something
Yeah, half
like
a day,
that.
yeah.
And if they
If I
put us
show up
in
at
the
noon
Hilton
and-
hotel, that's all right with me. I don't
Okay.
And now I already talked to that Dottie about registered me, so I may already be listed with her.
I'll look and see.
Thanks.
Because KAC makes you log in and do something.
Yeah,
here,
okay.
Which
Well,
I
thank you.
probably need to add Brendan anyways. And
Now
have
Brendan too, yeah,
him go.
just for commissioner, or for, highway guys. What, do you have anything else there?
It says, hi Ladonna. Ladonna forwarded us an email. I was checking to see if you received confirmation for funding from Lincoln County for the $7,587 for the Hunter Siren project. David passed along that you received Dane Hansen and Sullivan Valley. We will be meeting mid-October, but I need to allow time for the committee members to look over prospective applications. If you could let me know by Thursday, October 3rd, that will greatly increase your chances of being selected. So, I guess we could potentially fund that out of the emergency management line item since we currently don't have employment there. Do you want to try to do that? Any objections
How
to
much
that?
is it?
It's $7,587.
Why are we doing?
So, there was nothing in the minutes that indicated that the commission, because we looked back through that a couple weeks ago, nothing indicated that the commission pledged this amount, but when David Doe applied for these grants, he said that there was a pledged amount of $7,587 from the county. So this particular, they already got a positive from Dane Hansen and Solomon Valley Community Foundation, but this particular group
Oh, I see, it's a
wants
matching.
to know if
matching
our, right, so we have to say whether or not we're gonna allocate those funds. I would suggest we probably have enough, did we receive that payment that we were waiting on for that budget though, from last year? Ladonna, I think,
Yes.
said yes, so I think there's probably enough in there that we could do that, if you guys are willing to.
Well, then we get that matching money, otherwise we won't get the money.
Otherwise, the whole project is,
We won't get that Dane Hansen money or nothing. Well, then we better do it.
match it.
but I'm suggesting that we take it out of that fund for
Yeah.
that department because we didn't have it allocated from
Out
anywhere
out
else.
of,
that I'm-
yeah, out of,
Okay,
emergency
so I'm gonna
management.
reply to Ladonna for this.
Don, did we ever get any applications for that job? Really? Did you ever talk to
I
Mr.
didn't,
Fuller?
I didn't.
I talked to him once and he was gonna fill out the application when we went that Saturday, but I haven't seen or heard from him.
Well, he's
And
been
then
on
it
the
was
road. I'm Facebook friends with him, and he was in California, and he stops on Facebook, says, well, I'm in New Mexico, and I'm in LA, so he's been doing that stuff, so.
Okay, I think this, I just have a spam mail here is the rest of it, so I think we're good on all that. And we got some kind of correspondence from Steve Granzo. It's a EMTALA, I don't know what that stands for. It's a, legal studies research paper series from, where's it from? I saw it's University of San Diego School of Law. I don't know what,
Well, what's the title?
it said, it's legal studies.
Yeah, they go further there, right?
Commissioner Statement of Gail Harriet, the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights Report, patient dumping. He must be talking about changing over providers. I don't know.
What providers is he changing over?
There's no message with the email, it's just this attachment. Did you get one of those?
Well, whatever, we could deal with that later.
I don't think it's just a piece of information if you want to read through it.
I don't think I made it through all my emails from last week.
Yeah, it's not anything.
Don, did we ever hear anything about the roofing at the nursing home?
Supposedly he had sent me and said at the end of this week, this month, but I haven't heard hide nor hair.
Okay.
So.
I'm just curious too. I just
I
wondered.
can email him again.
Well-
That's kind of my every 2 week.
Well, yeah, I can, if you're busy as hell, I can do it if you want, and I can just say, what's going on, are you gonna do it or what?
Well, he told me the last time when I called, or when I emailed him, that, well, he'd have to get with their production supervisor or whatever. I think the rains had slowed them down a little
Well,
bit.
yeah, it rained all through August, that slowed them down, so I can understand, I just wanna know where they're at, that's all, I'm not wanting to harass them or nothing.
Well, I will email them again.
Well, thank you, very
And,
much, thanks a lot.
yeah, and then tomorrow they're supposed to be switching all of our phones to Eagle Communications, so we'll cross our fingers that we don't go down,
Oh, yeah,
completely. So
Okay.
during the month of October, we'll have basically 2 bills, should be a full amount of AT&T. But a lot of times what AT&T will do is bill you the full month, and then the following month they'll give you your repayments. So, we'll have a little crossover.
okay, you got anything else?
Do we have another department we need to schedule? The highway, the landfill?
But we need to.
We could, those two guys, yeah,
I got one more item.
yeah,
I have studied the letter we received today, and I recommend that we put aside an hour, 3 weeks from today, in executive session to discuss that letter, per her instructions. When you read this.
With the attorney present.
Yeah, oh yeah, with her.
Okay.
And she suggested doing that.
Okay, so,
And she suggested we can't say anything without being in executive session for a while.
right, but you can't send mail to the board to be opened in
Yeah,
open
I
session,
know,
so,
but that's-
that sounds good,
Put it
Jim,
on the
that'd be
agenda
fine
in
with me.
3
That's
weeks.
the 21st, yeah, I think is it not?
October, yeah,
21st.
20.
3 weeks from
21st.
today.
I don't wanna do it today, I get back. I'd like a week.
Oh, and I told Rhonda the 14th, but that's Columbus Day, huh? So we'll be closed.
No, we'll be here.
Oh,
Just-
okay.
You won't be there.
We traded
I'll
that
be here.
holiday
How
for
much
the
is
day
that?
after Thanksgiving.
I thought you, oh, that's Columbus Day, Veterans Day, one you take off.
Well, I thought everybody.
Okay.
November 11th?
Any further business to
No.
come before the board? We will
I'm sure-
adjourn until Monday morning at 10.
I'm sure there is,
Here.
but we can't do it all.
Yeah.